what I mean? That's what the whole programme's about. It's about people having sex on television. So we feel we can legitimise it and go, oh, so-and-so's a star. And you look at them and go, you're not a star, you haven't got any talent. You don't do anything, but they're not going to axe it because everybody looks bronzed. Bit like round here, isn't it, really? And most people look bronzed and look sort of... I don't know. I don't think it matters that in radio we're not supposed to be attractive. I am the exception to the rule. I'm desperately unattractive. That's why I'm on the radio. I can project my personality. Dave O'Brien, not a good-looking bloke. Seriously, there is nobody on the station who would be considered good-looking apart from Tom Swarbrick. And frankly, he's so tall, you can't even have a conversation with him. You have to lean backwards and look up. You get a crick in your neck. Are there any other attractive presenters on the station? Andrew Castle could be considered a bit of a looker in his day. Eddie Mayer. Eddie Mayer's quite smart. He's quite a smart-looking person. Majid, he always looks very smart on TV. Ollie, who works overnight, he would never be in the running for any of those awards for best-looking bloke on the programme, would he, really? But it doesn't matter. He looks in the mirror, and what he sees as he gets out of the shower is basically somebody holding a rug underneath his chin. That's what he sees. You just see, an Afghan rug, because I like my Afghan rugs, with a little pokey out bit. And that's it. You do what? You tan well. I bet you do tan well. I don't. No, I really don't tan well. I wish I did. Thank you, Poppet. I really wish I did tan well. I don't. I just go red and flaky, which is not a good look. Did you decide to not iron the jumper today? You decided to leave it like that. It's all creased.
No.
Why is it creased? Look at him. Look. Come here. Show Ollie. Show Ollie. Look. It's creased. Did you sleep in it?
No, I just folded it bad.
Folded it?
Yeah.
Nobody folds. Don't you hang them on hangers? Isn't that how it works?
No.
Okay, you've had enough time now. Thank you. We're bored waiting for the answers. God, that was like pulling teeth. All he's got to do is just admit, I'm sorry, Steve, I am a failure.
I'm sorry, Steve, I didn't iron.
Thank you. That's okay. As long as you apologise, I don't mind. Never seen anything like it. You expect it from Ollie, because he's sort of student material. You expect Ollie to sort of sit there going, what a night. What a night. Took me to heaven and back. Hola. So I'm just going to have a slow... Water this morning. Water. Actually, no, not just water. Tea. Oh, that's nice. Here we go. We can have a rush to the toilet today. I can tell it's one of those days. So, they dropped the Jeremy Kyle show, and I gather that all overnight, that's all you've been talking about, is the Jeremy Kyle show, and axing it, and whether or not people think it should have been axed, and whether or not they should axe Love Island. I think they should axe Love Island as well. Because 2 people have committed suicide. They apparently don't matter. I'm not sure whether the bloke who committed suicide, allegedly, after being humiliated on the Kyle show, was the sort of person we would have expected to see on there anyway. Now people have come out and said he was a paedophile, he was this, he was worried about that, which would have explained why you don't just take your own life. Well, I don't think you do. If somebody said, oh, you're a liar, because if every time somebody said you were a liar, did you cheat? No, it says you were lying. If every time that happened and there'd be nobody left here. Because everybody cheats, don't they? I thought everybody cheated. Just wonder whether or not Thomas would fit into that category of sort of the cheating. Have you ever cheated on anybody? You've been out with somebody and then cheated? Well, you're just too perfect, like the Virgin Mary, aren't you, really? Well, not quite the Virgin Mary, probably more Judas Iscariot, I would have thought. Another slurp of the water. I'm addicted to the water now. I love the water in the morning. Delicious. I bet you're lying in bed going, don't talk about cold water, Steve, because we're going to have to get out of bed to go to the toilet and then go to the kitchen. Yesterday was lovely, wasn't it? Did you sleep outside yesterday, Ollie? Did you sort of lie on your sun lounger? I don't know why I thought of that, because that image has just come into my mind of Ollie lying there. Yes, he slept on the grass in Leicester Square. See, normally the people who sleep on the grass in Leicester Square have generally got a bottle of Beck's or Stella Artois next to them. And you had the bottle of Beck's. Did you actually sleep? Did you actually sleep in the square? You dozed... For how long? You dozed off in Leicester Square? Oh, gosh. I couldn't do that because I'd be worried that somebody would come and rob me. Because people might want to do things like that. But, no, you wouldn't want to touch the person who was on the floor. Isn't that funny that we do think... Because we're going to use the back entrance today. Have you remembered that, have you? You can't get out of the front. You have to go all the way around. And we've got a big meeting today, so we've got to go all the way round the back and then all the way... Have you never? Well, you must have done. You've never used it. You must have done in your life, surely. I bet a lot of people have, they just don't admit it. I've used it quite a few times. I'm no stranger here. It's a completely different experience. Completely different experience. Don't want to make a big thing about it. Well, you can't. But it's a long way round. Actually, it was ideal this morning when I was dropped off. I just walked straight into the back door, and then stood there looking like an idiot, waving my little pass, and because I had to open the door. But luckily, the nice man down there opened the door for me. It's all very good. I don't know. They must be doing something down there that's secret, mustn't they? But you enjoy it next time you're down there, Ollie. I tell you, change your life. Would you have Jeremy Kyle on In Conversation? Says Anna. Absolutely. Of course I would. So far, he hasn't done any interviews. Of course I'd have him on In Conversation. So would everybody. Every single programme would want him on there to find out what went on, to ask him all the questions that we've seen in the papers, that they fake the results of the lie detector, that they do this, they do that. You'd want to know the answers, because he would know. He's a hands-on presenter. It's interesting because Nick Ferrari said he'd actually met him. He doesn't know him, but he'd met him a few times. And he's a perfectly presentable presenter. He knows what he's doing. But if you look at early editions of the show, it doesn't look like the show that you see on the television now. They pushed it as far as possible. But as I've said all the time, they can't have thought it was that bad. Otherwise, ITV would have binned it years ago. But they didn't. They kept it going. Ron says now that JK's been binned, I suppose repeats of Jerry Springer are not far off. I don't know what they're going to put on. Ian says Thomas sounds like the lad who used to be Ken Barlow's son in Corrie. Oh, you think so? He doesn't. At all. He could be, well, if he hadn't let himself go, he could be considered good looking. Couldn't he? I mean, if he hadn't, if he hadn't sort of wandered off to the dark side. Do you know he's in a choir, Ollie? Did you know he's in a choir? Does he? Has he told you the name of the choir? You will find out, Ollie. That is your mission, should you choose to accept it. He won't tell me the name of the choir, because I want to join, because I feel I've got something to give. And I feel if I joined his choir, I would be giving back to the community. But he won't tell me the name of the choir. It's so annoying. I don't know why it's such a secret. Well, it is basically discrimination. But why would he not want to tell me? I mean, I'm... Nymphs and shepherds, come away, come. She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. Whip, crack away, whip, crack away, whip, crack away. Now I shouted from the highest hill, even told the golden daffodil. Her name was Lola. She was a showgirl. I could do all the songs. I could do Christmas carols. Hark the herald angels sing. Glory to... Sorry? And I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more just to be the man who walked 1,000 miles to come down at your door. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and dun-da-dun-da-dun-da-dun-dun. Still he doesn't want me in the choir. Why not? I could do all the songs you do and more besides. And the difference is I'm in tune. I never get these gigs. There was a soldier, a Scottish soldier, who wandered far away and soldiered far away. No? How about, what was it? Oh, Campbellton Lock, I wish you were a whiskey. Campbellton Lock on high. Oh, Campbellton Lock, I wish you were whiskey. I would drink you dry. Oh, flower of Scotland. Oh, I don't know the words. See, I don't know that. I know the song, but I don't know the words. So you see, look, I mean, I'm trying to entertain you, and I'm trying to sort of make you want to believe in the fact that I really want to be in the choir. And I thought it was a good audition. I mean, there's not many. A no for... Well, it's not bother asking you, then, if you're going to give me a no. Ollie will give me a yes. Ollie, see? I could, yeah. And Chris said I can be in his choir as well. It's just you, misery guts, that won't let me in. Actually, question for you, then. Would you have axed the Kyle show? There you go. You'd have axed it. Oh, would you? Would you axe Love Island? Would you axe This Morning? You'd axe This Morning. Would you axe Loose Women? Not really much left on daytime, is there, actually? You're going to axe all of them. You wouldn't have any... What would we put on? Should just put the test card up or something. Ollie, would you have axed Kyle? You wouldn't axe Kyle. You'd axe... Oh, how strange. I thought you'd have been the other way round. I've always thought that. No, seriously, no, I did. I thought he would actually axe Kyle and not Love Island. I thought Love Island you'd go for in a big way. You love Kyle. When the people see that show, they know what they're going to get, don't they? It's not like it's some big surprise that he's going to come into your face and shout at you and say, you know, are you the father of this woman's child? Well, they never know, do they? They never know who they've slept with on the programme. And that was what makes it. Then the audience starts shouting back and then people get booed. And that's how it goes. Love Island is the same, but I've only ever seen a few bits. It's just people walking around with no clothes on and the girls with their titties out. And they're always smoking. What, on Love Island? Are they? Ah, how interesting. Is that because they're going very fast? They're always smoking. Are they really? Oh, that's a bit disappointing, isn't it? I must be brutally honest, I've never seen a whole episode of Love Island. I know the people on it vaguely because they go, oh, so-and-so's a star from Love Island. But apart from that, I'm not really too well up on it. I know the people on the Jeremy Kyle show, toothless old hags and men who look like they've just smoked 300 sploofs and been out there and then wandered onto the set, you know, yeah. Do you love her? Yeah. Well, then why haven't you got a job? Why aren't you supporting your kids? These people, they're all having unprotected sex. I mean, sometimes when you see them sitting on there, these people, and they talk about having, and I think to myself, they're not really having sex. Please tell me they're not having sex. It's too horrendous, isn't it? It's like a dreadful DIY manual that's gone wrong. Because sex is not for unattractive people. I don't want to break it to you. If you're an unattractive person listening to this programme, sex is not for you. Not for you. You're destined to be a traffic warden, okay? And you can stay being you're not supposed to do sex. Sex is for beautiful people. You know, or people who are good at it. You know, get my drift? You know, and if you're good at it and you've got looks, which is very rare, very, very rare. I'm one of the rare people, you know, that big. Woo! It's true though, isn't it? There's no point. That's why, if ever you're looking for, and I remember hearing this ages and ages ago, people say, oh, it's easier to pull in nightclubs. You pick the most unattractive person there, you will pull. Because they're so grateful that somebody's hit on them. Seriously, that's how it works. That's why Love Island will stay. I think it should be axed. Because it's the same thing. 2 people have committed suicide through whatever reason, and we were hearing on Darren's show a lady who said that she'd met Mike and he seemed all right. And I thought, well, that's the thing to it, isn't it? He quite clearly wasn't all right. He was prepared to go into a wood and hang himself. That doesn't mean you're all right. That does not mean you're all right. And so they've opened this tea shop kind of restaurant sort of thing. And it's a way of making money out of somebody who's dead. I think it's a great shame. But the programme has to go. It has to go. They have to have new guidelines from ITV, brought in to make sure that people adhere to them. No more bullying on Loose Swimming. We don't want to see we don't want to see a repeat of that. That was unpleasant television for everybody. Also, I think you have to ban people. There should be a banned list. Daniela Westbrook, Jordan, Kerry Katona, anybody who's been on a reality show. These people you have to ban. There are certain nightclubs in London, I won't name them just yet, who ban anybody from a reality show. They don't want to take it that cheap. So there you go. Still to come on the programme today, what was it? 15 minutes is not enough. Oh, thought we're back to the same problem again. 15 minutes. Who can make it last 15 minutes? God in heaven. Yes, no, minutes apparently, minutes. I mean, that's like 2 meals. 2 meals. Actually, I was out really early yesterday. I went and had a cooked breakfast. Fried bread, beans, sausages, bacon and mushrooms. It was pretty cool, actually. $7.75, including a pot of tea. And Monet, the French Impressionist haystack painting, sells for £85 million. Don't you wish you had it in your sitting room? I think so. Anthony says, do you think the ITV will cut ties with Jeremy? They've said not. He has stood in on GMTV. Not GMTV, GMB. He stood in on that. And to be honest with you, he wasn't very good. We're so used to seeing him doing something else. We'll also celebrate the birthday of Liberace. Yes, Lee Liberace. The man who thought that nobody knew he was gay. Unfortunately, everybody knew he was gay, including the boyfriends who went out with him, and his houses, one of whom was bought by a fan a short while ago, and they tried to bring it back to life again. Had a piano pool, and it looked lovely. It was in a part of Vegas which wasn't built up at that particular time, and it features in the documentary. So, Mr. Showmanship, I think he had his most of his career at the Hilton in Vegas, and all his cars. I've seen the museum. It's not there anymore. It's been packed away. And the cars and the pianos and everything else. He was, quite simply, a legend in the days of the more camp you looked on television, the more money you earned. So he had the Liberace show, he would wink at the ladies, whereas all the time he was seeing whether they had a cute boyfriend behind. Well, look, when I say behind, I mean behind their mothers standing on the set. Still there, thank you very much indeed. One says, with all this singing, have I tuned into Radio 3? I don't know, I've never heard Radio 3. Do they have singing on it? Well, if so, well then yes. You're in your own little world this morning, Steve, says Debbie. I wouldn't have axed Jeremy Kyle, but Love Island is vile. Well, the worst thing is that the people from Love Island, it's I don't know how to describe it, because I haven't really seen enough of it to make a full comment. I know we see the people on the television. They're just over-made up old tarts, aren't they? And that's the blokes. The women are even worse. They appear to be having to find somebody to go out with, and then they pretend. No, none of the relationships survive. I think there might only be one out of all the episodes that they've had who've actually survived. The rest of them are just fakes. Just fakes. Jay says, I know somebody who went on the Jeremy Kyle show, said they put him in a first-class hotel, all expenses paid, free alcohol. I'm glad it's been taken off, and hopefully Love Island and the trashy women-bashing show Loose Women. Well, I mean, I think they have to be issued with guidelines. I think This Morning have to be issued with guidelines, because they put people on there who quite clearly are not in the real world. Quite clearly not in the real world. People that we laugh at, the sort of along the lines of, I've seen UFOs and I've been up into a spacecraft. No, you haven't. Okay, there's something the matter with you. You're not the full ticket. And so when they put people on there, people who've had loads of cosmetic surgery, don't put them on there. There should be a care of duty. We should be able to watch that show and know that it's good, wholesome, a bit of cooking with Phil, and a couple of human interest stories, but no trailer trash. No trailer trash. We don't want to see people who've claimed to have had sex with an earthworm or anything like that. Well, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's, people who go on there, and they do put them on there, and we laugh at them. I can go through the papers and pick out the people who are going to appear on daytime television. On Loose Women, they should stop talking about their problems, because that's all you get from them. Seriously, it's like bloody therapy. At times you sit there listening to, I couldn't do this, I couldn't do that, I did this, I did that. Nobody cares. Nobody seriously cares. They really don't. Steve, Thomas could do guest vocals with the UK's mariachi band performing Don't You Want Me, Baby? Don't you want me? Oh. No. You're very difficult this morning, aren't you? What's the matter? Why are you like this? Is it because you're all creased and you don't look as pristine as you normally don't? Is that what it is? I've never seen such a creased jumper kind of thing. It really is. I mean, you'd think, actually, with you sweating away inside it would have actually ironed the creases out by now. But it hasn't. What are you eating? What are you eating? Show me. Show me. Don't make me stand up. Popcorn. Few calories in that. I've got some more packets if you need them. £1 a pack. If you got the money. Steve, Jeremy Kyle is an unemployed father of 4. Is he? I didn't know that. He is now, right. All we'll have on television soon will be wall-to-wall cookery programmes, says Kevin the Milkman, interspersed with occasional home improvement shows. The TV companies will be too scared to put on anything else. Hope I'm wrong, though. Yes, I hope you're wrong as well. I think you have to push the boundaries with television, as you have to push the boundaries with radio. But, nowadays the world is full, especially in this country, of snowflakes. The bone idle people. Oh, Steve Allen said this the other day. And you think to yourself, you're not the full ticket either, are you? Went to Watford, says Noreen, to see Jack Whitehall Wednesday night. Work in progress. What they do is they go out and they road test their material in small clubs. And she says a warm-up for his autumn tour. It was excellent. Some girls came in late. They were asked where they came from. St Albans. So there were comments like, I suppose there's a Waitrose in St Albans. I suppose you have a Lidl in St Albans. Have you done an in-conversation? Yes. Turns out his mother listens. So we're very excited about Jack Whitehall. He's not doing any more nude scenes in films, he said. He did a nude scene in a film, and all people did was just take a screen grab of it. Terribly embarrassing. Sue says, I've been up all night miserable. Why? Why would you be miserable? Goodness sake. I was miserable when I went to bed. Then I saw my audience figures, and I became quite animated. I rushed through my ablutions this morning, and came in early and had cups of tea and read the papers and tried to keep up on what was going on in the world, and then checked on the figures. And I thought, well, the spike's still there. A few of my friends texted me going, still got the spike. Thank you. If you could come back as a bird, what would it be, says Jim? What, sort of like Jordan or something like that? If I could come back as a bird, I don't know, what sort of bird would you come back as? I'd probably come back as a peacock. I think I quite fancy a peacock. We used to have them on our lawn years ago. Next door used to have them in this big grand house. And they used to sit on a wall and then jump down into our garden and then fan their tails out. So we used to get peacock feathers all over the place. They were lovely. They were really nice. So, no, but parrots live forever, don't they? I don't want to live forever. I've decided. I could talk a lot, actually. I could be a macaw. You'd actually come back as a phoenix, would you really? Nobody asked you, did they? Nobody cares what you want to come back as. What do we know about phoenixes? A phoenix is on fire. Well, they go from the flame, don't they? You come back as a phoenix. What for? I mean, do they have magical powers or something? Oh, right. Magical. They sound very dull to me. I mean, when you say magical, are they mystical creatures? They don't exist, do they? No, we're talking about birds that exist. They don't exist. They don't exist, dragons. Dragons, they're not birds anyway. They're animals, aren't they? They look like Komodo. Have you seen Komodo dragons? Have you seen the big ones? They could kill you. In fact, I think they did kill somebody a short while ago. Oh, horrible. I was watching a thing the other day. What was it? It was on YouTube. And I don't know why I watched it. If only I could understand it. And it was a warthog. And it had dug itself into the ground to make like a little burrow where it could sit in, and obviously, unfortunately, a pack of lions discovered it. And so this warthog is in a hole. It's stuck. It can't do anything. It can't go anywhere, and the lion sticks its head in. You can imagine, can't you? The enormous head of a lion and the warthog, and the lion just latches on to the warthog's face and drags it out. I mean, the power of these animals is phenomenal. And whilst you really want it to be saved, you know that it's doomed. And it drags it out, and then all the other lions set upon it. I mean, it's just the most horrendous thing you've ever seen. Well, it's not the most horrendous thing, but it's certainly not good. Steve, this could be your big break into TV chat show hosting. Apparently there's a cheap set for sale in Manchester. So will they be emptying the holding pens for the Jeremy Kyle show, says Sarah, Spikers Group? I don't know. What about all the people who've been booked for the show? Because they would book weeks in advance. They don't just book it for the next day. All these things would be done ages and ages ago. Also, rest assured that a select committee of MPs who don't know one end of a TV remote to another will sort out reality TV for us. After all, they must be spending all their time in front of the box, as they can't seem to get the day job done, says Tony in Bristol. One programme which must be removed on ITV is Good Morning Britain, apart from the 10 minutes on the Friday after 6 when Ian Dale and Jackie Smith are on. I bet this is Ian Dale writing into me. He's like that. If he's going off somewhere, he'll be writing and going, I was listening to Steve Allen the other day. Steve, we get oddballs like Heavy D, whilst in Germany and Italy, they get gorgeous and sexy people on their reality TV. Oh, we just get talentless old bimbos. We seriously do. There's nothing clever about these people. There can't be. Why would you want to go on to a television reality show, which is going to either humiliate you or make you look stupid? It's when they tell lies. Tom says, I feel ITV are being hypocritical in not axing Love Island, but getting rid of Jeremy Kyle. Surely common sense and not commercial reasons must take precedent. I bet you anything that these programmes generate a fortune in advertising. Love Island audience is a bit bigger, I think, than Jeremy Kyle. Because we discovered the other day that Jeremy Kyle's audience fluctuates from about 250,000 up to, on I think a couple of them, 1.5 million. But that's very rare. And Love Island gets several million. That's why they're keeping it. That's why they're keeping it. Depends whether or not the advertisers want to be associated with that sort of trash television. And at the moment, they appear they want to be. LBC News Time, 4:30. The headlines with... So I found this house the other day. I found this house, the Steve Fantasy House. I always find one in a week. And this one appeared in the newspapers, and it was in Notting Hill Gate. The reason it appeared in the paper is they've taken it off the market because it had been on the market for a year. And they showed you a picture of the sitting room, which was a lovely big sitting room. It also had built-in shelves, which would fit all my DVDs, which would be very nice, very nice. And it also had a car stacker. I don't know if you've ever seen a car stacker. I've seen a couple of them. You drive the car on, it's like a lift, it goes down, and then you can put another car over the top of it. You can go up to about 3 or 4 cars, I think. But the best thing it had, and I've seen it only once in a house, was a swimming pool, but you push a button, and a dance floor goes across it, and it becomes a nightclub. And I thought, 25 million. Now, to be honest with you, that's cheap, because I looked at one the other week of £38 million. 25 million I thought was doable. So I looked at it, and they've taken it off the market because there was no interest. I thought Notting Hill was fairly fashionable. Obviously not anymore. It's obviously gone out of fashion. And but I thought 25 million was quite reasonable. You know, it's only pretend money. I'm not actually buying it. Happy birthday to Janet Jackson, Piers Brosnan, and Yvonne Craig. And if you don't know who Yvonne Craig is, I'll tell you in a moment. And Liberace, who became the pianist who never played at home. The one thing he never did, he never played at home, he only played on the stage, and he had to be more outrageous. It was written into all of his contracts at the Hilton that whatever he had to be more outrageous the second year. So each outfit would be sequined in 3 different sizes. 3 different sizes, because his weight fluctuated so much. He would come on with ermine, furs, jewellery, the like of which you'd never seen before, and he played the piano. And he was quite serious when he played the piano. He was also obsessed with cosmetic surgery. He had so much surgery, when he slept, his eyes didn't close. He slept with his eyes open, because they'd taken away so much skin. He was, what is it, a friend of mine called a raving homosexual. In the days when you couldn't really come out. Nowadays, nobody would give a stuff about it. But in those early days, that was his worst nightmare, apparently, walking on stage and somebody going, because the Americans call it different, saying, oh, look at that faggot. But he used to show people the rings. You want to see him? You should. You paid for him. And all this kind of stuff. And he played the piano. He had the Dancing Waters with him, which was a cheap act. All it was water controlled by a computer, which went along with his piano playing. He had Korean dancers, and then he had a mariachi band at one point. There was all sorts of different things. But he played Vegas, and each year he had to be more outrageous, and the contracts went up. So way back, I think in the 40s, he was earning $50,000 a week, a small fortune. And he became ill at Radio City Music Hall. The reason he became ill is they'd cleaned his costumes, and they'd used some sort of petroleum sort of liquid with it. Anyway, the heat from his body set off fumes on the jackets, and it affected him very badly. But he used to fly in. He used to take the mickey out of himself, but didn't really like other people taking the mickey out of himself. He had his manager with him. They would go to the ends of the earth to deny that he was gay. And in fact, he sued in this country Cassandra of the Mirror, who wrote that they'd seen Liberace, and he was this mincing puffball of mother love, you know, sugar-coated ice cream and all that. And Liberace sued, because what it was saying was that he was a gay boy, and he couldn't have that. And in court, I remember them saying to him, do you wear scent? They didn't call it aftershave, it was called scent, and that was seen as very effeminate. And he said, yes, I do. He said, and people like it, I smell nice. And in the end, he won the case. He actually got the apology he wanted from Cassandra for insinuating that he was gay, which of course he was. So when he contracted HIV and he became very ill, it was everything that they didn't want, because there was no way they were going to be able to hide this. And they didn't, because I think it was the mayor of Las Vegas, when after Liberace died at his home, surrounded by women for some strange reason. By that time, all the boyfriends had disappeared. One he'd taken to court, who was Scott, who featured in his shows, as indeed did most of the people. But the mayor of Vegas decided he was going to have his bit of the glory in the thing. So as Liberace's body was whizzing away over the desert, the mayor called it back. He wanted to do a test on Liberace's body to find out what he died of and to make sure that people knew that he was gay and he died of an AIDS-related illness. And that was it. That was the last thing that he could have done to Liberace that would have hurt him had he been alive. But his house was still there. There's a piece on YouTube. People had broken into it. It became a ruin, and it was such a shame because he obviously enjoyed his parties. And I think if you saw the film, was it Beyond the Candelabra or Behind the Candelabra? It was one of those two. He was famous for the candelabra, famous for his clothes. Behind the candelabra, and that was they tried to recreate it as much as they could. It was very interesting. When I went to Vegas years and years ago, I went to the museum, which was in a little shopping mall, and they had two sides to it. Costumes were over one side, and the other side were the cars and some of the pianos. And then they wanted to sell the mall, so the museum got put into mothballs. But interesting, very interesting man, very interesting, and just sort of seemed to enjoy things. But did he? Was he unhappy? Who knows? I record this morning every day. Not for its content, I have a thing for Alice Beer, says John. When I'm fast-forwarding through the show in the evening, I see some of the guests and the items I have on. It's a silly, shallow, lowest common denominator show. How people watch it is beyond me. Well, they're not all like that, but they do have what they call human interest stories. Everybody does them. Everybody does them. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work. But again, we shouldn't really be exploiting these people. Because you can't find enough people now. They're crawling out of the woodwork to come and say, I was on the Jeremy Kyle show. I was in there's one here, an audience member, Babette Lucas Marriott. Babette, I ask you, where do these names come from? And you know what sort of people they are. The sort of people are in the audience, the sort of people that could be actually on the show. And it's a bear baiting show. It's the Colosseum. It's the thumbs down. We're going to watch you squirm. And we're going to find out how much we can sort of have. I mean, all these people go, I was on the Jeremy Kyle show. How do we know they're not lying? What are they going to do? Go back through all the tapes and go, well, she said she was on the show. She wasn't. But we don't know. We don't know. My prostitute sister blames our dad for her 20-year addiction. And they put these people on there, and you look at them and you think, what is this? My son's dad is now living as a woman. All these kind of, it's ridiculous. We did watch it. Jeremy Kyle enjoyed doing it. He did it very well. But if they thought it was wrong, they'd have cancelled it years ago. ITV don't mess around. They've been known to cancel series before. Read Komodo dragons. You can spot them in most bars on a Friday night out in Croydon. However, for hogs, try Happy Hour in Staines. Thank you. Connie says, do you know what? I've just noticed the Jeremy Kyle show was like the Jerry Springer show with all those fights, the arguments, the security had to come on stage. But the scary moment was when a guest headbutted another guest. You could even hear a click when he broke the nose of the other guest, and then blood was coming out. You can see that on YouTube, says Connie. That's what the programme was. They've got a participant who's been everywhere, Dwayne Davison, who's another one who's complained about his treatment. But they were making a television show. These people signed a form. Why are they coming out later and then saying, oh, it was this and that? They had a researcher who's as yet unnamed. A researcher. I mean, really, they do tea, coffee and sandwiches. Who was making all sorts of claims. All sorts of claims. And then, then they look back at the other people who've committed suicide on other programmes. I think around the world, 38 people have committed suicide. People who obviously should have been weeded out in the first part of the show where they find out if somebody's fit for purpose. These are very vulnerable people. You're putting them, nobody's explaining to them. Nobody explains to them exactly what your life could be if the public turn against you or they like you. It's very difficult. I used to say to Dale, nobody ever tells you how to behave. So you can be a nobody. Then you get a primetime show on the television. The next thing, millions of people know who you are. There'll be magazine articles written about you. There'll be photographs taken. We used to get papped all the time, Dale and I. If ever I saw a paparazzi, I would step right back. I didn't want to be in pictures. Wasn't remotely interested. We were just going out for dinner. But we never got papped in restaurants, but always outside a restaurant. There'd be somebody going, oh, Dale. And he would look at, hi. And I was always in the background, staying well away from it. I wasn't interested. But some people thrive on it. Oh, hello, Mary, or whatever the name is. Could just lean forward, stick your boobs out a bit. Yeah. That's what they think is fame. They haven't done anything to deserve it. They just do it. They're people who, when it all goes pear-shaped, they start going bankrupt. Look at Kerry Katona. How many times bankrupt? Daniela Westbrook. How many times bankrupt? Jordan. I mean, seriously. There's a woman who needs to get her finances in order, having to sort of offer to sing at people's funerals. Dreadful idea. Dreadful idea. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Also, Aldi, panned by the Scots for a square sausage. What's that with a square sausage? That's called a patty, isn't it? And Luke Goss, I never thought I'd be telling you this one. They wanted him on Strictly. He said no. Why? He's too big a star. He's too big a star to appear on Strictly. Thinks it could affect his movie career in America. Matt Goss appeared on it a few years ago and didn't do anything to resurrect his career. So that's why they didn't bother asking him this time round. But Luke Goss has turned it down because he's too big for the show. I would suggest, actually, neither of you are too big for the show. The show is the big thing. It's just you have to decide whether or not you need the money. But if he thinks that's what it is. But he's not too big for the show, believe you me. He really isn't. And what do they reckon? Oh, Dame Edna making a welcome return from retirement. And what was the other one? Do the Scots have a square sausage, Poppet? They do. Aldi have been criticised for doing that on their breakfast, a square sausage. What's wrong with that? I thought that'd be quite a good idea, wouldn't it? Isn't that just called a beef burger? Not a square... Oh, right. It's a sausage patty. Okay, riveting. He doesn't live in Scotland, of course. You call it what? Loring. What's he saying? Oh, lawn. Sorry. Why can't I understand you? Is it because your accent's quite heavy? And yet you're very weak. You have been away from the homeland for quite some time, haven't you, really? It's not like you go up there to practice the dialect. Are you going the weekend after? I'm so excited. Can I come with you? Oh, okay. Are you taking the washing back up again? Is that how long you leave it between pants? And the girlfriend? You're taking up the girlfriend? What, to leave her there or what? Wait a minute. She's not your mother's new home help, is she? Is that what she is? Oh, Mum, this is my girlfriend. And she's going to help you with the washing. That would be awful, wouldn't it? Experts think they might have found the bones of an 11th century Queen of England. Tell you about that one. 16th of May. 16th, I don't know why I'm getting excited about 16th of May. Now that the summer's changed, I did get out there with the hose yesterday. I've got one of those expanding hoses. It goes from like that to like massive. It's an X hose. And it's very good. It's very, very good. And I've got two joined together. And it means that I can sort of plug it in and then sort of wander around the patio spraying everything. And all of a sudden things have started bursting forth. Quite clearly, under the soil, the Lord is a-working his magic. Love your show, Steve. I try and go to sleep about 9 p.m. The alarm set for 4 a.m. every morning. Thank you. And another one here from Debbie says, have you put something in your water this morning? He might have been in a rush and didn't have time to iron his shirt. It's not a shirt, it's a jumper. He folds his jumper. But obviously it's been folded for some time because, A, we haven't seen this side of the wardrobe. This is the summer collection, as modelled by Thomas. And it's a white jumper. It goes over the top of a shirt. He's obviously decided... Oh, sorry, cream. It's cream. Cream. Well, there you go. I'm so sorry, I'm a little bit colourblind. Nice of you to pick on me. Thank you very much indeed. It's cream. I thought it was white. Looks white to me. It's white. That's what I thought it was. What... It says, well, they're lying to you. Basically, it's white. I can see it's white from here. But anyway, so he comes in wearing this thing. He's obviously had it folded in his drawer. Whereas, in fact, normally you put it on one of those nice hangers with flock on, so it keeps the shape. Anyway, and JK always gives them a choice. I used to think the contestants got paid to play an act. I find it a comedy. And by the way, says Debbie, I love your singing voice and your laugh. See, I can sing. He just won't tell me the name of the choir, Debbie. It's not good, is it, really? James says, enjoy the show. Heard you singing this morning. Are you planning knocking out a Christmas #1? That should upset your choir master. We could do... Come, they told me, pum-pum, a newborn king. He's not interested. He's not interested in any of that. He obviously doesn't, Or do we get paid in 8 days' time? Do we really? That'll be useful. I've got VAT to pay this month. Well, next month. I can go see the choir. I can buy a ticket. To his next performance. Well, listen, I can buy a ticket though. I can give money. I've got money, right? I got money. Yeah. How much is the choir to book for a corporate event? All right, it's an event for me and Chris. Okay, for me and Chris, we're looking for about 20 minutes. 20 minutes. How much? A bit. All right, 35 minutes then. We'll book 35 minutes. How much is that? London. Central London. Central London. Well, right bang in the middle of London, central London. When it's the central is the key word. See, it's not on the outskirts. Well, I can't give that away just yet. All right, Leicester Square. It's in Leicester Square. You can be either. Of course, we provide the whole thing. The whole thing. What do you mean providing mics? We're a radio station. Of course, we're providing microphones. Everything. How much? Just give me a price. Give me a ballpark figure. What do you mean you get back to me? Don't you know now? Well, why were you asking all these stupid questions then, as if you were something to do with the... Oh, right, for your own amusement. Très amusement. A little bit like, there's the bus stop. Huh? There's the bus stop. There's no buses coming down, but you can stand... I bet you stood at that back window going, I can't believe they're still standing there. I bet you did that. He didn't tell us that the buses were cancelled the other day. All stood there and pointed at us. Yeah, I'm not at all surprised. But don't worry, because I got my own back on my bank manager some time ago. And I have to tell you the story because I was a little bit wicked. I didn't think I was going to get away with it, as gags go. And she phoned up, and I was in the office, and she phoned me up in the office, and she said, oh, by the way, she said, I better tell you, you're overdrawn. Now, what happens with my bank account, I've got an account, I've got quite a few accounts, and then money transfers over. So when it drops under £400, the top-up account will do. And so she phoned me up. This is when she didn't know me that well. She knew me, but not as well as she thought she did. And she said, you're overdrawn. She said, so what are you going to do about that? So I said, she was sort of semi-joking. So I went through with the conversation. So we'll just transfer the money over. Sorry about that. Okay, speak to you later. I phoned her later. I said, thanks a bunch. She said, what for? I said, because that was on speakerphone and the whole office heard you berating me about my account. She was mortified. She was so mortified. The following day, a huge bouquet arrived of flowers. Huge bouquet of flowers. And with a note saying, I'm so sorry. It'll never happen again. Because if you're discussing somebody's finances over the telephone, and I kept it going for ages. I didn't tell her until about 6 months down the line that it was a gag, and it wasn't on speakerphone at all. She went up the wall, went crackers, absolutely crackers. She went, I had to buy a bunch of flowers. I said, I know, they were lovely. Thank you very much indeed. 50 quid bunch of flowers, and I got compensation back as well. She got her own back. Steve, surely that merits further mention. The Scots have a whole different species of sausage, the lawn sausage. A bit like your expanding hose. Yes, well, but the hose is good. I mean, I used to have a lot of trouble with hoses. If you've got a hard hose lock or something, they all do different, these expanding hoses. It kind of took off in a big way. And it's so much easier because trying to get the thing back on a reel or a roulade or whatever they call it was a bit of a pain for me. So having the X hose I thought was brilliant. Pauline says, the issue with Aldi and the square sausage is Aldi claim to have invented it. In reality, us Scots have had square sausages since the 1890s, invented by Tommy Lawn, hence it being known as a lawn sausage. That's L-O-R-N-E. That's really lovely to know that. You didn't know that? No. Like you won't know where your bus is going from today, because I've cancelled them. You won't be able to get on a bus. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you are going to get payback time, I promise you. For making us stand by the bus stop for 30 minutes, you're so going to pay for it. But I won't tell you when, or where, or how. But something will happen between now and Christmas. No, we wouldn't go as far as firing you. Suspending you, maybe, I don't know. We'll have to think about it, but the repercussion will be slow in arriving. Listening to you following surgery, says Caro. Everything hurts and I'm wearing paper knickers. Are you sure it's surgery? You're not in some bondage parlour, are you, or something like that? Are we sort of... I often get calls from people, help. You know, we always get that. And Lady Paula loves the show. A lot of people talking to me about Komodo dragons. Thank you so much indeed. And TV shows should have more plots on climate change. I think we should, yes. I don't want too many. And also, the best place to come up with new ideas is in bed. I always find that works for me. Does it work for you as well? Also, the ungrateful ex-Corrie actress Catherine Tilsley says, I'll never go back to Coronation Street. They don't want you, dear. They don't want you. What an ungrateful old baggage she turned out to be. Front page, Corrie ruined my life. Darling, if it wasn't for Corrie, nobody'd know who the hell you were. What on earth are you doing dissing a show that made you? I shall never return to the cobbles. The show has a punishing schedule. Oh, Diddums. Oh, Diddums you. Why don't you get a life? Why don't you get a life, dear? Apparently she's finally found a job after months sitting there. I'll never go back to the street. They don't want you. They don't want you. Very ungrateful. If that show hadn't picked you up and run with you, and she did 7 years on it, it obviously couldn't have been that bad, could it? If you hadn't been on there, nobody'd know who you were. Very ungrateful. Hope other directors are watching, thinking, oh, careful, she might stick the knife into us as well. The GC suffers another wardrobe malfunction on her American trip. Apparently a gust of wind, must have been one hell of a gust of wind, blew her clothes apart. Must have been standing there with a bloody wind machine, I suppose. And so you can see her legs, like her legs. It's an unusual Eurovision this year. Many of the songs are actually good. Unfortunately, the British song isn't one of them. That's what Graham Norton said. I don't know what. And also, can somebody explain to me Eurovision? Dun 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 dun. Australia in it. Since when were they in Europe? I mean, have I missed out, or perhaps my geography isn't as good as other people's? But they've been in it. This is the second time. They've been third time. What? They invited them. What? It's Eurovision. I mean, tie me kangaroo down. That's not going to win anything, is it? Oh no, probably not one either. No, that one definitely won't. Yeah, Santa Claus, that was a fairly good one. I don't know what would be a typical Australian song. Actually, I'm trying to get at the moment. If it comes off, it'll be a miracle, because I'm so looking forward to get Judith Durham in from The Seekers, because I've been a fan for years and years and years, and they're coming to the end of a tour together with Athol Guy, and yeah, I mean, I'm not getting too excited in case it doesn't come off, because she's getting on a little bit now, and she's not had the best of health, but there's something lovely about The Seekers. I've got them on DVD, I've got them on video, I've got them on the computer, I've got them everywhere, because we all know train whistle blowing makes a cheery noise up and so all of those songs. And what was the other one? Another Seekers song. Loads of Seekers songs, aren't there? I mean, some of their early stuff was very church music. They did a lot of religious songs and everything else, but she's got a most unusual voice. Oh, it's the music. This isn't the Seekers, is it? This is the LBC Orchestra. Come on, girls, play it louder. Here we go. We're heading up to the news at 5. I'm Steve Allen. Still to come, Will Smith. It's make or break time. It's Alan's early breakfast. It's LBC. At least somebody's cheerful this morning. There were a lot of miserable people this morning, I should imagine. I don't know why. The weather's turned, and it's quite good. It's quite good out there. Well, it will be this afternoon. I was out there yesterday watering, and all of a sudden, things have started bursting into life. I even bought something which is totally against me. I don't normally buy lobelia, but I bought some lobelia yesterday thinking, I'll put it in one of my pots around the outside. It's trailing. And then put some nice stuff in the middle of it. Either way, once it all gets going, I'm perfectly happy. But at the moment, it's been a bit slow, and I think that's probably to do with the fact that it's been cold and it might have killed off some of the bulbs. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. It'll all turn out for the best, and then I shall send you pictures. You can see them on the Twitter feed, which is nice. Footballer Saido Berahino has been fined £75,000 over a drink driving incident. I wish I'd not done that one, actually. I was trying to make it sound so professional. I didn't work there at all. Make or break time for tarnished movie idol Will Smith. Since when was Will Smith a tarnished movie idol? I mean, I thought he was still a big star. BA has flown into a fresh sexism row after warning female cabin crew staff about wearing the wrong bra. Didn't know there was a right bra and a wrong bra, but apparently they're wearing the wrong one. And Dame Edna Everage makes a welcome return from retirement. Obviously, they've really... Although, before, she used to get big-name guests like Roger Moore and people like that. Now they say, might have to be different sorts of guests. I thought, oh, please, no. Not somebody from a reality show. Because they can't string two words together. That's why the best place for these people is tucked away on something. When you hear most of the cast of Made in Essex, it's like listening to a bunch of 2- and 3-year-olds. Were you going to get the tea and the water, or were you just sort of leaving it? Would you like me to stand up and go and get it? I wouldn't mind. Like, you've even got loads of things to do. Goodness sake, honestly. Sitting there all creased. You must have had that in there for an awful long time in that drawer. The crease marks are almost... They're a bit legendary, aren't they? Even if stretching it's not helping. Not really. It's nice. It just fits. Just fits. Another season, of course, it might not. Right. What else? Moving tale from TV's Puppy Dog series, teaching old dogs new tricks. I can't work out why, well, I probably can, why Jeremy Kyle has already set up a new media company with his girlfriend as one of the directors. Danielle Steele, you must know if you're an avid reader, Danielle Steele has slammed work-shy snowflakes for not buckling down to hard work. There's a picture in one of the papers today, one of the Fahir's sisters, you know, the one who's got the mummy diaries, never does a stroke of work, they just sort of faff around at home, off on another holiday. Off on another holiday. I can't wait for these things to collapse on top of them. I really can't. It doesn't really put us in a good light, does it? And this weekend, we're all going to be alcoholics. You know why? Because you've got football, and you've got... It's the FA Cup final. The FA Cup final. I will be sitting there... Wait, who's playing? Man City and Watford. Whoa! Big up the Watties. And Watford will not be winning. It'll be Man City, will it? Have they got a bigger football base club players? They're very, very rich, right? Watford, not very rich. Weren't they owned by Elton John? They were. Did he sell them? There's a stand with it, of course there would be. And a seated and a lie down, also named after Elton John. Oh, right. So who actually owns it now? It's not owned by him. Oh, right. Why would you want to buy a football club? Oh, sorry, there's always... yes, they're very useful, aren't they, football clubs, for doing all sorts of things with. How exciting. So it's definitely going to be Man City who are going to win. Right. Well, I should put £1 on that one, then. If you're wrong, and I'm down £1 at the end of the day, there'll be trouble. £1. I won't make much of that quid. I don't think I'll... You imagine going in there, £1 to win on Man City. I could probably guess the score, couldn't I? I could guess the score. I think it's going to be 2-1. 2-1 to Man City. That's what I do. Don't take my word for it, please. We're not a gambling programme. We don't do things like that. But every so often we might do. I've never done money on football before. So what are we going to get for...
Man City is 6-1 on to win.
6-1 on to win. What's that mean? Because I don't know anything about gambling. They're almost certainly going to win. Oh, okay. And can I put... Oh, so you can have home, draw and away. What's that mean? Home, draw and away. Oh, for this... Oh, right. It counts as an away. Oh, right. Oh, interesting. All bets. There we go. Let's have a quick look what we got. Click on the odds. Click on the odds. So I'm going to go... Oh, God, there's so many different combinations. I didn't realise. 2-1 to Man City. Yes, please. 9-1. Oh, wow. Yes, of course, please gamble responsibly. Don't take anything I say. Without mentioning the Seekers, says Kevin the Milkman, you've got me singing Morningtown Ride. My mum used to sing that to me as she tucked me up in bed when I was about 4. I really hope I get the interview with her and Athol Guy. I really do. Because she's got such a unique voice, hasn't she? Train whistle blowing. And in fact, if you go onto YouTube and type in their last tour, they're in Australia, and they've got a packed house, and they're doing all their songs. And it's just so wonderful. And the other one, which of course is my favourite, I am, you are, we are Australian. Written by Bruce, I think, in the group. The lawn sausage, says Jim in Aberdoom, is a dollop of sausage meat on a skin, in most cases as tasteless as it comes. As a born and bred Scot, I can only say they're not our best creation. Give me a good Cumberland any time. I agree. I was never a fan of the Jeremy Kyle show, Steve, but wasn't it just people and trolls outside the show who caused the problems? Will all social media be banned? I'm sure more people have taken their own lives because of comments on social media than from TV shows. No, it doesn't work like that, strangely enough. You might think it did, but unfortunately, the statistics prove you wrong. Sel says, I went to a spin bike session the other night. They asked for music requests and I suggested Release Me by Engelbert Humperdinck. Please release me, let me go. Sufficient to say it went down like a lead balloon. Nick says, I only discovered your show by fluke in February this year, trying to escape Brexit. It's utterly brilliant, fun, educational and reassuring. LBC should advertise it much, much more. Shh, don't start that one. Don't start that one. We don't actually ever need to advertise something that does really well without the advertising. I mean, I agree sometimes, well, it'd be nice to see myself on a billboard. You know, driving down the road and they go, on air now on LBC, Steve Allen. Perhaps we could arrange that one, I think, because we've now got a new company that does that sort of... I quite fancy that idea, actually. Have to be a special picture of me. And... No, I wouldn't be driving when I was on. Somebody could take a picture of it. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm sorry I saw you on the 148 to Shepherd's Bush, passing through Parliament Square. I don't even know where the 18 goes to. 148. Never been on it. Never. Steve, that's a shock. Dame Edna. I thought Barry Humphries died years ago. Absolutely not. He's a powerhouse. Adrian in Weybridge says square sausage fits between two slices of bread perfectly. Yes. And we should always wear, says Holly, a well-fitting bra. However, my friend is a big-breasted girl, and she rarely wears the right bra. If she's hauled them up, she says she could poke somebody's eyes out. Lord. I mean, how big are they, for goodness sake? I mean, that sounds enormous. There was a girl called Chesty Morgan, wasn't there, years ago? She was an 86-inch bust. 86-inch. I can't remember if she was double D. Whatever it was, the trick she had was to come on stage and attempt to stand up. That was the act. And she did a couple of songs. I got the whole world in my hands and Over My Shoulder Goes. Very good, very good. Steve, what would Thomas's dressing room rider be? A plate of Peri Peri, Nando's, and a 6-pack of Beck's? I don't think it would be, actually. I think you might be surprised. I think you might be surprised. He might be a little bit more cultured than we're giving him credit for. Not been awake long, says little Julian. Already you're talking about long sausages. I can't help it. I can't help it in the morning. It's coming up to 5:15. I've drunk water. And you know me and water. Not so good. A famous Australian song is Friday on My Mind by the Easy Beats. Here we go. We've got the tea and the water. Look at this, honestly. It's like a balancing act. You could have joined Cirque du Soleil. Unfortunately, they have a thing about costumes being pristine. You know, not looking creased. Thank you.
Welcome.
Such a bad mood today. I don't know why.
I'm happy.
You're happy?
Yeah.
Yes, what is the rider? If you were having a dressing room, what would your rider be? Do you know what that means? No. Okay, what would you want in your dressing room? Like, I have, as you know, M&M's but no blue ones, and I have ice cold water, mainly Scottish, and I have tea. What would you have? Oh, Lord, honestly, it's like pulling teeth, isn't it? Has nobody ever asked you these questions?
No.
Well, okay, imagine you're somebody... All right, well, really delve into your mind. Imagine that you're famous, and they say, okay, what would you like in your dressing room before you go on stage to make you a happier person? What would you want?
Whiskey.
Whiskey?
Yeah.
That's it? Any particular brand of whiskey?
Lots of food.
Lots of food, okay. What sort of food?
Lots of meat.
God, I tell you, going out for dinner with him must be a painful process. A glass of meat?
No, lots of meat.
Oh, lots of meat?
Yeah.
Oh, right. The vegetarian stuff's gone out the window now. He's now discovered he's a meat eater. What was that choir called?
No.
Just thought I'd ask, you know. I'll tell you, I'll get it by hook or by crook. I don't say no. It's a challenge to
Two
me.
of them listen to the show, but I've sworn them secrecy.
Really? I'll give you money if you tell me. Mrs. Woman knows, doesn't she? She could send me anything. Mrs. Woman could send me anything. Thomas's mother. That would make it easy, wouldn't it? Monet, Monet, Monet. And it did go for Monet. The French Impressionist Haystacks painting sells for £85 million. Do you know you can get people who copy them very well nowadays? You don't actually need to have the original. You can just get somebody to do a copy of it. People come round and you go, I've got sunflowers as well. Which would be lovely. Imagine bringing people... Oh, I'd definitely go for things like that. I'm obviously a bit older than I thought I was, because I like old stuff. Steve, I love your show. You cheer my day all week. Oh, that's nice. Anthony says, if ITV are going to ban programmes that destroy lives, they should ban one of these gambling programmes, encouraging people to get hooked on gambling, getting into debt. Well, they do say gamble responsibly. They have to say that. but they are designed to, and it's, no idea how much money people gamble. I only notice it when I see the roulette table, and it shows all the imaginary money going down on each. It's like fortune each time. It's thousands of pounds that goes on each and every time. And they're always based in the Isle of Man, aren't they? So the actual presenter used to be based at Teddington Studio, but the actual wheel was being spun on the Isle of Man. It was to get round the gambling stuff as well. Mark says our MPs really are a waste of space. Well, you don't know what they do half the time, do you? They obviously think they are made of different things than the rest of us. And didn't McDonald's sell a square sausage patty on their sausage and egg McMuffin? I don't think so. I don't know. I think they've always been round, haven't they? I mean, we think round. Okay. We need to find out for you this morning, if you're a traveller, what the hold-ups. Apparently Australia, says Ulrika, is full of British convicts. Yeah, but they are the nice ones. We did send over a lot, didn't we, Ray? I wonder why we picked Australia. Because it's far away and they couldn't swim back, I suppose. Therefore, the Australians are rightfully entitled to perform amongst genuine British convicts. Famous Australian songs, Slim Dusty, Pub Without Beer, and Paul Kelly from Little Things, Big Things Grow. Yes. And have you checked Thomas's social media, says Wendy, for the choir's name? Yes, it's not on there. We've been everywhere. Don't worry, I'm sure that Mrs. Woman will be sending me a little... she will be. I know she will. Otherwise, I'll be letting her know a few little secrets that maybe she's not aware of. Okay? The best thing ever, Scottish square sausage and a soft bap, says Sandra. My nan was from Glasgow and she'd done them every time I went to stay with her on half-term or summer holidays. And Sid Cup Julie says, I feel you're a little bit mad this morning. Give me a tune. I'm going to see The Lion King soon. I'm not going to ruin the show for you. It's a great show. Thomas went to it. He wanted to be in it. Didn't you? You could do the waving the stick with the bird at the end of it, on the end of the line. What was your favourite song? What was your favourite song? Circle of Life, yeah. Did you? Oh, that's lovely. Oh, I'd like to see you cry, actually. You will be crying when we find out the name of the blooming choir. In the papers today, it's Jeremy Kyle. Jeremy Kyle, all the way through. He talks to The Sun. He says he's devastated. He said, myself and the production team were all utterly devastated. Well, that's odd, because he was down in his house the other day, which is nowhere near Manchester. And this is after Steve Diamond, 63, took his own life. A suspected suicide, they say. He was branded a paedophile by his estranged wife. I mean, it really... And also, have you ever played table football? Like Subbuteo and things like that? I mean, you could damage your fingers playing Subbuteo, really quite badly. But there's a little boy here. It's Chrissy Samuel's little grandson. And she bought a table football set for him, which is lovely. She bought it. It's a vintage set from a charity shop so she could play it. She said, we suddenly noticed that the goalie has no shorts on. And they've given him a little willy. And she says it's very dodgy tackle. And he was left exposed. He's got moulded man bits. So funny. So funny. But she says, I wasn't sure about showing it to him, and he was shocked, but I think he's more focused on the football. Children, they just think it's funny, don't they? Kids are always doing things like that. ITV scraps the Kyle show after guest death. MPs launch probe amid fears for contestants' care. Devastated host Jezza, thoughts are with the family. Of course, if he makes £3 million because he's set up a company now, he could. He said, we've worked together for the last 14 years. And as I've said again, and I'll do it again and again and again until it kind of sinks in, if ITV thought there was something the matter with this show, they would have pulled it years ago. Quite clearly, they didn't think there was anything the matter with it. The advertisers didn't think there was anything the matter with having their products advertised in all the commercial breaks. So why have they axed it? The answer is Mrs. May got involved. That's purely what it is. Once the Prime Minister... Look at the McCanns. The moment Cameron gets involved, the money starts flowing through, and it's never been changed ever since. In the case of the Jeremy Kyle show, Theresa May got involved, and ITV obviously went, whoa, get rid of it, drop it, we'll find money elsewhere. Doesn't make any difference now, does it? Because she actually could have done all sorts of things. Somebody says he set up an instant company because he knew that the next time he was in a company, somebody would shout, get a job, you scumbag. I don't know what he's going to do next. What can he do? I mean, they couldn't do the Jeremy Kyle show and change the format because that's the only way he knows how to do it. He can only do those kind of shows. Janice in Ilford said today is my parents' 60th wedding anniversary. They got a beautiful card from the Queen. Made their day. Think she signed it? Or do you think it was signed by a machine? A difficult one, that, isn't it? It's difficult. I don't know, actually. But nice to have that. So 60th wedding anniversary you get. Steve, 4 years ago I got hooked on online bingo. I got into so much debt I couldn't pay my mortgage or council tax, two most important. Eventually I told a family member who thankfully got me back on track. Things were so bad, I even stole tea bags and toilet rolls from work. Do you know that's the most common item nicked at work? Toilet rolls. I do know. I have heard of people who nick toilet rolls. And seriously, and milk. And tea bags. It's odd, isn't it, that people would sort of pinch the basics. I mean, but I suppose until people get checked, perhaps we'll have to start going through one of those scanners that can see what you've got in your bag. I've pinched things before. I have. I don't care. I'm quite ruthless. I wanted a couple of mugs. And there's thousands in this building. I can't begin to... In fact, I had a load of Steve Allen the Bitch's Back, which I brought over from our last place, put them into the kitchen, thinking they would remain in the kitchen. Within a day, they'd all gone. Somebody at home is clutching a load of Steve Allen the Bitch's Back tour from 2007. 2007. Even I was shocked. So, victim, my ex was a pedo. The dark allegations on the love cheat. This is his estranged wife, Diane Healing. Lie detector results, they say, on the Jeremy Carr show were often faked to make them more dramatic. Why would you need to fake them? I mean, would it make any difference? Would it really? An ex-producer says the show was a circus. If a lie detector test was 50-50, it would be up to the producer to decide a result. Good Lord. Yesterday, The Sun revealed that Bruce Burgess, founder of UK Lie Tests, which carries out the show's polygraphs, has a criminal record. He was caught lying about a speeding offence. Well, not really the end of the world, is it? A speeding offence. I don't think it was that difficult. Also, more than 520 staff at hi-fi and TV retailer Richer Sounds will share $3.5 million in cash bonuses after the founder handed control of the business to employees. Julian Richer has transferred 60% of his holdings to an employee ownership trust. They've done the same with Gems TV. Exactly the same. Isn't that odd? Is Julian Richer on with Dave O'Brien? Oh, right. Today. Do you think Dave O'Brien's ever been to Richer Sounds? I've been there loads of times. There's one, a very big one down in Kingston. All over the place. You ever been to Richer Sounds? No, of course you haven't. Never done anything really, have you? I just said, you just sing. I am what I am, yes, I'm one of the people. You went to see The Lion King, we know, dear. He was asking me the other day things to go and see. I was trying to get him out of the country, but he wasn't having any of that. So each of the 522 employees will pick up £1,000 for every year worked at the firm, meaning an average payout of 8,000 quid. Whoa, I like that idea. That's good. He will get 9.2 million for the stake, although 3.5 million will be handed straight back to staff as loyalty bonuses. Good Lord. Cool. I like that idea. So just back to Luke Goss. I never thought he'd say this, actually. I'm quite surprised. Because he does have a career, and he would rather concentrate on his acting career than take part in Strictly Come Dancing, because he says he's too big for the show. Strictly bosses are desperate to bag him as the star of their lineup. No, they're not. They'll take anybody. And so because they only would have heard about him for the simple reason that that his brother went on it a few years back and it didn't do anything for him at all. And then, of course, it comes with a little bit of baggage. Strictly Boss is desperate to bag him, but he's so hot right now. He's not hot at all. The Bros Boys are not hot, take my word for it, because they had a DVD out, which came out a while ago. You know, that doesn't mean he's hot at all. In the acting department, I mean, he's way down the list. Way down. He's nice, but he's way down the list. Sun lovers basked in temperatures hotter than Ibiza yesterday, with some spots hitting 24 degrees. So 48 and add 30. 78 degrees. Lovely. I shall be watering the plants when I get home. And we are the world's biggest drinkers, so we should learn to booze safely. Apparently we are top. Worst boozers. How many times drunk in the year? The UK, 51. America, 50. Canada, 48, Australia 47, and Denmark 42. The least frequent drunks occur in Argentina, Colombia, Germany, Portugal, Chile. The top place for the least boozy people. Good for them. Good for them. And what does Rod Liddell talk about today? He was talking about Donald Trump. And he's never seen... The amount of people who've never seen the Jeremy Kyle show. They must have seen it. You can't have not... When you've been living on the moon or something, everybody must have seen it at some point. You might not have watched too many of them, but I thought you'd all seen it. I thought so. But he said he hasn't, so he's not particularly bothered either way. Perhaps we could get rid of Love Island. And make or break for tarnished movie idol Will Smith. From Hot to Rot. Will's main films. He's done quite a few, actually. And percentage ratings. So, quite prolific. Bad Boys, 95. Independence Day. I loved Independence. I thought that was really good, actually. Do you know that grossed 635 million? 635 million. Men in Black, very good at. Ali, Men in Black 2, Bad Boys 2, I, Robot? No. Hancock, I Am Legend, £7, Men in Black 3, After Earth, Focus, Concussion, Suicide Squad, and Collateral Beauty. And he's also just playing the genie in Aladdin. They say he tried to conjure up a showbiz dynasty but nearly ruined his family. Genius or Smurf? I like him. I didn't realise that they're sort of saying that he's on a bad roll and he needs to start sorting himself out. Also, Ant McPartlin made a dash to see his former father-in-law one last time on his deathbed. The Britain's Got Talent host begged to see Derek Armstrong after he left hospital. Ant travelled to the family home of ex-Lisa Armstrong in Oxford, but was turned away. Oh, that's all. You made a rush down there to go and see somebody, because they've still got history, haven't they? That's a shame. That's a shame. There's a lovely picture in all the papers today, which I'll tell you about in a moment. It's a brown bear, but it seriously looks like a toy. But you wouldn't be cuddling this thing anytime soon. So we get the news, I think, this morning at 5:30. Those headlines. Little Julie says, I don't believe Luke Goss said that either. I mean, that would be a ridiculous thing to say. The thing he said, by the way, if you're a new listener, and welcome to Thursday, is that he's too big a star to go on Strictly. Well, he's not. If you ask people in America, Luke Goss, he's a perfectly charming man, and he puts his heart and soul into everything. Then there was the rumour the other day, which the Sun are continuing with, that he's split up from Shirley, his wife, and they've been together for 25 years. They tried to put Matt Goss on Strictly. That didn't work, didn't resurrect his career at all. And every so often they come back and they do a couple of concerts and they make a bit more money and they take it back. So at least they've got that, and at least Luke has got the movies to fall back on. And he produces and does all sorts of things. So he's being quite good at diversifying. Unfortunately, Matt is kind of stuck in a time warp. And the time warp is he's got lots of rocks that he talks to around his house and stuff like that. Whether he owns his house or he rents, I don't know. And he's doing a couple of days a week in one of the hotels. Not in a big room. It's a little lounge singing event. He was offering advice to Robbie Williams, who's playing big rooms. So it doesn't quite work. But, you know, to say that's why I didn't believe it. I don't think he'd say something like that. If watching him on that documentary was anything to go by, he's the most sensible one out of the two. You know, the one who was having the Queenie fits and the tantrums and sort of basically throwing his toys out with the bathwater was Matt. And you think, stop it now, grow up. You know, you might have sold all these albums years and years and years ago, but not now. Not now. You just have to get over it. I know it's difficult. Would you perform at the Edinburgh Festival? You'd be a sellout, says Andy. It would be considered. Would be a considered thing to perform at the Edinburgh Festival. I would think there's all sorts of people perform there, because Ian Dale's doing it this year. I mean, admittedly, it's not the sort of show he's stripping, and with sort of various politicians and things like that. I mean, he's very brave to do it. I personally wouldn't do it myself, but he would do it. I don't know. I think actually Edinburgh has got too big. Edinburgh is absolutely huge now, and there's so many performers up there that you could lose yourself very quickly. But I know a number of people who've been up there. It's very good for getting yourself back in to the business if you've been out of the business for a little while. But I don't know. I don't think radio presenters should do that. Mind you, I don't think radio presenters should do pantomimes. But they always use them. Local radio, there'll be, BBC Radio Shropshire will have sort of somebody appearing in a pantomime. Kevin says, could Jeremy Kyle take his show to another TV company? Well, in theory, I suppose he could. He could, but I don't know if he owns the name Jeremy Kyle Show. You see, that might be a registered trade name, and they might say, well, actually, we own it, so you can't... And unlikely as it seems, people sometimes don't own their own names. Judy Garland came over to London. She didn't even own her own name. Somebody else, the studio, owned her name because it was different. Whether in the case of Jeremy Kyle, I don't know. Would somebody else take it on? No. They'd be too worried that something would happen because the format, as is prone to falling off the edge. So I think the answer is no. But what else are you going to put him on? Is he going to do a quiz? You don't really need somebody else doing a quiz. I was watching the other day, and I only sort of watched it because Joe Pasquale was teamed up with Peter Andre, and it was Catchphrase with Stephen Mulhern, who lost his wallet the other day. Poor boy lost his wallet and he said, I'll give you 4 tickets to any of the shows I'm involved with if you bring back my wallet intact. He wants everything in it. I bet you somebody's found it. I think he dropped it in Southampton. Kind of a lost cause, isn't it, really? If memory serves me, didn't Jeremy Kyle used to do a similar style show on Capital some years ago? Jezza's Capital Confessions. He did. But that was a long, long time ago. There's nothing the matter with him. It's just that, unfortunately, now we're dealing with more snowflakes and more people who can't cope with life than we've ever had before. And so we have to accept these people need a bit more help. Matt the Aussie says, Struth, Bruce, us Aussies love Eurovision, especially when you Poms get no points. Nah worries, mate. We have some great singers, Kylie Minogue, Jason Donovan and Mick Dundee. Anyway, got to get on catching these roos. You like the accent? I'm getting better at accents, I tell you. I'm getting so much better at these sort of things now. Do you know, I saw the producer just said to me, what do you think about Jason Donovan's chocolate advert? And I just looked up a minute ago, because I've got TV screens in the studio. It's like being in a TV studio, just a slightly smaller version. And I saw him sitting on he was advertising chocolate, is he? Oh, right. I like Jason Donovan, actually. He doesn't seem to age. Do you know he's had a hair thing? Well, it looks very good. I don't care. I mean, I think he's a good-looking lad. Very good-looking lad. It's like Stephen Mulhern. When somebody told me how old Stephen Mulhern was, you could have knocked me sideways. I've got a picture of a couple of bears. A couple of bear what, Steves? A couple of bears. They're huggy bears. And this is a bear playing with one of its cubs after escaping a grisly existence, entertaining diners in Armenia. In Armenia, they have dancing bears. In this particular restaurant, you sit down and literally the other side of the window, bears are performing in Armenia. So what they've done is they've rescued this bear and her cubs. Well, good that they've rescued. Yes, I think so, yeah. And so Dasha, as she's called, has been brought back, and she spent much of her time locked in a cage, saved by a Sussex-based charity, International Animal Rescue, and released to the Caucasus Mountains in Russia and Georgia. She looks happy and clearly doesn't bear a grudge. She looks lovely. So she's now in the wild, put back again. Well, I hope they survive. They're so beautiful. I mean, admittedly, they could kill you with one swipe of their paw, but they're so beautiful. They really are. And do you remember I remember reading a story a short while ago. This is a classic case of somebody who is troubled. Her name is Katie Lee. Katie Lee has a hobby. What's her hobby? She stands on motorway bridges and threatens to throw herself off. And she's done it quite a few times. She's now been convicted of a public nuisance offence. Her mother died last year, age 47. She stood on a 40-foot high ledge saying, "My life isn't worth living." So the M602 was closed for 20 minutes last month while police tried to talk her down. Officers had been out on 5 previous occasions to save her from the same bridge. She admitted causing a nuisance to the public and was ordered to complete a 12-month community order. This is the sort of person that they put on the television. They put these people on and they build a programme around it. You know, why were you troubled enough to stand on a motorway bridge? Giving them the oxygen. There was a bloke a short while ago, wasn't there, who thought he looked like... Was this the one who thought he looked like David Beckham? But he didn't look like David Beckham. It was just ludicrous to see him on television programmes spouting this nonsense. And then his place burnt down because it turned out he's unemployed, he doesn't do anything. But he managed to find this money for this cosmetic surgery to turn him into a David Beckham lookalike, which, if David Beckham was the biggest screaming queen in the world, he still wouldn't look like him. Ridiculous. Handwritten lyrics by Britpop band Oasis are expected to sell for more than 10 grand. Likely to have been used by the band during studio sessions. I used to do that. I haven't got any of them anymore. I should have saved them. Every time we had a guest in the studio, a celebrity, I'd leave a piece of paper and a pen next to where they were sitting, because 9 out of 10 times people would doodle on it. And we used to have some really famous people, and I thought I could make money out of all these sort of people doodling on these bits of paper. People did little drawings, people wrote things. It was really good. Really good. The Biscuit heiress's slave slip. This is a German heiress. Verena Balzen, who stands to inherit a quarter of Choco, I think it's called Leibniz. You'd have seen the biscuits, half biscuit and then there's chocolate on the other side. Yesterday admitted the firm had 200 slaves, mainly women shipped in from Nazi-occupied Ukraine. She said it was before my time. We paid them exactly as much as the German workers and we treated them well. Social media users called for a boycott, with one saying that Balzen has insulted the Holocaust victims and their families. Can't say anything nowadays, can you? You really can't. I mean, it's every time people say something, somebody's going to complain about it. You know, the weather's going to be nice today, but who cares? And somebody writes, well, it matters to me. I wanted to put my washing out. Wanted to make sure. I mean, some people send their washing home, don't they, in a package and get their mothers to do it. I don't know anybody personally like that, but I'm sure there's somebody probably within spitting distance. Selena Gomez has warned her fans off using platforms on social media. Right. And Kendall Jenner has teamed up with a luxury leather goods brand to launch its debut monogrammed collection. So, I'm not going to be bothered by something like that. George Clooney and his wife, Amal, look far too calm and composed for a couple with year-old twins on their hands. Every time I see them, it's very... Stephen Mulhern has just tweeted me. He said, I'm 58, really. Looking good for 58. Did you get the wallet back, though? Did you get the wallet back? Because that would be... Two things I would worry about. Losing my wallet and losing my telephone. I don't care about anything else. They could take all my clothes off me and leave me standing there stark naked in my vest and pants. But if I lose the wallet... There's nothing in it that I really need. It's personal. And losing your telephone, I would want to make sure that the telephone's there. Because, I mean, I'd have to go back, charge it up, and then input all the phone numbers again, and that would be the pain. In our local leisure centre, says Graham, in Amesbury, there's a poster saying, deciding to start is the hardest part. No, the 9th set of bicep curls is the hardest part, saying to yourself, I should probably go to the gym. It's quite easy and burns very few calories. I can't do things like that. I wish I could. I wish I was that sort of person, but I didn't grow up in a household full of fit people. Although there was nobody overweight in our family. Nobody overweight. Just me. Just me. My mother would be horrified if she came back now. Horrified. Just one of those things, isn't it? One of those things. Some people put on weight, some people don't. And we just have to get by. So you can rent the Spice Girls bus that they used in the movie. 99 quid. It's an Airbnb. Owned by mega fan Suzanne Godley. It has a makeover. It's had a makeover to include a dining and sleeping area. It looks lovely. I mean, it's really nice. An Airbnb, 100 quid a night. Where you park the blooming thing, I've got no idea. It's got a blooming Union... Has it got the Union Jack over the side? Yes, it had. It's called the Spice Bus. I see buses in London. I don't know if you have them where you are. Well, obviously you do have buses. But these are party buses. They're really ghastly. Really ghastly party buses. Not so good. And... 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I'm feeling in a fairly chipper mood today. I don't know why. Only because it might be a bit sunny this afternoon. And now I've seen a bit of sprouting in my terracotta pots, I'm feeling a lot better about life. Because before, there wasn't very much action at all. Now there's a bit of action going on. And it's like, oh, they might actually turn into something quite nice. Begonias this year. All begonias. So they don't work. I should be in a foul mood. But I'll photograph them when they're out, and then you can go, oh, that looks very impressive. I might invest in some new chairs for the patio as well. Because I've had these ones for donkey's years. So if I buy some new ones in a flashy colour, that might sort of make people feel better. They all sunbathe around my way. My Lynn is away in Turkey. She'll come back the colour of creosote. She loves it. She absolutely adores sitting in the sun. Dale loves sitting in the sun. I couldn't think of anything worse. It was my worst nightmare. Sitting in the sun, burning yourself to pieces. Oh, No thanks. We're off to the FA Cup final on Saturday as a family. The FA know how to rip off supporters, as the 4 tickets were £145 each. Are they really? How do they work out the prices? Are they not standard prices in football, or do they just... Oh, right. Why does it cost more for the bigger games? Because it's high-profile game. Got nothing to do with how much the footballers are earning. No. And so who makes all that money? £145 a ticket. The FA make that money. For what? For doing what? Putting on the event, the FA get £145, plus some of the tickets will be more expensive and some will be a little bit cheaper. I'm assuming. Right. And the FA do what? What do? They run football in this country. Right. So are they controlled by the government or something like that? Not really, no. They're basically a law unto themselves, are they? Oh, right. OK, now we know. So that's it. So the producer went to the 2016 final, £90. Yeah, but that was for one ticket. Yeah, but that was 3 years ago. 3 years ago, £90. £90. It was cheaper to go to the theatre. Must have been cheaper for old... what's-his-face in there, to go and see The Lion King. How much did you pay for tickets for Lion King? How much were they? Or were they free? Were they free tickets? Did you get free tickets? You got them heavily discounted. Okay. Oh, how did you manage that? How did you get... Is there a story as to how you got them heavily discounted? There is. Is it to do with me? No. Oh, right. Is it to do with what you do? My friend Jordan's like that. He's very good. He just phones up the PR companies and tells them who he is. And they said, because for years I never bought a ticket for a theatre show because I did so much theatre on the programme. And people would always say to me, do you want to come and see the production? Do you want to see the production? I'd say, no, you're all right. Then I'd go and see things. So we used to go to a lot of the first nights. Interesting story. Very good. Did you see the BBC News last night? Daniela Westbrook was interviewed. What for? You see, that's exploitation. He said, I was shocked. She was once so pretty. Will she? But now looks like she's had a damn good thrashing with the ugly stick. I don't know what they put her on the news for. You know why? Because they'd filmed a Jeremy Kyle thing. And presumably, as they've axed the show, they're not going to be showing that either. She was cancelled from Loose Women. I don't think people like that should be put on television. I really don't. I really don't think we should exploit people's misery and the fact that she's quite seriously got a drug problem because she lapsed, having lied to people, and then she was supposed to be busy mates with Kerry Katona. They were going to look after each other. That came to nothing. They ended up falling out big time. They do, these people. Veal says the Spice Bus is nothing. Here in Doncaster, we got the Spike Bench, the Spice Shop Doorway, the Spice Alleyway, and the Spice Marketplace. Ooh. See, you have to do one-upmanship, don't you? It's not good enough. Heather, the Norwich nurse, says, morning, Steve and fellow Facebook Spiker group. I'm going to London today to deliver a talk to fellow nurses. Feeling a bit nervous. So thank you for making me laugh en route. I shall remember all your presentation tips. Yes, well, the main one is looking at the audience, imagining them all stark naked. But I should imagine, being the Norwich nurse, you've probably seen quite a lot of naked people, so it probably doesn't matter. But once I got going, I was fantastic at doing those sort of things. I get quite emotional. I said, well, as I testified to with the Global Award. My driver this morning said, congratulations on your award. Obviously more people listening to this programme than I'm aware of, but I'm very grateful. Thank you very much indeed. Otherwise it would be a bit pointless to have a radio programme that nobody listened to. What was I going to tell you about? I was going to tell you about something. Oh yes, a new dawn in the cancer war. Wouldn't we just give them heaven and earth if you could find a cure for cancer? And they've got now a treatment revolution that could reduce cancer from a killer disease to a chronic condition. It's new drugs under a £75 million programme that's the best chance yet of beating the illness. I thought the problem was with cancer that there are so many different forms of cancer: bowel cancer, throat cancer, tongue cancer, breast cancer, testicular cancer. The list goes on and on and on and on. That each one needs to be treated differently. There's somebody here called Christine O'Connell, who was nearing 5 years in remission for breast cancer when she suffered a seizure while cycling in London, taken to hospital, given the devastating news that a cancer had returned in the form of a brain tumour. So she endured months of chemotherapy. But she says, instead of seeing the return of her cancer as a death sentence, she regarded it as a manageable condition. So she's benefiting from the new approach to cancer treatment, and was prescribed a drug which she takes in pill form every day after brain surgery to remove the tumour. You see, you have to be ever hopeful. there will be people probably listening to this programme right now who've been told the devastating news to them that the cancer has come back or they've got cancer. And then you go through it. What you have to do is surround yourself with a lot of positive people who will tell you, you can get through this. More and more people do get through it. It's not always easy, and it's a journey that you have to take, and some of the time you feel you've got nobody. Some of the time you think, nobody cares about me, I care. I'm very selfish. I can't afford to lose any members of the audience. I want everybody there for as long as possible. If I'm still here, you have to be there. That's the way it works. I've signed a thing with the devil. He said he's not going to take me away until we've sort of achieved record figures for the programme. So that's how it works for me. But it's very difficult. Have you ever heard of an illness whereby you go to bed and you order stuff online when you're asleep? Here is a lady called Kelly Knipes. She made her early morning check of her email. She was worried to find receipts for goods she didn't remember buying. She bought tins of paint, Haribo sweets, cookie jars, a 10-foot-high basketball hoop, and a stand, which all kept appearing, and she ran up debts of £3,000. Years of trips to the GP and specialists in search of an explanation have found out it was only when she wrote to a consultant begging for help that tests revealed she has a rare condition called parasomnia. I've never even heard of it. One of the most worrying episodes was when she took an overdose of a prescription drug for diabetes, triggered when she was pregnant. But the problem caused by breathing difficulties led her to waking more than 100 times a night. So now, to stop it, they've given her a special oxygen mask. She had occasionally sleptwalked. And the other thing was she was buying stuff. She bought books about teaching, a Wendy house, salt and pepper pots. I love the idea of £100 worth of Haribo sweets. Would explain my depleted financial resources at the moment. You're ordering stuff when you're supposed to be asleep, Steve. I can't imagine doing that, but bless her heart, she's been given the mask, and now the mask helps her to sleep. I know 4 people who've got sleeping disorders, and you get these machines that basically sort of pump all the right stuff in, and so you get better. You get a night's sleep. Jeremy Kyle, luxury homes, racehorses, Barbados. The TV millions led to the empire that cruelty built. He's a massive horse racing enthusiast. He's made millions, so where are they? People ask about the money. People always ask about the money, don't they? They're very curious. He has been a director of only 2 companies. One of them, Ilminster Services Limited, was dissolved years ago with a £5,500 debt. The other is Jezza Limited. Micro-entity accounts for very small companies which do not need to be audited were submitted. They show assets of $539,000, but also revealed it owed a large amount to unspecified creditors, leaving declared net assets of $1,208. The previous year, the company had been $7,500 in the black. How is it possible? Showbiz sources suggest that he's paid around $500,000 for the Jeremy Kyle show, and he'll also pick up further substantial sums from hosting a radio show and from other work like standing in for Piers Morgan. So where is all the money? Perhaps Jeremy's father, an accountant, has advised him that he can perfectly legally set up beneficial offshore trusts in order to diminish the tax liabilities. He certainly has suggested that he doesn't like to pay tax. In an interview in 2010, Kyle was asked to name my real-life villain. He said, the tax man. Same for everybody, isn't it? You ask somebody, I remember in all the quiz shows on the television, and they go, oh, what do you do? And you go, I'm a model. Okay, what do you do, sir? I'm a tax man. Immediately the audience boo. Boo. Yet some of the nicest people I've met have been at the tax office. We used to have a programme years ago on LBC, which I used to host, which was advising people of their tax liabilities and the benefits and what you should be doing and what you should not be doing. And they were really nice. They would send somebody in from HMRC who could rattle it off chapter and verse. You know, I'm a single person, I'm going out to do this, I'm self-employed, blah, what do I need to do? Firstly, you need to... And they would make it so easy, just that most people are terrified. I'm one of them. And I've got an accountant. I'm terrified of anything like that. I try and make sure I'm all up to date with paying all the bits and pieces. And that way, you know, you don't incur their wrath, which is so much easier. A crossword a day can knock 10 years off your brain age. I can't do crosswords. I'm not bright enough to do crosswords at all. Social media says Selena Gomez is terrible for young people. She's got 150 million online followers. Oh, they can't all be genuine, can they? 150 million. News coming up very, very shortly at 6 o'clock this morning on LBC, being Thursday the 16th of May. Islamophobia, the definition rejected by the government. The TV shows which should have more plots on climate change. We've decoded, we think, the 15th century manuscript which Fox first on LBC. It's nice to have your company. 16th of May. Whee! 16th, another hot day. Whee! Is it going to rain? Probably. Not today, it's not. Not today. We can be very positive and tell you that we're going to get some nice sunshine. Happy birthday to Janet Jackson. Pierce Brosnan. Liberace would have been celebrated. Would have been 100 today. But he died some years ago. And Yvonne Craig. And you know who Yvonne Craig is, don't you? She's appeared in a film. She's very famous. Very famous. And I can't remember which film she's appeared in now. But it would have been her birthday. Yvonne Craig, no? We're not getting it? You found it. Have you seen both of them? There are two. There are two. There's a very long one. Read it. Read it. It's very interesting. Pouring over it's like teaching people to read round here. It's fantastic. Dame Helen Mirren claims to be plagued by self-doubt, telling a new podcast by L'Oreal, the Prince's Trust. Those negative thoughts are always lurking there under the surface. What always comes up in my head is that I'm boring, I'm stupid, I'm not exciting enough. L'Oreal, for whom Helen is a brand ambassador, had quite enough excitement from her in 2017 when she suggested the company's moisturiser probably does damn all. They always say, though, don't they? You can get... I mean, I've used very expensive creams, and I've used non-expensive creams. I know. I thought you'd like that. I remembered it just a minute ago when I was... sorry, I'm digressing for the boys next door. Is that an interesting one? I thought it would be, actually. I wonder whether they're aware of that. Also, San Francisco, home of Silicon Valley. I think you should send that to yourself. I think you should send that to yourself and hang on to it, just in case I lose it in the pile. Has banned police and government bodies from using facial recognition technology. The California city became the first in America to take such a step, claiming the technology could threaten our ability to live free of continuous governmental monitoring. We have it here, don't we? I'm pretty certain we do have this facial monitoring. And somebody was saying, you can't use that, you can't use my image. And they go, yes, we can. And they tried it. Apparently, it's very, very successful. I would have thought anything that makes our lives safer would be good news. Some people obviously don't think so. The amount of police programmes on the television, which you see nowadays, which people start arguing. Why have you stopped me? Well, because the car's coming up as stolen. Well, it's not stolen. And so they go on. In the end, it turns out these people are crooks. A Claude Monet painting. I wonder who would buy it, actually. It's going to be a private collector now. Can you imagine if this person who has just bought this for over $100 million, which is about £85 million, I think, 86.1 million. It's the new world record for Monet. Do you think you would go to this person's flat or house and there would be the Monet? But would you think it was genuine or not? That's the trouble. That's the trouble. It was around 44 times the 2.5 million it raised in 1986 when it was last sold. So the previous auction record was £65 million for one of the Water Lilies paintings last year. And they say it's in private hands. The eventual buyer was not revealed. Who wants to tell people I've just bought a Monet? I said, why don't you just come round and lift it off the walls? It is beautiful, though, isn't it? I mean, I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want it, but I'm always intrigued as to people who've got money like that. And then you think, but there's loads of people who've got that sort of money. You can afford to buy it, and then you'd have it in private place, and you'd sit there and just look at it. I mean, this is one of the Haystack series of 25 paintings begun by Monet in 1890. They all feature the same subject, haystacks in the Normandy fields through changing light and weather. He quickly captured what he saw outside on canvas, then he finished off the work in his studio. 85, I mean, can it really be worth £85 million? Or is it just what somebody's prepared to pay for it? It's a case of, I'm bidding against the producer, and he goes, 86 million. I go, 87. And he goes, you're not having it. 88, 90. And then eventually somebody gets to that point where they go, I'm not spending any more, but I don't really want to let it go. Because somebody's got to give up, haven't they? 100 million. Very impressed. I wonder what the commission is on that for the house. Producer Chris is happy with a poster. And I could tell you which one it is. It's a woman scratching her bottom about to play tennis. You've got The Scream. The Scream by Edvard Munch. My least favourite picture. If I was going to have something, I'd probably have, I don't know, Hey Wayne or something like that. I don't know really, but I certainly wouldn't be having the Scream by Edvard Munch. Definitely not. What else we got? The world's worst Airbnb. It's a one of these cabins that comes off all these ships. It's a very odd one, isn't it? Also, Prince Charles looking a bit like Fred Astaire. I think he's shrinking, to be honest with you. He was at Buckingham Palace, and they were welcoming guests there. I think there was about 8,000 guests. I've never been invited. How have I never been invited to Buckingham Palace? This is ridiculous. But he met Ivor Barr, a 91-year-old marathon runner from Bedford, who later confessed he was every bit as charming as she'd hoped. Every year, you know, the Queen invites 30,000 guests to her evening garden parties, which honour those who've had a positive impact on their communities. That's me! That's me! I'm having a positive impact. Good Lord. And decoded, at long last, the 15th century manuscript that foxed Turing. This is Alan Turing and his Bletchley Park colleagues were unable to ravel its mysteries, but a British linguist claims that he's decoded the swirly symbols of a medieval text that baffled experts for centuries. And I'm not going to lose it because I think people who do this are very clever. It's like somebody doing hieroglyphics and they go, this says da, 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 da. I was watching a documentary the other day on the Forbidden City. And the Forbidden City was ruled by a tyrant. He basically nicked the thing and moved in, and he had, I think it was thousands of concubines. Lots of people. So the bit of the Forbidden City that you see in Beijing, the front bit, there's an area 3 times the size at the back of it, which housed the thousands of eunuchs and the concubines and the people. Unfortunately, they built, do you know there is not one screw in the place? It's all built, they floated these logs down from a forest, these trees which floated all down. It's all wedged in and made, they've just undergone, I think, a £900 million treatment of the main thing, because the floor tiles all came from the same place that still produces the floor tiles. I mean, it's absolutely fascinating to look at. Unfortunately, of course, it carries a very dark secret. A very dark secret. At one point, they were more worried about being invaded from within. So the piles to hold the buildings up go down further into the ground than anything ever before, because they thought people from outside would try and tunnel in to the Forbidden City to kill the Emperor. Unfortunately, of course, it was people on the inside who were more interested in killing the Emperor. But, nevertheless, at one point, he had his favourite handmaiden, the Lady Lao, I think it was, and something happened. He died. He died. And he was sort of laid out. He had a eunuch who looked after him and did all his clothing and everything else. Unfortunately, all the people he'd come into contact with had to die with him. And so they all went in there. There was about 1,000, I think. And they literally all stood on stools and they all hanged themselves. And so it was like a mass killing of all these people. And then his favourite concubine, his favourite person that he took for himself, she had to hang herself as well. But they were given everything. It doesn't make it any different, does it, or any better? But they were actually given everything. So they had all the jewellery they wanted, all the food, everything. They lived a life of luxury. It's just that they were kept hidden away in all the little alleyways that are behind the huge palace. It was quite something to see. You should get the DVD out. Very educational, very nice, very nice. Can you imagine, says Zelinka, the insurance premium for the Monet painting? I don't think you'd get it. I mean, you'd have to prove to them that you had the best security to look after it. You can imagine. You can imagine if it's just sort of, somebody comes around to deliver something from Amazon and they go, oh, is that a Monet? And you go, yeah, I just bought it, 85 million. They go, I'm having that. And they just walk out with it. And you go, give it back. I know football, says Chris in Cardiff, is not your thing. Excuse me, but I think you're fine. I am a huge fan of Up the Arsenal. I think I'm a very big... I'm a big fan of the Aston Villa. Yes, not the Arsenal at all, is it? No, I'm a big fan of the Aston Villa. But he says, can you say hello and keep the faith to any fellow Leeds United supporters listening after last night's playoff loss to Derby? Is he being rude? So that one makes sense, does it? All right. So Derby are going to play Aston Villa in the final. Are they up the Derby? That's what we say, isn't it? Do they at the Aston? Yes. We like Derby too. What are they called? Do they have a nickname? The Rams? Wipe that smile off your face, Thomas. It's just what they're called. It's a football team, all right? Did you play football as a child? Did you? What was that for? Accrington Stanley. Who did? No, too far south. Who did you play for? Oh, just played it. Oh, right. For the school team. Woo, what a posh school you went to. You had your own football team in the school. Wow. I played rugby. I was quite good at rugby and quite good at athletics, which is surprising when you look at me now. You don't look at me and think fitness. You don't look at me and go, cool, he looks as though he used to play rugby. I did play it, but I didn't like doing it. I used to get worried in case my mother used to get me into trouble for getting the shorts dirty. We had to play in white shorts. And of course, if you played in the mud and, it was horrible. And hockey we played. I had more bruised legs than anybody else. I was ghastly at things like that. And then we played cricket as well. I was rubbish at that too. I was better at high jump and long jump and running, because I had sort of fairly long legs. I was quite a tall boy for my age. What on earth is he standing on? What is that place that reporter is standing on? It's got an enormous bit of, not Crossrail, is it? You think that's... what are they digging up? What have they found? It's amazing. Oh, my goodness me. They're building HS2, but that looks like a coffin. It was a burial ground. Good Lord above. I don't care about HS2. Doesn't make me a popular person, but to be honest with you, I'd rather have the burial ground. I'd give up, actually. 6:20, give or take a few seconds. I must still look capable of being sporty, says Kevin the Milkman. Well, my boss always tells me, I'm for the high jump. Thank you. It's an old one, isn't it? It's like, I went into the bank the other day and I said, how do I stand for a loan? And they said, well, firstly, you kneel. And we take it on from there. Matt the Truckers says, think you're overestimating your average Amazon delivery driver, Steve. You think they're going to recognise a Monet on the wall. Most of them can barely tie their own shoes. I ordered something the other day from Amazon. It arrived, actually, so I picked it up this morning as I was leaving. And it's like a tonic. And it's only because I saw it advertised. You see an advert and you think, oh, that looks good. It gives you a little bit more of a burst. And so I ordered this, I'll tell you what it is, just after 5:30, because I can't remember it, but it's quite expensive. It's like £13 a bottle. And it could be 2 bottles in there, I don't know. I haven't quite checked, actually. HS2 won't solve the rush hour crush. Even my driver this morning was talking about it. It hasn't made any difference, this extra charge on motorists coming in if you are a person who emits all sorts of dreadful stuff out the exhaust of the car. Hasn't made any difference. The traffic is still absolutely ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. Good to see the royal family. Expect the Duke and Duchess of Sussex baby to become a hard worker. Master Archie Harrison, Mountbatten, Windsor, has been given second billing below the Queen on the court circular section of the royal family's website. The circular lists all official engagements carried out by the royals, whilst there are no duties listed yet for baby Archie. Surely only a matter of time. They're all saying, I quite like Archie. We were very, very keen on that. Very keen on the name. We thought it was about the best name we'd ever heard. And the Mountbatten Windsor, I'm really happy with that. Happy birthday to Pierce Brosnan today. Pierce is 66, star of Mamma Mia, The Thomas Crown Affair. Actually, no mention of Mrs. Doubtfire, where he played a key role in. Janet Jackson, the American singer and actress, performing at Glastonbury for the first time next month. The youngest of the Jackson family, the only artist to boast 3 albums, each containing at least 5 US top 100 hits. The family nickname is still Dunk, because her late brother Michael thought she looked like a donkey. Why Dunk? What's that got to do with it? Dunk. I'm not getting... Eeyore would have been better, wouldn't it? If it's a donkey. Dunk? Perhaps it's some... I know. Because she looked... No, it's still Dunk, because her late brother Michael... What? Say it in American accent. Donkey. Donkey. Oh, donkey. Oh, right, yeah. Oh. Sorry about that. We had all this trouble the other day, didn't we? And Yvonne Craig... Come on, Yvonne Craig is... This is the one who... sadly, she died in 2015. She played Batgirl alongside Adam West, Batman, on the TV... in the 60s. She also was on the Man from U.N.C.L.E. My favourite programme, The Man from U.N.C.L.E. That was so good. Ilya Kuryakin. Before your time. Man from U.N.C.L.E. was ages ago. Napoleon's... Oh, right. Yeah. Did you have a badge? Could you go into a shop and then sort of move the thing and the whole door opened up and there was a complete world behind it? We thought that was fab. I loved it. Loved it. Also, Liberace. Born in 1919, died 1987. The American pianist and entertainer... Born, I can never pronounce his name, is he? Anyway, Valentino Liberace, best known for his costumes is his music. One of his outfits had an 8-foot train of pink feathers, whilst another was a sequined military uniform with hot pants. At his Las Vegas home, he had a mural painted on the ceiling, inspired by the Sistine Chapel, with Liberace's face surrounded by cherubs. He was nothing if not as camp as a Christmas tree. He really was. But there was something about it. They didn't have anybody else who did what Liberace did. Nobody. I mean, Bobby Crush, I suppose, was the British answer to him, and he went on tour with the show. Also, how many people have got hot tubs nowadays? You've got a hot tub? You haven't. Have you really? That's a paddling pool. That's not a hot tub. Does it heat up? No. Or does the whole family... Does Mrs. Woman sit in there as well? No, your Mrs. Woman, not his Mrs. Woman. Really? Is it in the garden? Oh, right. And it goes, oh, right, you sit in the middle of the lawn in an inflatable hot tub. Well, there you go. I bet Thomas hasn't got one. You won't have a hot tub, would you? No. Look at him. Look, so dismissive. Hot tub? I don't think so. I don't think so. Here we go. Is this the holy grail of home curling? And this is, wow. It's ever so expensive. But why is it these things are so expensive now? There is one here. It's you need a salon lesson to start with it, and they're called the GHD Oracle. It's been 6 years in the making. How much is it? 175 quid for curling your hair. However, that is not the most expensive. They've got Cloud9, the curling wand, 109 quid. The Babyliss Curl Secret, 120. And wait for this one. How much do you think this one is? Go on, take a guess. The Dyson Airwrap. The Dyson Airwrap. It makes your hair curling. That's £400. £400. I'd go to the hairdresser. I wouldn't waste your time and trouble. It'll only look as though you've done it badly anyway. We're not good at things like that. You've also got this weekend free inside the Mail on Sunday. Phil Vickery's Family Feast for £5 or less. The first one looks like it's spaghetti bolognese, but with a different sort of. We love Phil Vickery. We love Phil Vickery. As I say, if we could have Phil Vickery come around to cook for us if we had the LBC kitchen. Anyway, we have a canteen upstairs, obviously. But we have a kitchen in the studio would be nice, and then you could just sort of throw something together. It doesn't quite work the same, does it, on radio as it does on television, but I don't care. I don't care. Save the High Street. Headline in the Daily Mail today, Tesco helped kill it. I don't know what's killed the High Street. The fact that it's all coffee shops and estate agents and stuff like that, and charity shops. Today's recipe, I was going to give it to you after the success of yesterday. Thank you very much indeed. We're soaring ahead. Today is fairly simple. It's just easy stuffed peppers. It's just you take a pepper and stuff it. And that's it. I mean, yesterday we were very exotic, very, very exotic. We liked them. I might have to go with some of the Phil Vickery things. Or we might have to just bring a hot tub in. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Steve, you'd be absolutely superb for doing voiceovers on historical and factual documentary programmes on TV. A second illustrious career awaits you. Oh, Lord, listen, I haven't mastered the first one, thank you. Speaking about Amazon deliveries, says Helinka, I recently purchased an expensive item from Amazon. They failed to deliver, even though I was notified it had been. When they replaced it, I realised it hadn't been sent in a brown box. Somebody must have kept it. They do get that a lot, don't they? They do get that. What's wrong with having a hot tub? Stephen Formby says we're in ours most nights floating around. I bet you got one, really. Oh, no. No. Paul Savoury has one in his garden. I don't think I ever sat in it. I can't remember, actually. It's not my sort of thing at all. Producer obviously likes it, because that's his sort of thing. He probably sits there with a beer, you know. Of course, he doesn't drink. He doesn't drink now. Honestly, the amount of people who've given up drink recently. How many months now are we on? Went on to 11 months of no alcohol at all. Wow. What do you drink with meals then? You drink fizzy drinks? Fizzy drinks? Lemonade? God. Orange juice? I've not had lemonade. It is quite dull, actually. I haven't had lemonade for years. I used to love a lemonade. Ice cold lemonade from the fridge. Richard in Wapping says, I like the way Liberace, when singing his signature tune, would end up giving a wink. I'll be seeing you in all those old familiar places. Yes. And Jan in Lincolnshire says, you're on fire this morning. Been at the Jelly Babies? No. No, absolutely not. I had a packet of popcorn earlier on, because it's only a few calories. And Simon says, Man from Uncle, open Channel D. It was so good, weren't they? They were very good, those programmes. Liberace didn't like Elton John and accused him of stealing his act, says Nigel. Really? I would have thought they were around at completely separate times. Completely separate times. Yesterday you mentioned Albert Square might be destroyed in a tidal wave. That's an ex-producer of the programme. Strange enough, Nick mentioned it on his programme. Do you remember the last ever episode of The Little House on the Prairie, when all the residents of Walnut Grove attached dynamite to their houses and blew up each one by one? I don't remember that at all. Doesn't sound very likely in Walnut Grove, where everything was perfect. I didn't realise that the star of Little House on the Prairie was also in Bonanza. Michael Landon was in Bonanza as well. I didn't know that. Ree Piers Brosnan, says Andy. How about Remington Steele? Do you remember that cheesy programme? I don't think I ever saw Remington Steele. I couldn't even tell you what it was about. Not a clue. Also, there's a lady in the paper who wants to prove that Freddie Starr is her real father. She wants a DNA. A little bit late now, isn't it? Can you do DNA after somebody's died? You probably can, actually, won't you? Because it doesn't change. But I don't think they want to do things like that. Also, because the Jeremy Kyle show has been dropped by ITV, MPs have now launched an inquiry into reality TV shows. That'll be a sort of waste of time. They don't watch them. How would they know anything about it? Could Love Island be next? Well, as 2 people have committed suicide after Love Island, I would suggest yes. But of course, I bet they won't. So, boozy weekend. Britain's going to the FA Cup final and Eurovision. I don't think as many people watch Eurovision now. I think it's sort of faded, but we never stand a cat in Hades' chance of winning, do we? And the tragedy of the 16-year-old girl who asked on Instagram, should I live or die? Very disturbing. Very, very disturbing. And most of you still splash out on vinyl records and printed photos. What's the point of having vinyl records if you can't play the things? But you can buy a little turntable which plugs into your computer, which is good. I mean, I used to have who didn't have, years ago, a music system, which had a turntable and then a tuner, and then there'd be a couple of cassette players at the bottom. God, we all had that. Nobody has those now, do they? Nobody. Anybody buy cassettes anymore? No. The only place you see them is car boots. Bit like vinyl records, I suppose. We don't really have vinyl records anymore. Jackie from Watford says, Steve, what's the point of a hot tub? I wish I could tell you. I've got no idea. Producer Chris uses one, and presumably other members of the family. How many people does it seat? Is it 3? Oh, right, okay. I have been in one, but I don't know what the point of it is. It's like having a bath outside, except you're not using soap. It's very relaxing. I get the same lying in bed. That's quite relaxing too. Lying in bed with the duvet pulled up under my chin, that's very relaxing. And I might do that later on today, after I've watered the plants. Coming up with Nick Ferrari at breakfast here on LBC, the Jeremy Kyle show's been axed by ITV after a contestant took his own life shortly after taking part in the filming of an episode. However, that network will be showing the new series of Love Island shortly, despite 2 former contestants taking their own lives. How can that be right? Big question everybody's asking. Nick will also get the details on how the probation service will be renationalised after a botched privatisation by Chris Grayling. Plus, the House of Lords is now joining the calls for a rethink of the HS2 rail project. Is it now time to just scrap it? They can't scrap it now. What, having pumped so much, what are you going to do? Just leave it empty? Is it time to scrap this expensive new train line? I mean, it's a bit more than a train line, isn't it? They've sort of... I mean, there must be stations that they've started building, or... Have they? I don't... Have they not got very far? When's it supposed to be opening? I mean, it's costing an absolute arm and a leg. 7 years... 7 years? Good Lord, I might not even be alive in 7 years' time. That's a bit disturbing, isn't it? Oh, no, axe it immediately. Although, you know, what are we going to do with all the holes in the road that they've dug and all the underground stuff that's going on? But they've got loads of people who are being paid for not doing anything. That's Crossrail, is it? How many of these things we got going on? Rubbish. Absolute rubbish, it really is. Telecomedian Joe Lycett talked the Lord Mayor of Birmingham into opening his new kitchen. She was not the only famous face there. Catherine Ryan, Lloyd Griffith and Nick Owen all showed up. Only Joe Lycett could get away with that. And who's your page 3 girl today? She's called Amber. And she lives in her parents' pub in Cambridge. They must be thrilled. That's our daughter. Also a Love Island wannabe who believes the spirit of Mike told her to go on the show, says she's ready to star in this summer's villa. Her name's Sorka Farnan. I mean, she's bleach blonde with her boobs hanging out, so she looks absolutely ideal. She said that the tragic hunk came to her in a dream, covered in blood, and spoke about his death. Oh, please. The 18-year-old, she's 18, so she's obviously bright, claims he then gave her a spiritual message through a clairvoyant saying she's destined to be reality TV's next big thing. Does that mean your arse is going to grow bigger? I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I've never heard so much drivel in my life. He spoke about his death. He said he was in a bit of a dark place and needed to go. Sorka 100% thinks Mike then spoke to her through a medium, Helen Parry-Jones. I've never been so flabbergasted. Well, if you want to believe in trash like that, well then, good for you. The fiancé of troubled Steve Diamond sold his belongings after being told that he died. Mr. Diamond was found dead after failing a lie detector test about an affair on the Jeremy Kyle show. Fiancée Jane Callahan then sold his work drill to a friend for 70 quid. I mean, it's all just a bit nasty. It's all gone a bit horrible, hasn't it? I don't like it at all now. I don't really care that they've axed it. I'm not really bothered by that. I just think it's now got into that tawdry place, which is not so great. Steve, you mentioned the old Batman TV series with Adam West. Put me in mind of Z-Cars, Stratford Johns, Frank Windsor. Later in the spin-off of Softly Softly, Colin Welland, Brian Blessed, James Ellis. I became a member of the Associated Club plastic warrant card and assorted cheap paraphernalia. The theme music from Z-Cars, still the song played as the teams walk out onto the pitch at Everton and Watford football clubs. Just saying, says Chris. What? Da, 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 da. They walk out to that? Good Lord. Silly me, says Steve. You won't have enough room for a tub down south. Do you have a garden? They're a really good place for a chat and a Prosecco or 3. We have room for 8. Really? We can get 50 on our patio. And people have got loads of room. You could practically swing a cat round. Not that I'd recommend it, because nobody's got any cats. Mo says, I'm shocked. I thought you'd still have kept all your vinyl records. I have got a few, but they're specialist records. Very special. Vinyl records are still going strong, says Kev the Milkman. My band's album was released on vinyl by a Spanish record label 2 years ago. If only you had a record deck, I'd send you a copy. You could enjoy all our punk classics. I've got the record that opened UBN and closed UBN. You remember the industrial radio station UBN, which is where me, Dale, Graham Dean, Roger Scott, Nicky Horn, Adrian Love, tons of people who went on to feature on commercial radio, all worked. And I've got the Who, because I think we played the theme from Tommy, which opened the station back in the early 70s and closed the station as well. Simon and George say, I play my record deck every day and only buy new albums on vinyl. The deep, rich sound beats streaming through your phone. Yuck. Any day. Well, you're probably right, actually. In the Little House Prairie days, there was no TV, no mobiles, and very little entertainment. So what did the good folk do all day? Well, they went to church. They spent most of their time in church. Michael Landon played Little Joe in Bonanza, youngest son of Ben Cartwright. Thank you, Anne. Trust you to know that. One day I heard, says Fran in Scunthorpe, shrieks of joy and saw a couple in a hot tub on a balcony as foam bubbled over into the garden of the flat below. We did that when I played the Fairfield Halls in Croydon. We decided to make it snow. And they said, do you want paper snow? In which case it's a bit noisy. Or you can have foam. So we had foam. And it all looked very pretty until it started mounting up on the stage. Then we kept falling over in it. It's hilarious. The purpose, apparently, says Ulrika, is of the hot tub, is to catch all the bacteria and viruses of your fellow bathers. Oh dear. Anastasia says the difference between the Jeremy Kyle show and Love Island, it's all to do with ratings. Well, yes, I would suggest that. But unfortunately, we're not dealing with ratings here. We're dealing with people who've lost their lives, people who've taken their lives. And that's why I think you would have to, I think they have to stop it as well. I think Love Island's got to go. I think they have to issue guidance to Loose Women, and they have to issue guidance to This Morning, and to all of those daytime television programmes. That's what I think. Steve, says Julietta, scrap HS2, bring back the Brie Louise in Euston, one of my favourite pubs, and also the Onus family home, which has been closed for over a year due to HS2. As far as I know, not yet demolished. Oh, I don't like it when they demolish things in this country. That's not very nice, is it? The DNA test is this woman, a nurse, Jo from Bournemouth claims her mother told her she had a fling with Freddie whilst he was performing in the seaside resort. Well, she might have done, or she might not have done. You never know, do you, really? Stacey Dooley felt like an imposter at the beginning of her career. Enough already, thank you. And Cowan Gate, we did this one. Oh, that's nice. Mickey, Minnie Mouse and Donald Duck have been added to special signs to teach children about road safety. Oh, look, Fern McCann, still not working. She's walking out to the sea in Dubai. She must be running out of money by now, I would think. It must be getting fairly close to it. Millionaire author Danielle Steele has slammed work-shy snowflakes for not buckling down to hard graft. They don't know, they've got nothing to do with it, have they? They don't want to do hard work. Actually get out there and do a day's work. Apparently, Fern McCann has snapped back into shape with regular workouts following the birth of her daughter's son. She's a year old. Why would you be remotely interested in Fern McCann? There's another one who's got a foul mouth on her. Terrible. Also, this Spice Girls bus gets loads of coverage in the papers today. You must get Kevin the Milkman vinyl record. I'm sure you'd be rewarded in gold top, says little Julie. And Stephen in Leicester says, my local MP, Andrew Bridgen, North West Leicestershire, was paid £2 million for his house as he claimed he couldn't sell it because of HS2. If it doesn't go ahead, then surely he'd need to repay it. However, it was all done around the same time as his divorce. How confusing. They won't scrap it, will they? They just keep blindly going on. The rest of the country go, scrap it, for goodness sake, we don't care about it anymore. Lidl selling a portable hot tub for $299.99. Bargain, says Frank, who's in St. Wreatham Vale, which is very the pretty part of Streatham. It's lovely. Britney's future is in doubt. It always is, actually. She's in terrible shape at the moment. She doesn't really know what's going on. Tina Malone wrote a suicide note when she was at her lowest ebb after suffering the year from hell. And a trio of dancers celebrating Blackpool's famous donkeys. They obviously went along and went, who wants to stand on the beach with the donkeys, and we'll take a picture of you in your bikinis. So they are. Ellie Yane, Peel, Charlotte Cox and Leah Hurst from Phil Winston's Theatre Works took a break to say hello to Charlie and Tilly. Meanwhile, fish merchant Josh Perks proudly held a Lotte octopus with a 10-foot tentacle span. Oh, they do frighten me. Oh, they do frighten me. Anything that's got tentacles that long, very, very worrying. Also, Gemma Collins suffering a wardrobe malfunction. She's over in Los Angeles, they say, with her pal, Jonathan Chiban. He doesn't come over here very often, actually. He lives over there. Plus, that's taking the passport. Oh, yes. This is a lad who his lost passport was used to get into clubs and brothels. Joe Hunter's document went missing a year ago, and now the 21-year-old has been contacted by a cheeky lookalike student, Sam Cole, who admitted keeping the passport so he and his mates could go out drinking. Because they're very funny about 18-year-olds going drinking in pubs. And there's a picture of Sam with the passport and a drink. So he admitted keeping it so he could actually go out and booze. It's not very good, is it? LBC News Time, 6:45. The latest headlines with Thomas. Thank you, young Chris, over in España. I wonder if you've got the same good weather that we have at the moment. Because yesterday was actually quite, I hated it, of course. So I couldn't wait to get back inside again. But I was watering the plants and thinking, this is okay, I can do this every so often. It's one of those things. One of my next door neighbours, they've got children and they like writing on the ground with chalk, but it's a special chalk. Because, normally you write in chalk and you go, oh, don't write in chalk. But this chalk, you literally get water on it and it just dissolves. It just dissolves, so it disappears. It's very clever. They can go as mad as they want. I get the hose out, it's gone. Daily Express, how Sir David helped our beaches clean up their act. Do you know, I cannot tell you the last time I went to a beach. I cannot tell you the last time I went to a beach. I should do it, shouldn't I, really? But I haven't done for ages. Also, the new drugs to beat cancer in a decade. That's, the papers love that one, which indeed we all do. Why we're the world's biggest boozers, because we are. And Jumping Jack Flash, Mick Jagger is back after his heart surgery. He looks much refreshed. And he's got lots of... to be honest with you, he's 75. He only went to heart surgery 6 weeks ago, but the results are instant. Absolutely instant. He said he was devastated to let down fans after postponing the tour days. I think he just loves the idea of being on stage. I think that he's like the Elton John character. They just don't know anything else. So he tweeted, huge thank you to the hospital staff for doing a superb job. They do a marvellous job, don't they? They're absolutely amazing. Bugs in tubs, says Steve. No, cleanest water you can find. When was the last time you were in a hot, swirling water, massaging jets with bikini clads? It's very stimulating and good for you. Christmas and New Year, the best with snow and a clear, star-filled sky. Oh, no. No, not for me at all. My youngest son Carter's birthday today, Steve, says Chantal. He's 6 and so excited to see his friends on a sunny day at school. His birthday's in good company. There you go. 6 years old. Must be lovely to be 6. Lovely to be 6. I suppose the only better thing that could being 7. Tony says vinyl records never went away. Turntables are available. Go to Richer Sounds. Maybe you only know Curry's PC World and reggae and R&B DJs still use turntables. Try West End DJ Shop in London. Thank you. I don't actually want to go back into this again. I'm quite happy with the way things are. Why are MPs investigating programmes they never watch? If there was a better mental health and relationship counselling, maybe the Jeremy Kyle show wouldn't exist. I don't like the show, but if you scrap that, there's a whole raft of shows that could be argued to exploit vulnerable people, which should be under scrutiny. And I include X Factor, Love Island, Big Brother, I'm a Celebrity. What about the press and the online content? Can't regulate one type of media and let the other behave like the Wild West. Could be right. Could be right. I mean, there are loads of places. I mean, we know that the X Factor, for the first few weeks, they just put on simple people, don't they? You know that there's no hope, and they go, what's the dream? All right, and you want to be a singer? Yeah. What do you think you're really good? Yeah, I think I'm really good. And they come on stage and they're just abysmally bad, and the audience laugh at them and they buzz them off. I mean, surely that's got to stop as well. Otherwise, there won't be anything left. Nothing left on. Susan Boyle was put on there, and then they realised that she wasn't the full ticket. She was sort of, my name's Susan Boyle. She did all that kind of bit, and they all put it on there because if you remember, when she walked on, you could hear him going, "Oh God, that's taking the Mickey out of Susan Boyle. We know she's not well." Chris Lowry says yes, lovely and sunny. There you go. Spain's got it. We've got it. How long it lasts, I don't know. I don't mind. I can cope with a little bit of. Italy don't have it, do they? Oh, if you're in Italy, sorry about that. Not so good, is it? HS2 needs a rethink, say the peers. This is in all the papers for today. And a real-life fairy tale when two princesses were let loose, Princess Elizabeth and Margaret's evening on May 1945 was made into a 2015 film of Royal Night Out. And this is Ivor Barr. She went to the Buckingham Palace garden party. I really have to try and organise. I'm looking at pictures of people here. Why are they at these garden parties? I should be at these garden parties. I'm at the centre of culture in this country, for goodness sake. An opportunity to meet the royals. Corrie ruined my life, the deeply ungrateful and miserable Catherine Tilsley. Well, we shan't bother watching your new programme, whatever it is. Very boring. She said she slammed the show's punishing schedule, you poor little wallflower. I don't know how you've coped in life, honestly. Just think, if it hadn't been for that punishing schedule, you wouldn't have had an opportunity to bore the pants off everybody with your dreary life. Cruel tricks of torture TV, as revealed by Carl Show's former staff. They'll be racking their brains thinking who some of these people are. One of them was only a runner for about a month, and he's claimed all sorts of things, or she's claimed. I think it's a woman, actually. Plus, the treatment revolution could reduce cancer from a killer disease to a chronic condition. We like that. We like that one. That brings hope to a lot of people. The Clooneys are quite a catch. This is George Clooney and his wife Amal at the London premiere of Catch-22, his new television series based on the Joseph Heller novel at View Westfield. Plus, snake bites are the world's biggest hidden health crisis. How many people die a year from snake bites? Wouldn't believe it if I told you. 100,000. 100,000 people die from snake bite. The Telegraph details how it's set to change, thanks to funding from the Wellcome Trust and the Department for International Development. 100,000 people. There's a woman today in the papers. Her dog got bitten by an adder. Luckily survived, because adders, especially when the sun comes out, they like being there. They like sunning themselves. Here's a picture of Right Royal, Emerald Fennell, who plays Camilla Parker Bowles in the 3rd series of The Crown. People seem to like that. Also, thousands of drivers will automatically be fined £100 and given penalty points for ignoring warning signs on smart motorways. New powers will allow police to use traffic cameras to penalise motorists who fail to abide by lane closures almost 300 miles of motorway. There are fears that too many drivers are ignoring the signs and swerving around roundabouts and accidents at the last minute, risking causing a crash. Big Brother. They've just put in Twickenham. We had a lot of problem with people coming from one road to go into the next one, turning right, and they would sit there blocking the traffic. They've now put in this giant yellow box in Twickenham, directly next to Sandy's. But I looked at it yesterday, and I remember thinking, no, this was it? Yeah, yesterday. And I thought, since when has there been a yellow box there? They must have painted it overnight when I didn't notice it. But it's deliberately designed to catch you out. If you find yourself sitting in it, you'll get fined, okay? There's a big camera sitting on it. Be warned, be warned. I shall be pointing and laughing later on. Axed host talks to The Sun, Jeremy Kyle, saying he's utterly devastated it's been axed. Funny that, because ITV said exactly the opposite. They said it's 14 years, it's run its course. Well, now that Theresa May's got involved. Also, the people who are too beautiful for work in their minds. Cure for cancer in 10 years, and we are the biggest boozers. We like a bit of booze. And this weekend, as we sit there going, yeah, Eurovision, that'll be nice. And Come on the Aston, my favourite group. I think they should win Eurovision. That's what I'm going for. Plus the Mirror, I'm Freddie Starr's secret love child. No, you're not. You don't know that. Kind of a DNA taken. Otherwise, you're telling fibs. Jeremy Kyle, I am heartbroken. What's he going to do? What do you do with sort of presenters who are worth a lot of money, but we don't know where the money is? He must have made a fortune over the years. Perhaps he's gambled it. Also, The Guardian, probation will be renationalised after the disastrous Grayling reforms. And MPs launching inquiry after reality TV deaths. A little bit late, aren't they, in the day for that one? It's worth £750,000. It comes up for auction, I believe, over this weekend. And then the happy residents, they wait for ages for a bus stop. And so the council put one up at a cost of about £6,000. Unfortunately, on the road where the council put it up, there are no buses. It's a bit like outside here again. Because I suddenly realised there's no 176s coming down. They seem to pop up from down below. Because I got the 139 yesterday, and then behind it was the 176, but it hadn't covered. We're very confused with our buses. Still, this bus stop is closed. Still says closed on it, so we'll have to remember that for later. As we were left standing there the other day for ages while Thomas decided not to tell us. But, listen, far be it from me to make a big brouhaha about it. I don't need to do anything like that. Pret a Manger closing in on a deal to buy the rival fast food chain Eat. Yes. He's going to get on my nerves this morning. I haven't got a cup for him, no. It's on my desk. There are cups in the cupboard. Clean cups. Don't pick the one that there are some cups in the cupboard, and I've learned. Normally you put a cup on it and it moves about. This one must have been roughed underneath it because you can't move. The cup doesn't slide across. Am I facing the wrong way or something? The cup doesn't slide over the desk. It's hard. It's as if somebody's roughed it up underneath, and so it didn't. It's the first thing I noticed. On my desk, you know where my desk is? Well, it's not my desk, I have to share it with about 300 other people. But anyway, I'm not complaining. There are two cups. One of them is a nice cup, and the other one is the cup where it doesn't move properly, it doesn't slide. So have a look at that. Okay? I'm talking to yourself, isn't it, really? I'd seriously wonder whether or not we're on the same wavelength or not. I just suffered sitting next to him at the blooming meeting the other day. God, he's a fidget. Don't ever go to the cinema with him. He's a nightmare. He talks through things. Also, an army veteran who was living on the streets is now a chef at a top hotel. Vinnie Jones is being lined up for the celebrity version of The X Factor. Obviously nothing else going on in poor old Vinnie's life. His little reality show was cancelled due to lack of... He doesn't do anything. A very boring person. Eurovision has finally netted Madge. Why do they call her Madge? I've never understood why Madonna, it's not her real name either, it's Chica something, and she's going to turn up at Eurovision with an entourage of 135 people. That's including the sound people. Madonna is her name. It's a middle name, though, isn't it? It's not a first name. Yeah, Madonna Louise Ciccone. Whatever it is, she's past her sell-by, isn't she now? And she's only going on Eurovision so you can plug her single, because it's got an audience of billions. The rest of the time, nobody's particularly interested, are they? Although, actually, I think she's quite an interesting person. I think she's very interesting to talk to. But, I remember the early stuff. Like a virgin, La Isla Bonita, Like a Prayer, Vogue. I thought Vogue was a bit naff, actually, but there again, I always did. And so she's had, she tried her hand at acting, but I thought the best she ever looked was when she turned up at the Oscars with Michael Jackson. And she looked sensational. I mean, her hair was platinum, the dress was fantastic, just absolutely wonderful, absolutely wonderful. And Michael Jackson looked pretty cool too at the time. They were very good friends. I think they still are good friends. I think she's defended him, saying, you know, nothing's ever been proven, so you can't say these things about people, but people do nowadays, especially in America. In America, they're mad as fruitcakes, as you know. Marks and Spencer's have been blasted for sending customers plastic hangers with the knickers on. If you go to Marks and Spencer's and you buy Marks and Spencer's knickers for girls, because we don't call them knickers in the boys' department, we call ours pants, and they then they're just sort of folded up and they're in a packet. But if you buy them in the knicker department, they're on little hangers. So when you buy them online, they send them out with the hanger. What's the point of that? Nobody hangs knickers up in the wardrobe, surely. You would fold them up, put them in a small jiffy bag. Wouldn't that make more sense? Prince William's Old Air Ambulance is being used to advertise a ladyboys hangout in the Far East. Nice, isn't it? Honestly, we must be so hard up for things nowadays. Ulrika Johnson is telling anybody who wants to listen, not us, she had sex with her now ex-hubby just once in 8 years. She's known as 4x4, isn't she, though? She's had 4 children with 4 people. Read the nickname Madge. Madonna told Dave Letterman in 2009 that Guy Ritchie came up with it, and she doesn't like it. You know, that's one of the reasons I left England, so I don't have to hear the word Madge anymore. People say it means 2 different things. Some people say that Madge is a colloquialism. You know that word? For sort of kind of like a boring middle-aged housewife. For the other one, it's short for Majesty. Oh, it really isn't. It really isn't short for Majesty. I don't want to sort of make a big deal about it, but it's absolutely not. Madge is sort of, it sounds like a washerwoman to me. If you say, oh, Madge, you go, she's got a hair in curler, she's leaning over the garden wall, a bit like that Les character that he did. Ada, Sissy and Ada, there was a similar kind of thing. And spare a thought for a not in this country. We had to hold the producer nearly gagged on this one. A desperate farmer. And you know what's going to happen? He unfortunately got off his tractor and his foot, don't ask me how, got dragged into a machine that he was using. And the only way he could get out is to cut his leg off with a penknife. He had a penknife actually on him, and he cut his leg off. Now I don't know whether I'm trying to get my head around it. I'm thinking, because the pain would have been so. I'm trying not to think about it. Because the pain would be so bad, would it be less if you cut your leg off with a penknife? I don't know. It was like John Wayne Bobbitt, wasn't it? His wife cut his willy off and threw it out the car window. And so he was able to function. He went to the hospital. They said, well, go and get it. So he had to go back and go and find it, little thing like that. Honestly, it was very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. But they did, and they sewed it back on badly. And so this bloke, he's lost the leg, because then the moment he'd become detached from it, it goes through the thresher. Oh, it sounds horrible, doesn't it? Doesn't it sound absolutely dreadful? Can't think of anything worse. Anything worse. Coming soon, the flying taxi for 5. And Victoria Beckham gushes over her latest health kick. You feel a bit sorry for her. She's mad as a fruitcake. And now she's drinking 4-pound bottles of water, which have been exposed to the moon. I'm drinking smart water, which is... I don't know where it comes from. It's made by Coca-Cola, that's all I can tell you. And they say, inspired by clouds. Sometimes the answer is right under your nose, other times it's floating above your head. And that's it. We vapour distill our spring water and then add electrolytes to deliver a distinctive, clean, crisp flavour. Smart, because it's made that way. It's water, right? It's got a sell-by date on it too. It's water. It's also got a bottle made of plastic. Fat, luckily 0% fat, so I'm very pleased about that. But here it is, made by Coca-Cola European partners. But it doesn't say where it comes from. Do you think? I mean, it says here, vapour distilled water. Vapour distilled spring water. From where, we have no idea. Calcium chloride, magnesium chloride, potassium bicarbonate, and spring water electrolytes. But where does it come from? Where does it? It doesn't say. It's you know, it says spring water, but where? Which spring? And the sell-by date of this one is 31st of March 21. But if you open it, you've got to drink it, and it's very drinkable. But there's so many waters out there. You can buy a whole case of water. I know you'll say it's a bit ridiculous. For Morpeth. I've heard of Morpeth. Why have I heard of Morpeth? Is it northeast? Whippet, Flat Cap, Morpeth. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Morpeth, very, very nice place. We got the stories from the papers, so we've axed Jeremy Kyle. Now we're calling for an axe on Love Island. There we go. Let's see which cup he's brought in now. So is this the one on my desk?
Yes.
Yeah, but is it the right one?
Yeah.
Sure. Did you try it on the desk, the other one?
Yeah.
It doesn't move, does it? Yeah. I don't know what they've done to the bottom of it, but this is... Yeah, you could... And that's that funny, that slide. The other one does not slide. Does it? Sorry?
I was saying it's stuck.
Yeah, all right. Is it like a mime artist? You're like... Who was that mime artist used to do? Marcel Marceau. He's dead. Thank you. You can leave now. Go... Yeah. You blow a balloon, yeah. You take the balloon down again.
Not that skilled.
No, it's true. No. Just moving your hands in front of you is pushing the boundaries a little bit. He's gone. I know. He just vanishes. Yesterday he didn't vanish. He sat there and he got his free lunch from this meeting we had yesterday. It's very good. Very good meeting. And when I say good meeting, I don't like long meetings. I get too tired. Wasn't Madge Dame Edna's travelling companion, says Kevin the Milkman? It was Madge. She turned up on the television. She became quite big-headed about it, I'm told. But then you would, wouldn't you, if you're exposed to the glare of television? It's like the people on Love Island or any of these Z-listers who turn up there. They seemingly think, oh, I'm a celebrity, whereas in fact it fizzles out very, very quickly. What's the matter now? What's the matter with him now? Oh, we're back on the sneezing malarkey, are we? Are we still doing the hay fever? Try the app the company have got. You can phone somebody up now and they'll tell you what's the matter with you. Although, actually, why don't you just pick up your phone, call mine, and I'll tell you what's the matter with you. I'm making you feel bad. I do. It's on the stairs. Yeah, but you'll always remember me. Always remember me. I know. That's right. And I make you feel good at this time. Careful. I must tell you a story in a minute. It's a very odd story. It's a really odd story. No, the meeting was fine. The meeting was fine. No. Why? Is there a story about that as well? No, it's a story about somebody else. No, I was on the big screen the other day for my Global Award. Very exciting. Very exciting. Okay, should we take a quick early break? Because I can't hold this story back anymore.
This...
What a day it's going to be. I don't know. I just got a feeling today is going to be a good day. Because it's Friday. Unfortunately, the weather's not going to be in your favour, but it doesn't make any difference to me. I mean, yesterday I felt like such a turnip. I come in the morning, and this morning it was chilly. Yesterday morning, the time that we come in, it's chilly. So I put a coat on. By the time we leave the meeting from the Odeon next door at about 11:15, it was blazing hot sunshine. I'm walking down the road in an anorak. It was just ridiculous. And I thought, oh, people are going to be looking at you going, what are you wearing? Didn't you know what the weather... Because I sometimes see people in jumpers. And I felt like saying, I was here at 2 o'clock this morning. It was cold this morning. Very cold this morning. Very cold. I'm drinking, says Kevin the Milkman, Highland Spring Water. Please God it didn't pass through Thomas somewhere on its journey. Highland Spring Water. They're lucky because his family, you don't know this, they own the water rights in their neck of the woods. They've got the rights over the water. So technically, Thomas's family could be sitting on a fortune, as Thomas, as a small child, could fill up water bottles from about 6 feet away, couldn't you? I mean, that was something that was very interesting to watch. Very good aim. Seriously. And he's now he's being silly, of course, because he didn't. He's now claiming he filled your bottle up, Kevin. Well, he didn't, because he's not been up to the Highlands for a long time, have you? But he's going up next weekend. And he's taking the current girlfriend. I say the current girlfriend because you never know how long these things last. And the washing, of course. So, in fact, the washing will probably have a seat to itself, won't it? You'll be doing the washing at her place. Oh, dear. This sounds like a bit of a strange thing, isn't it? You've got to think about the washing going on. I mean, I don't do any washing at all. I have a dry cleaner who does all my washing and everything. He's much better. I can't be bothered to do it. Why not pay somebody to do your ironing and washing? It's much easier. Much easier. No matter where the water's come from, we certainly know where it's going, says Jim. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Have you heard, says little Julie, Tony Beak is joining this morning as their baking expert. He previously trained as a baker and will be presenting a 4-part miniseries called Anton Dubek's Baking Fails. He's so irritating. I don't like to say people are irritated, but he's irritating. Oh, you good game, good game. You know, oh, shut up. He looks like the sort of bloke who tucks his vest into his pants. That's what he looks like. So the old man looks, when you bend over, you can see your pants sticking out the top. I survived the presentation, says Heather, the Norwich nurse, yesterday. I imagine the room was full of naked bodies. Now I'm a nurse and I've seen it all before, but it was a bit scary. I have to repeat the presentation again next week up north. I think clothes will be staying on, but have a great weekend. Well, we're going to have a great weekend, but it's going to rain. But I'm not bothered by rain. I'm seriously not. I'm just grateful to be here, which is nice. Ian says, as regards the ladies' knicker thing, them being bought on a hanger, it's probably about presentation. They look better in their entire shape as opposed to supplied looking like a screwed-up handkerchief. Just a thought. He said, I find them nice to look at, seeing the full shape, don't you? No, I don't. No, I don't. And I find men who wander around the knicker department of certain stores slightly peculiar. You know, it's all right for ladies to wander around there looking at knickers and stuff like that, but I think, frankly, for somebody who might have a fetish about things like that, having a knicker department open to people to walk through is just, it's a failing, as far as I'm concerned. Marks and Spencer's, I have to go out the front door. If I go out the back door, I've got to walk through the knicker department. There's always some woman sort of looking there, picking it, and I'm thinking, oh, don't, please don't. But you know what people are like nowadays. Anyway, so what you got lined up for this weekend? Your chance to tell me. Really? Good Lord. Oh, well. I won't be doing that. I might get the car washed. I might visit a garden centre. The sun makes rain, ergo it's not Scottish water, it's from somewhere else, says Paul. Oh no, it's definitely Scottish water. Definitely Scottish. We know that for a fact. And we know that the smart water from Glasgow, I think that's how you pronounce it, made by Coca-Cola, is in fact from Morpeth. Now, whether or not it's a spring, I can't see them standing there filling up bottles, so there must be a huge supply of it. Morpeth must have mountains around it, so the water travel. Well, why don't they put that on there? Makes it more entertaining, doesn't it, for the rest of us? So we know. So we've axed Jeremy Kyle. Nobody seems to be particularly bothered. Few people said, "Oh yes, I might miss it in the morning," and now they're saying we should get rid of Love Island. I would agree with that completely. I have a feeling there's another disaster around the corner from another programme. But I didn't believe the story. I'm sorry. Because it's about the third story in as many weeks from a steakhouse called Hawksmoor. Because we featured them on the programme before. Now, if I was running Hawksmoor, I'm thinking, how can we capitalise on this? Now, this story might be true. Unfortunately, cynical old Steve Allen is thinking, no. So this is Hawksmoor. I've never been to one. Loads of you have never been to one, but I've spoken to people who have been to them, and it's fine. It just does steak and all the rest of it. They do a discount thing. Because Rachel Gerrish was telling me, come the beginning of the year, where you can go and eat in there for a lot cheaper. So how do you get publicity for a restaurant that might be struggling or might not be struggling? I don't know. Why not come up with a wheeze that we do sell a bottle of wine at 4,500 quid, and one of our workers in the restaurant, for that read waiter, who knows, gave the wrong bottle of wine to a customer and they only got charged 260 quid. Now, I'm thinking, so they ended up with a bottle of £4,500 wine. Well, if I was spending 260 quid on a bottle of wine, I would know the difference between 260 quid's worth of wine, because of the label, or a £4,500 bottle of wine, because the 4,500 bottle is Chateau Le Pin Pomerol 2001, and they sell it at £4,500. Do they just have it sitting in a box or something? This story smells all the way through it. Because if they did give away this bottle of wine in place of the £260 bottle of wine, you mean it was just sitting there and somebody just picked it up because it looked the same? What a dim waiter they've got. What a really stupid person. Don't worry, we're not going to, sort of make life difficult for them. We're just smiling and getting on with it. Yeah, because I didn't believe a word of it. I thought that's the cheapest publicity they've ever had. If they'd gone to an agency and said, we need to get some publicity out for our restaurant, that would have cost them the best part of 30 to 50,000 quid. We'll get some people, get some stories about it and all the rest of it. So far, it's cost them, if indeed this wine was ever even served at all. Because I want to know who the bloke is. Who went to that restaurant and sat down and ordered a bottle of £260 wine, but ended up with a £4,500 bottle of wine. Produce the customer, Hawksmoor. Produce the waiter for us as well, so we can know about it, so we can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that you're not telling porky pies, okay? But I bet you they don't, because somebody's got to come forward and go, I think I was that customer. We were in there the other day. Only 500 bottles of this wine were made. So if you know anything about wine, you would know what it was. Piers Morgan said, I'd like to reserve a table tonight with the same waiter. They said the mistake had been made by a manager visiting from another branch. Quite clearly an idiot. A complete and utter idiot who knows nothing about wine. So she'd offered to, it's a woman, she'd offered to find the Bordeaux, but then she was given the wrong wine. So the founder of Hawksmoor was on with Tom Swarbrick yesterday. This is a bit of what's his name? Will Beckett. Will Beckett. So this is what he told Tom.
It's funny, actually. One of my first thoughts was, it's hard to get angry because that's exactly the kind of stupid thing that I would do. And part of the reason she's mortified, by the way, is she really knows her wines.
Oh, no.
It's just one of those mistakes that happens in the moment.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're not stupid. We never fell out of a tree hitting the stupid branches on the way down. Don't believe a word of it. Not one word. As I say, you must have this on video. You must have it on CCTV. I don't believe there's a restaurant out there that doesn't have CCTV. What was the... you would know the table number. How many bottles of £260 wine do you sell? And this was a manageress from another branch. The thickest person you've ever encountered. Knows nothing about wine at all. Oh, the labels look similar. No, they didn't. The bottles look completely different. One was a gold top, one was a red top. One is 4,500, one is 260 quid. I didn't believe a word of it. Not a word of it. Will said the worker wouldn't be punished. No, because they don't exist. Produce the customer. Let's find the customer. You know... And they tweeted to the customer who accidentally got given a bottle, you would know who this customer is. You would know the table because it comes up on the printed receipt. 4,500. We hope you enjoyed your evening. To the member of staff who accidentally gave it away, chin up. One-off mistakes happen and we love you anyway. Yeah, right. Any other restaurant, you're out. I'm sorry, you're giving away a £4,500 bottle of wine for 260. Show us the customer. Show us the customer. Go on, then we'll believe you. Then we'll believe you. At the moment, don't believe a word of it. But there again, I'm a Bolton cynic. Are we going to get rid of naked attraction and dating in the dark? As well as... well, we don't have dating in the dark in it. What's the point of that? What's the point of dating in the dark? I asked somebody the other day, Dave O'Brien told me, because I said I wanted to go to that restaurant which you're served in the dark. And he said, I don't think it's there anymore. I said, how would you know? Strange, isn't it? Water filtered through volcanic rock for thousands of years as a sell-by date. It's the fact it's in plastic, and once you've opened the bottle... if it was in glass, it would last longer. Oslo Spikers, Michelle and Roger, celebrating National Day in Norway. Norvège. Going to the big parade today, which features traditional costume, bunards, and we eat lots of sausages and ice cream. Ooh, that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Sausages and ice cream. Not together, obviously. Going to see UB40 in Southend. Good. And Rob the Trucker says, I've been dragged into doing a car boot on Sunday. It's going to rain. It's going to rain. On the way into London from Clacton to work a long day, Steve. And somebody says, I see a picture of the part-time cokehead James Argent on the TV show The Farm. Can somebody tell me how James managed to get so fat, considering one of the side effects of cocaine is a suppression of appetite? What's he eating in between his coke binges to get so fat? He's been told to lose 10 stone. Listen, you're asking the wrong person. I looked at the picture as well. He's enormous. But it's also because he's bone idle and he doesn't do anything. And The Farm, obviously, don't bother about cokeheads. Come one, come all. Bring them all on there. Because otherwise they'd have dropped him immediately like a ton of bricks. But it is Channel 5, so nobody will be seeing it anyway. Wendy in Florida says, I'm off to Sarasota on the west coast of Florida to visit the Ringling Circus Museum and the Ringling Family Winter Quarters. Also going to the Big Cat Rescue Centre and the Mari Selby Exotic Garden. Should be a great few days. It's where Dale used to have a house in Sarasota. He moved from Sarasota, but he had a house there I went to. You get a lot for your money in Sarasota, known as Circus Town. Because that's where... and you'd often see midgets walking down the street and camels and lions and things like that. Not really. It was all orange groves. I was quite surprised, actually, how many orange groves there were in Sarasota, which is slap bang in the heartland. Kevin the Milkman says... not that I know how much restaurants work, but I would imagine a £4,500 bottle of wine would be locked away and have to be signed for by the... That's what I thought. What, you mean it's just sitting there and somebody could walk in and pick it up, oh, that's a rude word. It's rubbish. It's rubbish. It's publicity. And all it's cost them is nothing. Nothing at all. Because they haven't had to get rid of the wine. Otherwise, you would find out any other restaurant worth their salt would have made a big brouhaha. What? Made a bit... Oh, salt, okay. But, I mean, you're right. That wine would not be sitting there for somebody to just walk in and pick up a bottle, open it and put it on the table. Because when they bring the wine to the table, unless they're really down market at Hawksmoor, you show somebody the wine, don't you? They show the wine and you'd be going, no, that's not the right wine. We didn't order that. What's that? So that's why I don't believe it. That's why I think it's a load of old codswallop. Absolute codswallop. Because you just don't walk in. This is a manageress from another branch. She's quite clearly as thick as a plank. Get rid of her. Get rid of her. They would have CCTV, that bloke who drunk that wine, and go, this tastes a lot better than rough old stuff we thought we were going to drink. And then they would have them on, you know, but they didn't. They didn't say anything at all. They milked it for all the publicity they could get. They put out a tweet about it. I tell you, I'm very cynical. Very cynical. But I agree with Kevin. That wine at £4,500 a bottle would be locked away. You can't just walk in there and pick it up. You'd have to go to the bar. You'd be going to the bar, wouldn't you? You'd pick up your boat and you say in a bottle of wine, like they do in Joe Allen's. They don't just sort of have somebody going and pick it up. It would come from the bar. And so the barman would pick up the bottle of wine, and then the woman who was the manager from another branch, thicko, would be going, no, that's not the right stuff. And then they'd be, I mean, it just smacks, doesn't it? It stinks, that one. Really does. Michael says, to Hawksmoor, apparently, do a rather nice drink. I don't know, the rest of it's gone. It says it's nice and Moorish. Best hangover cure. Oh, right. Greetings from Luxembourg. I'll be in Rotterdam today, says tanker driver Phil, sailing back to Blighty overnight. Had hours and hours of your podcasts and a little bit extra. I enjoyed the conversation the other day where we discussed the mispronunciation and use of incorrect words. You said that some people don't understand the difference between imply and infer. Well, I do. Imply means to say something in an obtuse way, whereas infer means you're wearing a mink coat. Ringling Museum's fantastic. The most expensive bottle of Prosecco you've been wrongly served, Steve, says James. It's all much of a muchness, Prosecco. It's mainly, if you're buying a bottle of Prosecco, 25, 30, if you buy it in a pub, it's about 25 quid. I'm probably paying for a litre and a half about 18 quid. It's a big bottle, but, you know, I struggle. And probably in a top restaurant, you could be paying 60 quid for a bottle of Prosecco. Seems a lot, doesn't it? But then I know what markups are. That's why this story just stinks. It really does. I mean, surely the papers would have gone, were you that customer? You would know if you were drinking a really expensive £4,500 bottle of wine. You really would. You know, I think they pulled a fast one. I think they pulled a fast one. Or they've tried to, because they've got so much coverage out. They've been on the news. They're in all the newspapers. I mean, surely the newspaper journalists who write this stuff must be as cynical as I am. Overcast Kefalonia, says Sally. Oh, don't talk to me about Kefalonia. Oh, my goodness me, do we have a problem with Kefalonia? The reason being, what is the thing that the tourists bring back from Kefalonia? Go on, you won't guess in a million years. Nut brittle. Nut brittle. Nut brittle. And my former producer some years ago bought me back some nut brittle. It's about half an inch thick, this nut brittle, and I love peanut brittle. I absolutely love it. It's fantastic. And I had it. I lost 3 teeth and a bridge. All through this, I tell you, the stuff is lethal. Lethal. Ringling Museum, Steve, is fantastic. Went 23 years ago, got the original posters. I've got some lovely circus posters too. Isn't Sarasota where all the Amish people go for their summer holidays? I've got no idea. I was watching some Amish people the other day cooking popcorn at like a car boot fair, which is nice. And I'm with Kevin the Milkman, says little Julie. Well, keep that quiet. I don't think you should be admitting things like that. She said, I'd have thought the wine would have been locked away. Of course it would have done. Of course it would have been. It would have been behind the bar, locked up, and somebody would have said, we sold a bottle of this 4.5. They'd be ringing bells. They'd be ringing bells. Just ridiculous. Are people crazy, Steve? Forget £4,500, you know, worth for a bottle of wine. I can't get over somebody spending 260 quid on a bottle. Oh, absolutely. Do you not remember that story years ago? People in the city, when money was flowing from the trees like cocaine, and they went out to a Gordon Ramsay restaurant, and they were spending, I think, was it 60,000 quid on one bottle of wine they spent because it was a special set. But again, that's really, oh, God, it just annoys me. Steve, how do you think we'll do in Eurovision? I wish we wouldn't bother going. What's the point of going? We're not going to stand a cat in Hades chance, are we, really? Rob says, I really do hope it rains for the car boot sale. How do you think we'll do? I think it'll be nil point, says Kevin, not the milkman or the restaurateur. Even if we could reform the Beatles and they represent us, we'd still be nil point. Of course, you're up against Australia, you're up against Russia, you're up against all these people who, you know, what's the point? What's the point? And the answer is, there is no point. But there'll be a few half-hearted people throwing themselves a little party. I mean, the BBC go mad for it. I shouldn't imagine it rates 200 to 1 on us winning. Because we haven't done anything decent since... When was the last time we won? Did we win with Katrina and the Waves? Was that 22 years ago? Don't be ridiculous. Of course it wasn't. Was it? Was that Love Shine a Light? No, we must have had since then. I don't know. Can't remember. That was our last win. Good Lord. Well, there you go. I don't even know what our song is this year. I have no knowledge of it. I've seen a picture of the bloke. We know he's Michael. Thank you. We know he's Michael Rice. That's the only thing we know about him. We don't know anything. We know he's signed to Psycho, so he's been out there, and the song is called. What do we think it's called? Bigger Than Us. Do we have a little illustrative clip of Bigger Than Us? Because, frankly, I don't think any of you listening will have the faintest idea. If I played you this, a little bit of it, and said, what do you think that is? I bet you wouldn't know. You hear that? The auto-tune. Quite enough of that one, isn't it? But couldn't that be anybody? That could just be anybody. It could be East 17, their Christmas record, Bigger Than Us. And you have them all standing there with big wood... Oh, they've done that before, haven't they? But you could have Take That, singing as a threesome. So that's what I think we will do with Eurovision. The Netherlands are the favourite. Would you like to hear a little bit of the Netherlands song as the favourite? I like it when they go, this is the favourite, and we all listen to it and we go, really? But you see, now I've heard It's Bigger Than Us, multi-tracked. You know, just one voice. Are they going to achieve it? Probably not. Probably not. But the Netherlands, this is a song called Arcade, and it's sung by Duncan... Well, we're not sure it's the right one now. We think we might have lost it. So, there we go, yeah. Eurovision, sorry. Duncan Lawrence was internally selected. How lovely. That's almost like a medical programme, isn't it? And this was the moment. He's a good-looking boy. He's had somebody blow-dry his hair, so that's good news. He also plays keyboards, which always makes people look unattractive when they sit down. Unless you're Gilbert O'Sullivan, nobody looks good, or Elton John. So this is the one they think is going to win.
I got addicted to a losing game.
Lots of woes. See it? Do you not see it? He's a good-looking young man with an unusually high voice, you know, which means they either haven't dropped or they've been taken away from him. You can never make it look good sitting behind a keyboard, can you? But this is so... Could be anybody. Could be Coldplay. Well, unusually high voice. What if you can manage to produce it live? That's the problem, isn't it? Enough already. That's the one that is rumoured to win. It's called Arcade. It represents the Netherlands. It might win. I don't know. We're not going to get anywhere, are we? Odds on for that one. You heard it first on the Steve Allen Show. Yeah, first with Eurovision. No, please don't bet on Britain. Mind you, it'd be funny if we did win. It would be so funny. That's why I love you. You say what you mean and mean what you say, says Lady Paula. Yes, he's got 346 followers, which was an awful lot better than somebody the other day who only had something like 7 followers, which meant basically failure. Not good at all. I remember when you had to have a new bridge fitted. I seem to recall you whistled a lot, said little Julie. I do. Kevin says, I would like to put on record that little Julie isn't in the van with me. I'm saying this in case her boyfriend's bigger than me. I love it when we get sort of some antagonism going, which is great. Oh, this is a lovely story. I did laugh at this one. This is a mum who told last night how she discovered her fiancé was having an affair with TV's old has-been, Lizzie Cundy, after walking in on them during an OK Magazine photo shoot. Candice Hodge called former wag Lizzie, 190, a very rude word. A very rude word, begins with F, as she was being snapped with Jeremy Gordino by the pool of his mansion. She'd stormed onto the set after letting herself into a nightclub owner Jeremy's house. Candice said, as soon as I got to the house, I just knew. Lizzie was sat there, posing on a chair in a horrendous pink dress, holding a pink parasol. Oh, she looks like a hamster. She's got these sort of puffy out cheeks. I mean, she's 49, but as I say, she's 60. And she said, I don't normally swear, but I couldn't help myself. I shouted, you effing whore. So obviously the language was going down a treat. And this showdown came 72 hours after Jeremy had told Candice he wanted to start a family. Mum of one, Candice, who manages rentals for Jeremy's £5 million pad in Hampshire on Airbnb, says he popped the question on the Italian Isle of Capri, and they'd been looking at engagement rings. But Candice admitted she was suspicious of his relationship with Lizzie. Oh, poor old Lizzie. You feel a bit sorry for her. A dreary husband, and I'm a small wonder they didn't survive. But after the bust-up, Lizzie, who's a regular guest on This Morning, no, she's not, she pops up every so often, tweeted a wonderful and very eventful shoot. She posted a selfie in front of Jeremy's pool with a caption, a beautiful day for a dip. Her spokesperson said, because obviously she can't string two words together, in recent weeks she's received harassing messages which were reported to the police, as was the abusive incident against my client. Jeremy declined to comment. Oh, dear, honestly. Of course, Lizzie can't be grateful for the publicity. She seems to go, oh, look, Mylene Class is pregnant. No, unbelievable. And here she is, outside our building. She's been craving spuds, because people get different cravings, don't they? Some people, coal is very popular. You want to eat coal when you're pregnant. Oh, please God, I never get pregnant. But I do worry, don't I? I do worry about these things. You know, you might get why can't you get a craving for doner kebabs? What's the matter with that? Why is it always something peculiar? I saw somebody the other day. I used to work with this girl years ago. What does she used to do? Eat raw garlic. Eat raw garlic. She would crunch it, and I used to think, oh no. Oh, no. I remember when I shared a flat in London with some girls, one of them had been out one night and she'd eaten garlic. When I opened the bedroom door, I was overwhelmed by the stench of garlic. It really sort of hit me. Also, how come the chattering classes get praise for airing their problems, but working classes only get snobbery and derision? The Jeremy Bile Show. Yes, put them up there, point and look. You know they live in council houses. You know they've all had multiple children. They're pushing prams with different coloured children. These are the people you want to laugh at on television. That's the way it works. That's the way it works. You know, they went away on holiday and left their kids alone. They were home alone. Oh, I think you'll find that covers the McCanns, doesn't it? And they were okay. That was just one of those unfortunate things that happened to them. If, of course, they'd come from a council estate in Lewisham, they'd be dragged through the courts, wouldn't they? Neglect of children. But there are differences. The chattering classes, it's okay for you to talk about your addiction to cocaine because we know how difficult it's been ever since you left finishing school. What do you mean you were dealing it on the estate in Lewisham? Yeah, piece of scum. That's how it works. It's always been like that. Oh, look, Ulrika Johnson. I felt rejected. You can't have been, dear. You've got children with 4 different fathers. It's not like I was gagging for it. Oh, my God. Leave that one to one side. ITV chiefs have written a clause into the Love Island contract offering the Stars family support as well. Why don't you do us all a favour and just axe the thing? Axe it. Axe it now. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. ITV said it has previously offered support to families. These people then are just not fit for purpose. The vetting system has gone out the window. Can't have things like that. We don't want to have people taking their own lives. Ridiculous. Mind you, they did say, I mean, there was various stories about Mike and saying that he hadn't got any money, there was no work, there was nothing left. Because once people have seen them in a nightclub, bearing in mind there's hundreds of them, all looking for that same tatty bit of work, standing in a... Look, I mean, poor old Jordan's still got to do it. Poor old bag at her age, still got to stand there. Yeah, I'm all right. So what does she do? She gets drunk, or she's seen messing around with things she shouldn't be messing around with. It's all very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. And then Mike, they said he had no work. There were no bookings cut. Well, for doing what? What does he do? What do any of them do? They answer, they don't do anything. All these things about businesses, they don't sell the stuff you think they do, I promise you. Steve, loved the show. I remember once drowning my sorrows to a bottle of Magdalene from Cambridge Wine Merchants. Didn't even use a wine glass. How much do you reckon it was worth? I don't know what Magdalene is. Is it pronounced Maudlin or something? I don't know. I think the X Factor and The Voice should be our Eurovision audition. Shouldn't we get extra points for all the other nations' songs which are sung in English? They do. Hawksmoor is the poor man's Goodman. So I don't even know what Goodman is either, so it doesn't really help, actually, Felix. It's in my top 5 steakhouses in London. I run a steak club, which aims to find the best steaks. And it's in my top 3 favourite steakhouses in Manchester. They don't have a Goodman in Manchester. Steaks are rather good, offering such as roasted bone marrow and truffle, macaroni cheese side dishes. But the Ambassador's pudding, homemade giant Ferrero Rocher, is the business. They offer a good steak, a reasonable price, and I recommend them. Yes. Do you believe the story, then, about the £4,500 bottle of wine given to a customer whose wine should have only been £260? See, I don't. I don't see it at all. Because I'd never even heard of them. No Spirit at these exorbitant prices. They'll be on the shelf, but locked away and accessible by a unique key. My last job, says Dev, working at Gatwick, North and South Terminal in the World of Whiskies duty-free satellite shop, selling 2 bottles of, if I remember rightly, 22-year-old Balvenie malt whiskey at a price of £8,000 to a guy who won good Euro money at the casino. Yes, see, I can understand that. I know whiskies are very expensive. A friend of mine used to collect whiskies going back to the 1940s, and you would buy a little bit of it. So all the way around his kitchen there was a shelf, and he had 1944, and he would buy, like, a third of a litre or something. So there was all different whiskies, and you leave them, but you're buying as an investment. So he couldn't afford the whole bottle, so he'd buy a percentage of it, and that was that. But, you know, £4,500 bottle of wine in Manchester. Hello, Manchester. Come on. What do you go to Manchester for? Visit your hubcaps. That's why you go there. You go there, and then they go, £4,500 for that bottle of wine, sir. No, bring us the Ferrero Rocher thing. That sounds like a load of fun. And it wouldn't be locked away. It's just sitting on a shelf. The barman takes it out, uncorks it, puts it on the counter. She doesn't look at it. The table don't bother looking at it. They just, oh no, just pour it. You think, no, I'm sorry. There is something rotten in the state of Denmark. And it's, would you take 7 minutes to 5? Why not? Dave the mechanic, aka the boyfriend, is still in the land of Nod, says little Julie. I'm awake early enough to join Kevin on his round delivering the gold top to a certain radio station. The gold top. I bought some full cream milk the other day. I've decided it doesn't make any difference. Doesn't seem to make any difference, and I'm enjoying that. I had some of that this morning, took all my tablets and my medication, but I had a problem with the shoe. I bought some lovely shoes about a year ago, and yesterday, don't ask me how it happened, I'm walking out of the cinema, had a chat to Nick Abbott. He was sitting down, resting, and so I had a little chat to him. He was going in to record his podcast, and I don't know if you've ever broken a shoe down, but in the middle of it, there's a metal bit which holds it. Well, it pinged up through the bottom of the shoe. All of a sudden, I thought my feet were on fire because I was treading on this metal bit. And, of course, I couldn't take the shoe off and develop a limp. I looked a bit ridiculous. So I managed to sort of get home, and I've thrown the shoes out now. Far too dangerous. Actually, I haven't bought... Normally, I buy shoes, but I don't spend a lot of money on shoes. 60 quid would be top whack for me. Is that too much? Is it... Oh, do you spend a lot? Oh, a producer spends a lot. Well, you're richer than me, obviously. It's all right for you. You live at home. I have to pay my own bills for toilet rolls and Domestos and things like that. It's very expensive. And frying pans. How much do you spend on a pair of shoes, then? £100? Where do you think I'm going to get £100 from? God, you are so rich. Everybody's richer than me around here. It's ridiculous. Even Dave O'Brien was saying to me the other day, oh, no, who was it? Oh, no, it wasn't. It was, I can't tell you who it was. This person said to me they had one of my little apples, which come from Marks and Spencer. They're very nice. They're called Rocket, and and I said, oh, they're nice. I said they're really designed for children, so that you can get kids into eating apples because they're really crunchy and they're really delicious. And he said to me, and I won't tell you who it is. He said, how much are they? And I said, well, they're £2.50 for 5. And he went, £2.50? And I went, is that too much? And he went, oh, it's a lot of money for apples. And I thought, isn't it funny? I don't think about things like that. I just go, they're little apples. 5 of them are £2.50, so it means 50p an apple. Well, yeah, 1, 2, yeah, 50p an apple. I didn't think that was too much. He thought that was too much. I was really... And I thought, he must earn a decent salary. But, you know, it's funny people look at the price of it. If I want to buy something, I'll buy it. I mean, within reason. I'm not going to spend £100 on a pair of shoes. That's just balmy. That just means you're super rich. And I'm not super rich. I can't do things like that. But I do actually go, I have spent a lot on a pair of shoes before, only because they didn't have a price on them and I felt too guilty. It's like I bought a shirt once. I saw it and I liked it. I've still got it. I'm too frightened to throw it. It's too expensive. 250 quid for a shirt. For a shirt! You'd expect somebody to come around and personally iron it for you. Steve, love the show. Off to Gatwick. Work, says Tricia. How nice. And Jake says, your captain speaking. Off to Bristol Airport to fly 189 people to Tenerife. Not said hello for ages, so I thought I'd check up on you. I'm good. There was something on a plane the other day on YouTube I watched this morning, and it was some big hooped earringed people who started having a fight on the plane. And so they got taken off. There were 5 of them. The language was disgusting. They shouldn't have been allowed to fly. More and more drunk people are getting on planes. More and more people are drunk getting on planes, and then they start arguments or things. It's horrible. It really is far. I think what they should do, they go, seat 31... Y, and you just push a button and the seat opens up, drops them out, and just leave them wherever they are. Matt, the trucker, says the trouble with Love Island and so many other programmes is that the people they have on the show are desperate for fame and attention. They get it whilst on the show, instant fame. When it's all over, the bookings stop and nobody can remember their names. They don't know what to do with themselves and they can't bear not being in the limelight. No, they're egotist, talentless people. Talentless. Completely and utterly talentless. Their only claim to fame is they have a nice body and they walked onto a show and they're willing to have sex on television. And that is their claim to fame. You can't define it any other way, but fame is very addictive. Fame is very, very addictive. Some people deal with it. These people are not equipped to deal with anything. Seriously, they're not equipped to deal with it. They seem to think it's like Bros. Hate to bring it back to Bros, you know, who think that they're really huge stars. They're not. They're old has-beens. Luke's got his own career, but as he was alleged to have said to the papers the other day, he's too big and famous to do Strictly Come Dancing. And I thought, you're never too big and famous, mate. Never too big and famous. Matt, of course, went on. They didn't do anything for his career. He's living in Cloud Cuckoo Land. He's talking like they're still selling millions of albums every year and doing sell-out rock tours. And they're not. They're not. Did any of those songs that they wrote for the last show ever appear in the charts? No. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And so they become delusional, but people go, they're all rich. No, they're not. Kerry Katona's been bankrupt twice. Daniela Westbrook's a complete nervous wreck. They put her up on television programmes. For what reason? I've got no idea. Luckily, her Jeremy Kyle show will never see the light of day, so that's good news. Mike, no, I didn't get the watch. I did buy another watch the other day, which is just a plain cheapo watch. I've got watches. It's not that I need any more watches. It's just that I did see this one and think it looked quite nice. But then I decided that I wasn't going to spend the money on it. I haven't checked for a while, actually, on what money I've got. I know roughly what I've got, but I'd like to know exactly, so I'll probably find out over this weekend. Mary Berry got a gong at a food award. She's 84. She was crowned TV Personality of the Year at the Fortnum and Mason Bash in central London. And Chris Evans gave her just desserts. Love the yellow jacket. Love the yellow jacket. I do like this bloke with the Picasso. 230 quid. And it looked like a fake, but then they think it's an original draft of a 1930 work. There's a faded message on the back to artist Roland Penrose, a close friend of Picasso's, who lived in Chiddingly in East Sussex. The bloke who bought it said he'd be happy with $5,000 for it. Could go for 750,000. News coming up this morning on LBC this Friday morning, which is lovely. Boris shows his hand. June will be the end of May. Posh gushes over a £4 bottle of water. Do you think the kids in the family go, Mummy's mad as a fruitcake? Absolutely. I mean, it's not going to make any difference. She's still ageing inside. What she looks like on the outside, who cares? Also, the school who failed its GCSE pupils. They sat down for an exam only to find they'd all discovered that they'd studied the wrong book. A little bit embarrassing. We'll tell you the school. And, Andy Murray gets knighted ahead of the Wimbledon farewell. Jinston, nice to have your company. Nice. Steve, £250 for a shirt. I'd spend that on a pair of socks. Silk, though, of course, says Josh. 250. I mean, listen, it was so long ago. It was years ago. It must have been a good 15 years ago. And I didn't have the nerve to go, I can't afford it. Like the 2 pairs of shoes I bought in Russell and Bromley. 350 quid a pair. I've never spent 300. Admittedly, strangely, I bought them and I wore them in here on a few occasions, and people went, "Oh, nice shoes." So obviously people look at your shoes. Nobody's ever said anything since, of course. Don't feel guilty, Steve. I spent 130 quid on a watch I really don't need. But saying that, this watch has saved my life, alerting me about being in atrial fibrillation and telling me to seek medical advice. God, the last thing I'd need is a watch telling me that. Can you imagine? By the way, you need to seek some medical attention as soon as possible. Thank you. Not. Sorry to take issue with one of your other listeners, says Chris, but I don't at all agree that Hawksmoor is the poor man's Goodman. Sorry to be pedantic, but if you check their menus, you find the pricing is very similar, with the Goodman ribeye steak a little more expensive, £36 versus £33, but the Hawksmoor fillet, pricier, 36 versus 32. The truth is, these are very similar food offerings, and the major difference is the venue's ambiance, which is very much a personal preference. I know both the Goodman in Maddox Street and the Hawksmoor in Eyre Street pretty well, and would recommend both, depending on the occasion or how rich or... But this pony stuff about, different wines and everything else, and somebody behind the counter doesn't know the difference between a 260 quid bottle. You're employing idiots. Just as stunt, says Lady Paula, to get more customers at the restaurant. People will be hoping for the same mistake. I've worked with alcohol. You can't make that mistake nowadays. All prices are added to computerised till. Everything's computerised. Every time I order a drink in Joe Allen's, they go to the till, they go, da, 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 and it pops up on it. It's always been like that. Whatever I've ordered has always arrived. If I order Prosecco, I get the Prosecco arriving. The difference between a £260 bottle of ropey old wine and a £4,500 bottle of wine is a lot of money. They don't make that sort of mistake, but it's given them publicity. The owner of it can't appear on enough programmes now to talk about it. Prove it. Prove it to us. Show us the camera on the bar with the barman handing over a bottle of wine, which is worth £4,500 as opposed to a £260 bottle. It would have written on there what it is. And your barman makes that mistake. And the woman, who was from another branch and is a manager, also didn't notice it. What a pair of incompetents they must be. If people go there thinking they're going to get the same mistake, and of course they will get it to the point of boredom, I should imagine. Oh, yeah, somebody got a £4,500 bottle of wine the other day, and we didn't. Thank you. You are so stupid. You are so stupid.
Why?
I never like working with you. You're an idiot. I've got to find somebody more mature.
Okay.
You're useless.
What about Callum?
Callum? We've not seen Callum for a while, have we? He only does Mondays? Good Lord above. He's part-time, is he? Oh, right. Oh. I'm full-time. I'm here all the time. See what the water's like. I said to him, when you fill up my little water bottle, which I'm not in favour of doing normally, I said, but don't let the tap touch the top of the bottle. He went, oh, yeah, right. Of course, I don't trust him at all. At least the water's nice and cold. I keep thinking, somebody said to me the other day, what did they say they were drinking? I was talking to somebody about water, and I said, I'm supposed to drink more water. And they said, how much are you drinking? I thought, not that, maybe a bottle. Maybe a bottle a day, that's about it. I drink more milk than anything else, but I never used to drink milk before, and then all of a sudden I got into drinking milk. I go through phases, but generally speaking, with the water or the milk, it's a case of, drink a bottle and then off to the toilet. So as quickly as... You're not going to sneeze again, are you? I do hope not. He's going through a sneezing phase. So, of course, we all have to suffer at the same time. What do you keep playing with your nose for? Have you got some problem or something? What's the matter? Honestly. Is there some reason for this I should know about? Because I've got a duty of care to you whilst you're working on the programme. How many times, says Jason, have you said Hawksmoor? I know. I agree with you. But listen, you don't get paid, do you? Do you? That'd be nice. Do you ever think about co-presenting on Eurovision? You and Graham Norton would be a perfect duo, says Jeremy. No. Steve Allen and Graham, no. I don't think you can do double... It's like if somebody said to me, if my boss said to me, said, we love your programme, Steve, but how do you feel about having a co-presenter? And I'd be going, oh, what, two of us? Can you imagine what that would be like? We'd have to sort of I think it's very difficult to do a double-headed programme. I'm quite an expert on things like this. This evening, we started getting previews of the upcoming television programme for the summer season. One was, God help us, Love Island. I almost threw up, says Paul in Illinois, the colonies. And Kevin says the Spikers are now planning mine and Julie's wedding. We're holding the reception at a restaurant in Manchester. I hear the drinks are cheaper and there's a nice big studio there that's just come up for hire. I feel sorry. We were talking the other day about this. The people I feel sorry for on the Kyle show are the people working on it. Where are they supposed to go now? They've been working there for 14 years. It's not good, is it? And my friend as well. I do have some friends, actually. I could think the other day, why did I get something? I can't remember. Oh, it was from a friend of mine who's in the business. James is his name, and he's absolutely lovely. But he's down in Cornwall, so he's one of my favourites. And I do get these things every so often from people that I know. And that I don't know that many people in the business. I know the people in this building, but I don't know. There's 700 of us in this building, and we've just got another building as well, which is big, down in Holborn. So I know Holborn very well. It's lovely down there. That's very nice. Another 400 in there. Wow. That is... How does Holborn make me feel? What do you mean? Well, actually, it's very interesting because the offices look very similar to ours here. There's obviously a theme following through. Very much so. Watching an old episode of The Sweeney yesterday, and the episode of Newsflash came on the car radio from LBC. The newsreader sounded like you. Could it have been? I've no idea. We think it's Douglas Cameron. But what they would do, they would just say, this is The Sweeney, we just need to lift a piece of news. And they'll go, and they'll just send them over a tape of the news. Before my time? Good Lord. I didn't think it was before my time. So prior to 79. This was 76. Oh, right. Well, that probably would have been Douglas Cameron. But they used to often lift bits and pieces for the television programme. But they don't need to come to us because we don't own our own copyright. It's owned by the company. I'm broadcasting on LBC, but everything I say on this programme belongs to them, which I quite like. Milk is actually more hydrating than water, so it's all good, says Grace. Thank you. Have you tried Rose's lime cordial made with Caribbean limes, or Caribbean? Of course, I like Rose's lime. Not all the time, but I do like it. Tony says if they've still got the bottle, then just refill it up with some other wine and stick the cork back in. Callum probably pays £250 for socks if he can afford to work part-time. Well, I think he's at college, isn't he? He's studying to be, I don't know, studying to be... They're all so young, honestly. I was looking at all these people. When everybody troops out of this building here, it's like the Von Trapp family going off for a day out. They make you feel old too. Thank God for that. This is the producer with a hot tub, ladies and gentlemen. Not going to make such a big deal about it today as we did yesterday, because apparently it's an inflatable hot tub. Dave O'Brien's hot tub hour was brilliant yesterday. Brilliant. I think he's only doing it because, he can invite people round to have a go. Like, the producer would be in there straight away. She was sort of demonstrating her outfit to him the other day. It was very funny. With a little slogan on it. He went, oh, yeah, sometimes the slogan goes over the... stop it. She was wearing black again yesterday. I did say another funeral, because you're like, well, if somebody's wearing black, normally you would wear black for another reason, but no, she's wearing black. That's what I said. And so she looked at me, no, Steve, no. It's like, oh, no, John, no, John, no, John, no. Very much like that. Love the show, Steve. Another one says, love the show, Steve. I think I wrote that. So this bloke buys this Picasso. Listen, he paid 230 quid. If he gets 5,000, he'll be very happy. But if it is a genuine Picasso, and they think it's very likely, because there is a name on the back of it, after they took it out the frame. And that's why they think it could be genuine. Otherwise, why would you write somebody's name in it? This is Roland Penrose, a close friend of Picasso's. And so it could be early. Could be an early one. If it is, it could be worth anything. I mean, it could be worth anything. If two people want it, it could go through the roof. Steve says, you've always got friends here in Hamburg. A night or two up the Reaper Barn will prove it. Thank you. I know all about the Reaper Barn. I've heard about that. Not the sort of place I could be allowed out by myself. Definitely not. Could let Thomas out, but definitely not for me. A neighbour from hell... Wait a minute, let's have a quick check. Oh, yes, that's all right. Neighbour from hell terrorised a family by repeatedly playing the Addams Family theme at full volume. Neil Spate, bit of a plank, 47, also blasted out the laughing policeman while yelling out the names of the two young kids next door. Their mum, Nadine, said the row started when she and her husband complained to him about the noise, so he tormented them for 5 years. What a silly little girl's blouse you are, Mr. Spate. He was screaming swear words through the walls, which Nadine's daughter began to repeat. Nadine from Stockport says, I can't begin to explain our family's suffering at the hands of this buffoon. What a stupid little man you are. What? There's something going on that I've missed. I'm missing something here. It might be the story. Oh, right, the story. All right. Spate admitted... Have you ever heard The Laughing Policeman? I know a fat old policeman who's always down our street. A fat and jolly policeman is always on our beat. And then it goes, and so it goes on. It's very bizarre. But also the Addams Family. That's the one that goes, do-do-do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do. Anyway, he admitted harassment at the town's Crown Court. He's been banned from contacting them for a year, you silly little man. Silly little man. Nothing worse, is there? I've told you about neighbourly dysfunctions and when people sort of lose it. I mean, 5 years there to put up with it. God, blimey. Now that the ghastly chavvy Jeremy Kyle has finally been axed over the death of a contributing guest, why hasn't Love Island been axed? They had 2 contestants. I don't know. We can't work that one out. Probably because it gets millions and generates millions. And I can't think of any other reason. Worrying, isn't it, really? Very worrying. I think there's loads of programmes. But I did turn on the telly the other day, and again, there was somebody vulnerable on the television. I thought, these people shouldn't be put on there. I think I'm sure that Daniela Westbrook turned up on something, but I can't remember what it was. Whatever it is, I don't want to see her on the television ever again. There's something the matter with her. She's ill. She needs to get medical help. She's seriously ill. I don't want people to go into rehab and then come back and start talking about it. I couldn't care less. I did watch a thing the other day, because we sat in this cinema next door, and they've got seats there. You can control them with a push button thing. And I wasn't, and the laughing boy next door said, you can make your seat go back, and I'm more than happy with the way my seat is at the moment. And you can make it tip back, so you're sort of lying, but I'd just go to sleep. That's called going to bed. So I didn't. He made his seat go backwards, and we had to get all that. Daniela Westbrook was on the Jeremy Vine TV show on Wednesday. How stupid. What did they put her on there for? Do not encourage her. It doesn't help. She needs to get out there, get a job, do something. Try and be a useful member of society, as opposed to this person who just turns up on every programme whinging about how dreadful it all is and how drug dealers contact you and try and sell you drugs. Change your phone number, dear. There you go. First advice for the day. And that was free. You didn't need to, hear that from anybody else. Eco worries. Travel is... Oh, God, I keep forgetting about it. The Addams Family theme tune always makes me think of the Beckhams, says Grace. Is it just me? Makes you think of the Beckhams. The crazy and the kooky. The Addams Family. I don't know. I never think of the Beckhams, actually. I always think that she's mad as a toothbrush and goes off. She's so worried about the ageing process. Now she's hit mid-40s. Whereas sort of Dave doesn't know what planet he's on and sort of wanders about and then go, I'm not doing anything for the next week, I'll go and get another tattoo. Then the young Beckham, Brooklyn, who looks like a complete wreck. I've never seen anybody who is so badly dressed. Dirty trainers. He turned up at an event the other day. Looked like he needed a good bath. Bit of a shame, really, but there's obviously no control in the family. Mary says, my most expensive purchase was a pair of purple velvet bell-bottoms at Kensington Market. I loved them, but they wore out. A bit like me. Yes, well, we all get there. Eurovision Song Contest and Watford v Man City FA Cup weekend, says Jackie. I know, big. Another one here. Steve says, new scam out today via email. TV licensing looks very professional. Your direct debit has not been able to be collected. I don't pay by direct debit. I try and have as few direct debits as possible. I will phone up and put it on a card, and that's it, finished. I don't do direct debits, definitely not. And we used to buy those purple velvet bell-bottom trousers at Ken Market. They used to call them loons, didn't they? Velvet loons. I used to love them. And believe it or not, they used to be about $1.99. You could get a satin jacket for $3.99. Loads of things. Oh look, sex on the television, and the intimacy coordinator for Screen Love Scenes, and her name is Ita O'Brien. I mean, do we really have to have this on the television? I'm not a prude in any way, shape or form, but I'm a bit bored with the uglies who want to go on television. It's like, naturists. You go down to Brighton and on the nudist beach, it's all ugly people. I don't know why. There's nobody sort of, the only good-looking people you see are on television. on sort of the Love Island and things like that. One of my stars today from fake Mystic Meg. This is not the old Mystic Meg. This is obviously some imposter wearing the same wig. The communication levels in your chart reach a new high and you feel in charge. That'll do for me. Thank you very much indeed. We don't go anywhere else, do we? And the Mirror, what have they got for us today? Oh, they were doing 2 years on, the Manchester bombings. They were doing a documentary about it last night on the television. And I'd forgotten just exactly what everybody went through up there. Terrible. Plus the Prime Minister's final countdown. May ends in June. Very clever. Somebody worked that one out. And she's been forced to announce a date to finally quit. Can't be much fun, can it? Can you feel the love tonight? Yes, Rita Ora was the ice queen. I don't know, she's nothing to do with it. But she was advertising an ice cream, poor soul. It was an ice cream on a stick. And that was about as good as it gets. They also found some other people there who were prepared to be sort of taken in by this kind of thing. What's it got to do with filming? Because you sit there eating something. I mean, you can't eat something like that in a cinema. You really can't. Ridiculous. Elton John's fantasy biopic is named after the song that launched him. Rocket Man, of course. And is it as good as Bohemian Rhapsody? In a word, almost. Go the crits. I've not seen it yet. I shall be interested to see it, having followed his career for some time. Plus, Eurovision finally meets its Madge. 30 tons of stage kit and secret rehearsals. Well, she doesn't need to rehearse there at all. She can go and do it elsewhere and then just transfers it onto a stage in where are they doing it? Where are they doing this thing? Can't remember. Where are they doing? Oh, in Tel Aviv. So she's got 25 dancers, 40 backing singers. 40 backing singers? How stupid. A director, choreographer and animators. Her kit has piled extra pressure on stagehands. Well, don't invite her on there then if you're not happy with it. Goodness sake. You know what she comes with? She comes with a lot of baggage and a lot of ego. Somebody says she could spark controversy if she sings Like a Prayer. An insider said a song about religious devotion in this part of the world could be quite incendiary. There you go. Somebody says, we've never confirmed Madonna as an act. If we do not have a contract, she cannot perform. I don't know why you're bothering. 134 strong. That is some ego. That's almost of the likes of Peter Andre. He turns up with huge entourages. All over that. I don't know why. Perhaps it's to massage his ego. I heard Posh Spice put so much vanishing cream on she can no longer be seen. Well, she certainly can't sing, can she? That's why she's not bothering touring with the Spice Girls, and she doesn't need the money. Wrong. An army veteran who's living on the streets is now a chef at a top hotel. I mean, that's quite some movement, I think. And Vinnie Jones, that well-known old has-been, is being lined up for the celebrity version of the X Factor so he can sing. I didn't know he sang. I don't know what he does, actually. I know that they did make a fly-on-the-wall series about him, and he was just pictured sitting at home in front of the television. And so he said to the producer, do you want me to go out shopping? And they went, well, what would you normally do? You know, it's like the Beckham family. I think Dave is hoping to make a documentary about the Beckhams. Doing what? Don't tell us, every single one of the family is incredibly talented. Perhaps we can hear Brooklyn's voice for the first time. I've a sneaking feeling it probably sounds like his mother's. My most expensive purchase was a Cartier Roadstar watch at $6,000, but I had to sell it, says Matt, when I went skint. Clothing-wise, Gucci loafers. Oh, right. Elton John's sons are going to lead the Hornets team out at Wembley before the FA Cup final, says Jackie. How old are they? They're only about 7 and 8 now. Good-looking pair of boys, aren't they, really? So, I wonder if they realise just how lucky they are. Be like all these other members. 8 and 6. Oh, that's cute. They can lead the team. And they always get people, don't they, to lead the team out, which is absolutely lovely. Also, we've got a lovely shot, that is. A rare super blue moon. A super blue blood moon looming over central London. And then they've got Tee-hee. Comic Simon Brodkin gives the Prime Minister her P45 at the Tory conference. He's disappeared now, hasn't he? He just used to turn up, a complete and utter rosser. And he used to turn up to all sorts of things, and then luckily disappeared. Didn't he do something Well Good show or something? And it's the Lee Nelson Wicked Dead Good show. So I used to watch it thinking, this is an act, isn't it? A bad act. Some of them worked, this one didn't. And then he started turning up at all sorts of things. Also, a lot of people, Mirrorman Phil Coburn's picture of pupils forming a hacker after New Zealand mosque killings. I've seen the I don't quite get the hacker at all. And then they go like that, and I just think, what are they doing that for? What's that got to do with it? I don't even know what hacker means. Does it mean where you stick your tongue out? I saw it. It's a Maori thing. Yeah, but what does it mean? What is it? Is it sort of like be scared of us? And then they all poke their tongues out or something? I was never too sure. It's a ceremonial war dance, including chanting and imitation. And that's it. But you have to sort of do it, you know, shoving your bum out as if you're twerking. And they do... They do it. I've seen them doing it. It's about challenging. It doesn't look challenging at all. You just like say, oh, go away. Go away. You think it's cool? Oh, it's awful at the rugby. It's the most boring thing. Honestly, I stand there going, boo, boo, boo the hacker. It's not religious, though, is it? Is it a religion? I'm not sure. Really important. Oh, well, it's fabulous then. I absolutely love it and I wish it well in its journey around the world. Never let it be said I was knocking something's religious connotation. Good up the hacker. Big up the hacker. Let's do the hacker before we start the programme every morning. I think that'd be a good one. Does anybody know why Madonna is now wearing an eye patch? Yes, I do. She's starring in The Pirates of Penzance, and she's a pirate. So that's why. Mike says, I agree with you on Daniela Westbrook. It would never happen, but she would earn people's respect if she worked a proper job. She might develop self-respect too. Oh, she's never going to work. She's too bone idle for that. At one point, she had a job working part-time in a bar or something, or helping out she was cleaning a pub in Tottenham or something stupid. You know, I mean, she's a complete waste of space. She needs to get out there and get a job. That's the only way you have self-respect to yourself. You get up and I said to my driver the other day, he said, what time do you get up? So I told him the routine. Because for some reason, Thomas seemed to think I was going home to bed yesterday. God knows how many times you have to explain, I've been to bed. I go to bed at 5 o'clock in the evening. I've been in bed. I've been asleep. This is my day. This is my daytime now. This is breakfast time. And then I have everything else. So you said, sleep well. I thought, I'm not going home to bed. Why would you think that? We won't try to be polite at all. It just means that every time I've said something to you, it's gone in one ear, floated around in the ether, and then wandered out the other ear. I've already been to bed. I didn't say anything to you. Why do you think I said something to you? Ha, 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 ha. Double bluff. What's the news again? I mustn't miss it. Still to come, Corrie Simon. I'm having therapy for my anxiety. I know the feeling. I'm rapidly getting there myself. And ITV in a crisis. They want to keep Love Island, and they think that Lorraine and This Morning may fill the gap. What, more Lorraine, more This Morning? Oh, good Lord. Charlotte, why can't they just rerun some old shows of people? Couldn't they? It must better come up with something, couldn't they? Or just run a comedy series. Anything that's better than watching the Jeremy Kyle show. Oh, test card would be nice, actually, yes. Or we could have meditation 2 hours. It's only an hour they're filling, isn't it? Can't be that blooming difficult. Ghostbusters star Dan Aykroyd says aliens really are here. I know, I'm working with one of them. And they're looking forward to breeding with us. He claims he's seen 3 alien craft. Quite mad, quite mad. Manipulative television. And what they've done on Britain's Got Talent, apparently the judges were in tears. Not surprised, some of the rubbish that's turned up on the stage. In an episode to be shown this weekend, they've got to have a story. Have you noticed? Every weekend there's got to be a story about Britain's Got Talent so they can get you watching it. And this one is a singer called Jacob Jones, who gets down on one knee at the end of his audition and proposes to his girlfriend, Faye, leaving the judges gobsmacked. So you don't think that was pre-arranged, do you? What do you think? They just sort of went, OK, just bring her on stage, that's fine. A source says it's one of the most emotional moments on the show we've seen in a long time. I know, most of the show makes me cry like a baby, I'm afraid. Simon was so chuffed he was emotional. Yeah, well, he probably was, because they're desperate to find something to get that show back on target audience again, but it's not working. It's not working. Victoria Beckham's tipple at a swanky £3,000 a week detox spa. If you spent less time fannying around in these detox spas, dear, and more time on your company, it might be a different thing. This water she's drinking is charged with the moon's energies by being placed underneath a full moon. Ooh, so scary. So rubbish. You know, Peckham Springs style. Beckham Springs style. Also, and this is the original Trigger Happy. This is Dom Jolly. Apparently he's had his own clear out. Oh, that'll be good. He's chucked away his 6 foot so-and-so, a massive pumpkin head, and one of the original Trigger Happy squirrels. But he says, the one thing I'll never sell is the big mobile. What a shame. It was the least funny thing he ever had. But he says it does encapsulate the show. I have it in a large frame glass box with the words, "Do not break unless in utter career emergency." So I expect it to go over this weekend, I should imagine. Also, over to Shanghai. China has responded to the US President Donald Trump's increase in tariffs on their imports with a line of orange toilet brushes. I think it's quite funny. If it's true, it's even better than I thought it was. Harry Redknapp has joked that his son Jamie flirted with a juror during his tax evasion trial. Lovely. I love it when people sort of joke with jurors and stuff like that. Here's a bigger picture of the neighbour from hell. Neil Spate, bit of a thicko, 47 years old. He played the laughing policeman as well in these houses next door. He was shouting through the walls. And he's also got, strangely enough, 2 earlier convictions for offensive communications. So he's a real plank, isn't he? What a silly little person he is. He's been fined 180 quid, 235 posts, and his lawyer, Neville Warburton, told the Stockport magistrates it's clear there's no love lost on either side between these 2 neighbours, but there have been matters put to police on both sides. What an idiot he is. Look at him, honestly. I'm glad they'll be pointing and laughing. They can't sell the Rod Stewart tour out. A little bit worried. There's another big full-page advert for Rod Stewart. The tour starts next week. He's only sold out. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's only sold out 4 out of, looks to me like 20. Extra dates added due to phenomenal demand. Well, they haven't sold out. So in other words, the first one, Bristol, not sold out. Nottingham, not sold out. Southampton, extra seats released, not sold out. York Racecourse, sold out. Milton Keynes, not sold out. Ipswich, not sold out. Wolverhampton, not sold out. Aberdeen, sold out. Of course it is. First night out in ages. Oh, he's coming up here. I can't believe it. Can't you get it? We are sailing on the... Bolton University, not sold out. Sheffield, not sold out. Newcastle, not sold out. Hove, not sold out. Lytham Festival, sold out. Yeah, but that's a festival with loads of people in it, isn't it? Not just the one thing. The O2, not sold out. 2 dates there, 17th and 19th of December. Extra seats in Manchester and Glasgow. Sold out in Glasgow for the 28th of November. So, and it starts, because I thought sometimes they book these things in advance. And then we all go, oh, right, so that's you're buying seats for next year. No. You're buying them for next week. Buying them for next week. It's not good, is it? I worry about things like that. We like Rod Stewart, very popular boy. I mean, he's mellowed a bit now. He's gone into his 70s, but they still like playing at being rock stars. They were all worried the other day. People were saying about the Jeremy Vine show, and they have one of the big bouncers on there, Big Dave, apparently, or something. Sorry, Jeremy Kyle. But apparently he has a job. He has another job, which he's on. He's on the Judge Rinder show. So, obviously, because that sort of comes to fisticuffs, basically people trying to hit Judge Rinder, because he's a very bad presenter. And and so he's there to protect Judge Rinder, who apparently is camp as a Christmas tree. I have watched a few of them. I have watched them. They seem to be attracting a different sort of person. You won't find anybody from Chelsea. Or Twickenham. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Elaine, now known as the other Elaine since joining the Facebook Spikers, says, I'm in Pilot in Cyprus, getting ready for an early start at the beach. Lots of swimming in the sea for me today. And Maxine says, what a memory jogger, talking about loons and Kensington Market. Do you remember Mr. Freedom at the Chelsea drugstore? Chelsea drugstore? I used to live in the Chelsea drugstore. One of the girls I lived with, Diane, used to dance in the Chelsea drugstore. It was only called that. It was a bar with go-go dancers, and they used to do there in the Trafalgar. Oh, you're talking to somebody who's over 25 here. And then poor old Sam likes to dress up as a soldier, and says, Steve Allen, what a moaner. You're writing to me. I'm not writing to you. What are you writing to me for, then? Oh, blimey, get a life, Sam. Try and be an adult. Not easy, I know. Talking about Lorraine Kelly, I just had an image of her taking over the Jeremy Kyle show. Would everybody be lovely? Oh, you're gorgeous. Your tattoos are spelt really great. And here's a piercing. Look, if I undo this button here, here's a piercing I had earlier. And tomorrow, we're offering as a prize your whole body tattoo. How about that? That's a good one, isn't it? The real Lorraine Kelly would say, I'm not doing that show. It's an act, isn't it? Because it's an act. She's only acting. Yeah. I'm not doing that show. I'm not, because sometimes I can't understand what she's saying. Sometimes it's quite a thick accent, but it's her little face that makes everybody smile. That's why it goes, isn't it? Lorraine Kelly takes over the Jeremy Kyle show. Oh, please don't fight, don't hit her. Okay, hit her a little bit. Oh, God. You can imagine, can't you? She'd just go to pieces. Mind you, I'd like to see Pip Schofield in the middle of it. Will you wait? No. Pip Schofield goes down. Holly Willoughby piles onto the top of them. I'll get you with me boobs. Bang! Crashes their heads together. Oh, dear. You could have a field day on the programme, couldn't you? It'd be so exciting. Television in the morning go, do you know, there was such a punch-up the other day on the Kyle show, hosted by... You could have a few... You could get some people from Love Island. You could get some people from Love Island, you know, put your head here, like that. Oh, dear. Why don't they put on a rerun of Candid Camera in place of the Jeremy Kyle show, or do a new series? Yeah, there's so many things they could do. So many things they could do, Sean, but, you know... I don't know. Steve, I'm amazed you're still as fresh on the radio when I used to work for LBC and Crown Communications in Hammersmith. Every time you mention previous presenters and staff like Douglas Moffat, it transports me to a couple of decades, says Steve. I recall we all used to go to the Avelina wine bar across the building. Well, I can't remember anything. We did the wine bar over the... more drunken escapades in the wine bar than anywhere else. And actually, do you remember the pub on the corner? Because the pub over on the corner, the landlord there was a lovely man, and he was an LBC fan. But if anybody swore, you had to put... sorry, not swore. If you used your mobile phone in the pub, you had to put £1 into the kitty. £1 in the kitty. And I always remember, he had an assistant bar person there. They go away on holiday, come back, the barman had taken the takings and buggered off, as they say. But what could we put in place of Jeremy Kyle? Nothing. Meditative music. You know, music to sort of watch swans swimming by. That'd be nice. Anything like that. Anything that sort of, that calms people down. But I still think the idea, you know, David Dickinson, Real Deal Punch-Up, I'm with you tomorrow. That'd be good, wouldn't it? You could have, but I still think Lorraine could sit there being all cutesy. Oh, you're gorgeous, you're really wonderful, I love you. What's your name? Kylie. It's a lovely name, isn't it? And where do you live? Glasgow. Lovely. So there's things... Oh, somebody's written to the Daily Star. The other day we had to suffer with the dreary ramblings of Catherine Tilsley, who moaned about her time on Coronation Street because she had to work. Such a little troubled soul. And so Jakey in Bolton says, forgotten how fabulous she looked. Yeah, sadly not anymore. Sadly not, it's all gone. And she just moaned the other day about she'd had 7 years of trying to build up a career, and then she slags off Coronation Street for making her work for 12-hour days. Oh, diddums, honestly. Our heart bleeds, Catherine. Why don't you just give the money back? Why don't you give it all back? Honestly, nobody cares. Nobody cares. She says, I never watch it now. No, it's funny. Well, actually, more people are watching it now that you've gone, which is good news. Tony says, I'll get you with me boobs. I nearly crashed, Steve. I know. Occasionally on this programme, we just go that little bit extra. Other programmes might hold back. But I'm working on the assumption at 17 minutes to 6 in the morning, we need to get you out of bed. We need to, unless, of course, you're not working, in which case we still need to get you out of bed so you can go and find a job. This is specifically aimed at Kerry Coke Toner and Daniela Westbrook. If you'd like to get up now, dears, and perhaps go and see if there's any work available out there, or you're just going to sit there waiting for another thing to happen in your lives that you can drone on to any other programmes. Oh, goodness me. So Jeremy Kyle's not telling you all to get a job now. I'm doing it. OK? It's me. Don't mess with the Alan, all right? I know what's going on in the world. Get off your bed and get out there and get a job. There must be something you can do. Listen, I know loads of people at Waterloo Station. They work really hard. Can you get a job there? No, not you, Thomas. You don't need to go and get a job there. I see Thomas more of... Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I saw him yesterday in a new light. I've decided a new job for him would be at the Odeon Cinema next door, where they go, commercial time, and then he comes out and he's got a tray which he lights up with Lion's Made on the front of it. And he stands at the front and people rush forward to buy an ice cream, or as we call them around here, a Rita Ora. Hello? Technical term. And I could see you standing there with your little hat on, which has got Lion's Made written on it. You know, you can do Kioras, and you can do a tub of ice cream as well at the same time. I had a lovely roll in my lunch bag yesterday. I got, it was bacon and egg. Bacon and egg, like a little baguette. I drank the orange juice, which I shouldn't have done, and I haven't eaten the apple. I've still got the apple. But at least I'm making an effort. Love Island last night faced growing calls for the axe after Jeremy Kyle's show was shut down. Perhaps they could get I don't know what you do with all the people who work on it. What are they supposed to do now? They're all saying Jeremy Kyle could be in line for a £3 million payoff. I do hope not. I'd hate to think of that. But former contestant Malin Anderson, nobody knows who she is. Nobody. Led demands for the show after the suicide deaths of 2 contestants. And the Bikini Beauty thinks ITV bosses should call it quits. Yes. Well, perhaps you should call it quits as well. You know, nobody knows who you are, so why worry about it? It's up to them to close it down, or ITV to make a decision. Pret-a-Manger is closing in on a deal to buy the rival food-to-go chain Eat. Talks between the high street chains on a deal for the majority or all of Eat's 94 outlets, because apparently they're not doing very well. Eat lost 17.2 million in the last financial year. Not good, is it? I've never been in one. I don't know what they do. There's one on the Strand. It's quite big. But next to it was a sort of a wok place where they did Asian food. And that closed down even after a refit. I was very surprised. First discovered a band called Garbage. And I didn't know anything about them. They're doing a gig over here, probably a series of gigs. But I didn't know who they were. They're apparently a punk band. A punk band, if you please. See, Kevin the Milkman will know about that. He said, what to put in place of Jeremy Kyle? How about an animal programme? We could have Pussy Hour. Cute kittens to keep the snowflakes happy. Do you remember, you're not old enough to remember, but years ago, if they needed a filler on a programme, they had the potter's wheel, where the camera just focused on a potter's wheel and they made a pot. Or failing that, they did, was it Land's End to John O'Groats? It was a train journey, and it lasted 3 minutes or something, and we're just following the train. And we watched it, and they go, well, that was a good programme. So you could have that again. I think that's quite good. Rob, the coach driver, says, hope you're all okay. I've got a job interview today. Good luck. Rachel in Gloucester says, loving your Cockney accent. Reckon it makes you sound like a bouncer. Yeah. Sorry. Occasionally, it sounds better on the radio than it probably does in real life. And Howard, I hope not. There are 2 chairs going for sale. And if any of your listeners like to buy them, just get them to contact ITV. Going cheap. It's a bit more than 2 chairs. They've got a whole studio. Full of seats and everything else. Tons of stuff. Makeup. All the makeup people will go. All the sound technicians, the lighting, the bouncers, the producers. There'll be a cast on that show, I reckon, of more than 40 people. Well, in fact, when I mentioned 40 the other day to Mr. O'Brien, he said, cool, more like 60. 60 people. We had about 60 people working on Fives Company, and that was all those years ago, because each team was setting up for the day ahead. You didn't, you weren't doing it and then setting up for tomorrow. You were setting up for the week ahead. And he had his ITV show. Not for very long. But he didn't have that. I don't know how many people were working on it, but it's far more in television. The equivalent programme in radio, 3. 3, unless it's the BBC, in which case they're delighted to waste your money and spend as much as they can. And about 140 people, yes, on the equivalent we used to laugh years ago. I remember when Mike Dickin was alive and he collected an award from the Variety Club, and previous to him, they'd had a BBC programme, and they brought up what seemed like, the entire coach trip, and they were all there, and then Mike turns up with his producer, and he went, and this is our team. That's commercial radio. Because it would make no difference to this programme if there was 40 people sitting out there producing it. It really wouldn't make any difference at all. As it is, there's one. Isn't there, really? Because Thomas, he's gone again. We don't know where he goes to. He just wanders. I think he's giving guided tours of the building. Maybe, actually, a subject for the new Jeremy Kyle replacement show. Does your adult son visit home and still expect you to wash his dirty clothes? Did you see Loose Women the other day? They plumbed the depths. When you're in the shower or the bath, do you wash your legs? And most people, you'll be surprised by this, most people don't wash their legs. You know why? Because you wash your upper body, and people say, but the soap runs all the way down and cleans your legs. Well, it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. You have to wash your legs. Steve, I've just pulled up, with a big grin on my face, says Justin in Dagenham. Well, it certainly won't be anything in Dagenham that's made you smile, will it? Listening to your impressions always make me chuckle. Your Lorraine Kelly sounds remarkably like Mrs. Doubtfire. No, it doesn't. It is completely different. It's like, you vision your Doubtfire. Oh, you're gorgeous. It's completely different. I don't know how you can think it's the same. London to Brighton in 4 minutes was the train journey on the BBC, says Jason. Yes, the train film. Could we not have a virtual ride on HS2, says Steve? Not in our lifetime. That won't be happening. And Carl says 4 tits flew into my garden on Wednesday evening. Oh, that's lovely. And yesterday at work, I Googled what a collection of tits was called, and a manager walked past just as the results page got loaded up. I've now had my second verbal warning. Not looking promising, is it? Not looking promising. Stephen Southgate says, I married one of the bar ladies at the Albion in Hammersmith. Without LBC, I'd never have met her. Eugene ran the pub, and I lost many items of cash for using the phone. I wish pubs did the same, as people spend their time on the phones. Everybody's on their phone. Even during the programme, I sit here with my phone on, looking at it and seeing if there's anything on there. And I'm always intrigued by it. Always intrigued. I'm fascinated by telephones. I don't necessarily spend a lot of... Sometimes I drop calls. I've just sent a message to a friend of mine. And I do things like that. And I sit on the train, but I use that for information. So if I know I've got guests coming up, I can sit on the train for the best part of 35, 40 minutes, and I can get the information out. And once I've tapped into whoever the guest is, I tend to remember it. So even though I might take into the studio bits of paper that I printed off the computer, even though I've done that, I still remember things. I don't, because I'm talking to the person, so I don't have time to turn over bits of paper. I might underline something if it's something I need to remember, like their name. Sometimes I'm hopeless on names. I'm absolutely terrible. Philip says, had my annual diabetic eye screening yesterday at the Mayday Hospital in Croydon. In and out in 28 minutes. Lovely. Richard says the Potter's Wheel was an intermission on early BBC television. They also had a windmill. I don't remember the windmill. It was just something to sort of, I used to love... Did you ever see the bits where they were broadcasting from Ali Pali? This is the BBC. We're broadcasting... And it was all the makeup was in black and white. Did you know that? They had heavy black and white makeup. Garbage, says Kevin the Milkman, were a post-grunge band in the early 90s. Best known hit was Stupid Girl. See? I knew he'd know. That's the good thing about LBC. You can guarantee that the people who listen, even at this time of the morning, will know the answers. If I mention something, only on a couple of occasions have you let me down badly. The glue was a classic example of glue that I wanted, and they used to do it on Hochanda. Now they've stopped doing it, and my life is not complete. I had a dream the other night about glue, that I found it no, I didn't. It was just a dream. I found it in a local shop, and I went, you really do it? And he brought it, and I went, that one. And I went, that's the one. That's the one. Really good glue. And I bought loads of it on Hochanda, and then all of a sudden they stopped doing it. Why? I've got no idea. And I bought in my dream. I said, well, how many bottles have you got? He said, we've got about 60. I said, I'll take 15. So I don't want to run out again. I became quite animated about trying to find this blooming glue, but you didn't help me on that one, I'm afraid. Would Steve think about changing his morning radio format to a Jeremy Kyle-style phone-in show? Says Dave in Muswell Hill. No, absolutely not. Thank you very much indeed. No, not my kind of thing. I just think what people need in the morning is a little bit of light refreshment. I'm the starter until you get round to Nick Ferrari and James O'Brien. I'm just the little bit that gets you up in the morning to go, have you heard this programme? Goodness sake. Small wonder it's getting talked about all over the place. And Tom in Southend says, I'm glad I'm listening to this live and not on catch-up whilst taking Hagrid, my assistant's dog, for a walk, because I'd crashed the wheelchair into the nearest lamppost. Lorraine Kelly prevented punch-ups. Don't you think it would make a fabulous programme, something completely different, where the audience started beating the living daylights out of each other? And we'd all laugh, wouldn't we? Aisha says, thank you for your daily service. I feel honoured to be part of the spike. Did you see the gorgeous Kelly Osbourne on ITV? She was only on there, wasn't she, because she's stopped drinking for 2 years. Because I think basically, when you watch the Osbournes show, they were all off their faces, weren't they? It was just embarrassing. They were the embarrassing fact. Of course, then later, they go, oh, we weren't like that at all. You think, no, you were, definitely. Is she married now? I can't remember if Kelly Osbourne's married or if she's still pootling about all by herself. I have a sneaking feeling she might be pootling around all by herself. But she looked good. She's sort of got that... She's not married. Jack's married. But weren't we told something... I might have got this completely wrong. Didn't he have an illness? Wasn't Jack really ill and they thought he was dying? Wasn't it the same for Magic Johnson? Weren't we told that Magic Johnson was dying as well of HIV, and then he's still alive? I think I might have got that wrong. I don't keep up with everybody's birth, marriages, and deaths, but I do my best. But that's right. Jack had has he still got multiple sclerosis? Because I saw him, I'm sure, on the television the other day, and he looked okay. He has it, and he's okay. Oh right. Oh, and he's just got divorced. Sorry. Other people's, misery is our happiness. I'm afraid we always thrive on things like that, don't we? We thrive on the fact he was married and got divorced. Why? Who knows? Who knows? People fall out of love. Garbage did a Bond theme, says Andrew. Garbage did a Bond theme? Really? What? The world is not enough. Garbage did? Heavens above. Oh, what were they singing? Or were they going, oh, the world is not enough, the world is not enough? Was it like that? Oh, right, it wasn't like that. It was a very good song. Oh, right. Well, you see, you live and learn on this programme. Well, I certainly do. Big rise in sob stories in the papers. In fact, actually, we spend most of our time sobbing through the stories in the papers. Donald Trump loo brush goes viral on the Chinese market. Eurovision finally takes Madonna. She's only flogging a new single. It doesn't make any difference. It's like any of the other shows that you get. The school failing its GCSE. The pupils sit down for the exam to find that they've studied the wrong book. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. But never mind. 1 in 3 British adults have a high blood pressure. Chris Packham gets his CBE for services to nature conservation. And M&S blasted for sending customers plastic hangers with knickers on, which were ordered online. Just roll them up and stick them in a jiffy bag. It's a pair of knickers. I'm not expecting, if I order a pair of trousers on the internet, I'm not expecting them to come with the hanger. Dear me. Barbecues will stay in the sheds this week. So, she's going. Not just yet, but she is going. That's Theresa May. And then people were saying, who's going to replace? And they've thrown Boris Johnson's name into the ring. And then they had some guy on Question Time, and he was a Conservative, and there's very few of them, and you've got to try and coax out. It was like pulling teeth yesterday. Steve, Shirley Manson from Garbage has a great voice, but the Bond track was not all that, says James. Well, the producer likes it. The producer liked the Bond. He thought it was okay. But then I think his musical taste is probably a bit more eclectic than the rest of us. Steve, you're the magnificent starter to the day, says Cliff in Wallington. He says, Nick is the beautifully cooked steak main course, and Dave O'Brien, well, he's a pudding. Oh, that's all right. I don't mind being a starter. I prefer to be a nicely cooked steak. They were showing you people cooking on YouTube the other day, and I'm always fascinated. Steve, if you order a pair of knickers, do they send you 2? I never understand how that works. Seriously, you're asking the wrong person. Phil in Bournemouth, lovely place to go to. It reminded me of a terrific band I'm going to see soon after accidentally seeing one of their tracks. They're called The Dead South, and play folk, bluegrass, and from Canada. Seem to be over here a bit, though. If you get the chance to watch them on YouTube, you'll be in good company. Really made my foot tap. Maybe as big as Bros one day. As long as they don't come with the attitude, we're fine. We just thought it was Matt having the attitude. Now it turns out that Luke's got the attitude as well. He's too big a star to appear on Strictly. Although you watch in a short while, they'll all be begging to be on it. I used to drink with Ozzy Osbourne, says John, in the 60s when he lived near Villa Park. He was just a normal guy then. Yes, he went a bit round the bend, didn't he? I can't remember at what particular time there was Sharon. And their house looked disgusting. It really did. TT and Steve, just started to rain in Chester, and it's a monsoon. Oh, no. Not good at all. You don't want things like that. Definitely not. Did you know a DJ in the Gunners Club in Ealing? What, the Gunnersbury? His name was Peter Tate. Did Peter Tate ever do the Gunnersbury? I couldn't remember. Yes, he used to work for a radio station up north. He died. He died many years ago. He had a brain hemorrhage. And he was very nice. He was one of those people, which is quite common in this business, for people who has to sort of do the club scene and stuff like that, never to tell you their age. Peter would say, I couldn't have told you how old Peter was when he died. I know that what had happened was that he went over to see Dale in Sarasota, because we'd all worked together in the clubs and at UBN. And he went over to see Dale in Sarasota, and he stayed there for a couple of days, and then Dale woke up one morning, and Peter had vanished. He'd gone. And so Dale then sort of phoned him, I think after a couple of days, and it turned out that he'd got these crippling pains in his head, which was obviously the start of this big problem. and he'd flown back to England. I think because he was frightened, and so he came back here. Dale and I then went up to see him, but he was quite ill by that time, and then he died. And I think Dale helped out his girlfriend, because I don't think, as most people in this business, people don't seem to sort of save up. People tend to sort of live the life of Riley, especially if you're a music jock. There's more opportunity to go out and sort of, you know, fling your knickers round your head a few times than anything else. And I think Dale went to the funeral as well. I didn't go. I can't remember why. It might have been actually up north. He was in Leeds, whatever the commercial radio station was in Leeds. Yeah, I think it was Radio Air. I think you're right, actually. And I spoke to some other people, and they went, "Oh yeah, we know Peter Tate. It was a terrible old lech. He was a Lothario. Thank you." And but he was ever so sweet. He was ever so sweet. And he was another one of those sort of people from the past. So we know about him. David Muswell Hill says, "Does your Bentley have a name?" Bentley, I think. I don't think. Are they supposed to have names? I don't know. Have you given your car a name? No. I don't think. No. No. Does it have a gender? Well, I would have said, strange enough, that most cars are female. But in fact, because of the power of my car, I would think it would be male. I would think it would be a butch symbol. I mean, it's a solid car on the road. It's not sort of, you know, an airy-fairy sort of car, but definitely not a name. I don't think I've ever given any of my cars names. That would be very peculiar. Very peculiar. Talking about Thomas's socks and pants, which we weren't, and how his mum washes them, reminded me we had some brand new diabetic socks arrive in our charity shop, says Holly. There are no seams in the toes, making sure you don't damage your precious little toes. And do Marks and Spencer's provide such wonderful items? No, but it doesn't seem to make any difference. Doesn't seem to make any difference to me. I think just naturally, I was watching QVC the other day for about 15 minutes, and they were showing you a file, so that, because obviously everybody suffers with feet problems, and probably men more than women, and that I don't know why. So, do you think our standard of listeners, says Trucker Dell, will drop when the Jeremy Kyle chav starts waking up early and tuning in? We really need little Julie to be extra vigilant with the new Facebook Spikers growing application list. So shout out to all the fellow truckers and the spiking pals. I don't know. We don't really want to encourage people from the Jeremy Kyle show, do we? They'll probably, because they can only obviously write awful things, and I don't like things like that at all. I'm just having a look, actually. They've got breaking news, but there isn't a breaking news. I can't... Oh, wait a minute. That story of the homophobic rugby player, whose name is Israel Folau, he's been sacked because he didn't apologise. He's lost a lot of money. Why did he not apologise? Because he... Oh, dear. That's a bit worrying, isn't it? I was seeing some people on the television the other day. There's a gay headmaster at a school, and he wants to teach the pupils about the fact that there are gay people, and there's a load of people outside shouting obscenities. You know, we're not homophobic, but... And he is a gay headmaster, and people have said, we don't want our kids taught about things like that. Small wonder they're confused. Small wonder they're confused if parents can't do it. So who is this woman breaking this news now? We think she's from the Australian Rugby Union? Right, so Israel Folau, he's been found guilty at a code of conduct hearing. So and all he had to do was apologise. What did he say? I can't remember what he said. Was it out and out homophobia? He decided he didn't. Gay people go to hell. What a stupid man. What a stupid man. Which is where, of course, the rugby fullback is going straight to. Honestly, people are so stupid, aren't they? He's not going to get a job, is he? Nobody's going to. Why would you want to employ a homophobe? Somebody like that, good Lord. Be like if somebody was racist, why would you want to? So he's been found guilty. So out you go, girly boy. Whoosh, out. You'd have thought, actually, people would have been fine with it. Rugby Australia don't want him. Good. Should we smile? I don't know. I find it strange in this day and age that you can find somebody who is out and out homophobic, and still in certain parts of the world they hang gay people. And they murder gay people. I mean, Rugby Australia's main sponsor, of course, is the Aussie airline Qantas. And their boss is gay. You know, like, big surprise in this day and age. Good heavens. Be like having a Speaker of the House of Commons gay. Not that's ever happened. You know, or a former Prime Minister who was gay. Good Lord above, honestly. You'd be telling me next there's people in the army who are gay. Surely not. So, of course, as the main sponsor there, what do? You go with the main sponsor. And also, you can't have somebody who's openly homophobic. It's as bad as being racist or anti-Semitic. And yet you hear it all the time. But strangely enough, this MP was an MP in around the Twickenham area. People have started trolling him, saying we don't want ends like you in the Conservative. And I'm thinking, are you really stupid? And the answer is, yes, they really are. They really are. There's a picture of him. Does he have different religious beliefs or something? He's obviously a bit thick, but there you go. Give up your money, mate. Go and twiddle your thumbs. Go and start doing tapestries, because it ain't going to happen again. Steve, I've just read about the 15-year-old Border Terrier who was snatched near Chessington. The culprit was seen on CCTV, so hopefully the dog can be found. Never leave your dog tied up unattended. Who does that? Dog theft is rife. Yes, it's increased. It is it's increased. And what people do is steal the dogs, and then they'll contact you and say, if you give us 500 quid, we'll let you have your dog back. Well, sometimes they don't bother. Can't believe that M&S are still selling gay sandwiches. They look okay from the outside. And honestly, I was tempted to buy one, but didn't want to be seen with one of them, says Rob. I didn't like it either. Our Citroen was called Alphonse. Right, and Monica says, I call my Kermit. It's not green, but with this frog-like face. Kermit. Have you seen people who've got the front of their cars, you've put eyelashes around the head? Have you seen? I looked at that, I thought, do I want that on the car? I thought, no, absolutely not. Shamed American comic Louis C.K. Now, I don't know who this is, but he's been forced to cancel his UK gigs. He's been shunned since he admitted sexual misconduct against women was due in Leeds. But apparently, the comedy world have rounded on him for trying to make a quick buck. A spokesman for the Wardrobe venue says following the review of feedback from multiple sources, the promoter has decided to cancel. You see, nowadays, you cannot say things like that. You really can't, because it backfires. My first car was a Morris Minor, says Charlotte. I named it Johnny. My first Ford and Escort in the 1980s I called Harrison. All right. Paula in Warrington says, you say you wouldn't participate in celebrity versions of TV shows, but could your arm be twisted if all the contestants were your fellow LBC and Global presenters? I'd love to see you all on 15 to 1. Yes, I might. I would do something like that. But nothing else. Nothing else. Stuart in Romford says, I think you'll be safe from the Jeremy Kyle posse. His show was on in the middle of the day for a reason. Oh. I mean, it didn't get huge. I get a bigger audience than Jeremy Kyle. Only on very few occasions. Known, I would think, for his portrayal of the private detective Eddie Shoestring in the TV series Shoestring, and Detective Superintendent Peter Boyd in Waking the Dead. It's Trevor Eve. Trevor came in to talk about his debut novel, which is called Lomita Forever.
It's a sort of revenge thriller. Everett Millen goes to Los Angeles, where his father, who was a painter, has died very unexpectedly, a very untimely death. And his father had 12 miserable years, his last years, and he feels that there was a man that was to blame, that betrayed him, and he's intent on executing some form of revenge. And during his journey, he meets Lomita Nairn, who's 50 years older than him, a very enigmatic woman, and they form a bond. And we trace back to find out why Eva, who is 30, why he is like he is through his childhood, and why he's got to the position he is. And we also go back into Lomita's life and find out why she is like she is, and what has brought her to this place. And they have a deep, deep bond, and they embark on a very, very dark and perilous journey together.
Trevor Eve, very distinctive voice. He's going to be in conversation with me this weekend, as well as Trevor. I'll be talking to an actor famous for playing the character Charlie Edwards in the TV drama Hotel Babylon. Also starred in the British TV series such as Survivors, Mad Dogs and Ordinary Lies. Across the pond, he's had roles in hit American series Suits and Jamestown. It's Max Beasley, and he came in to talk about the third and final season of Jamestown.
We finished, and it is the last season, which, was always a little bit...
sad?
It's a bit sad, but at the same time, we finish on a great note in a historical moment, and this season is fantastic, and we were all pushed, you know, and tested a lot as actors this year, which is great. When you're coming back for a third season, you can get a little bit cavalier, but not with this.
Yeah.
It was on our toes a lot, you know, the work, and I'm really proud of it.
And do you know the other thing that Max Beasley is famous for? He's a fantastic pianist, drummer, and you can see him on stage with Robbie Williams at Nebworth because he was part of the band. Fantastic. Honestly, seriously, he's such a nice guy. Lives in America a lot of the time now, a lot of the time. He's in conversation with me this weekend, along with Trevor Eve. You can hear me talking to Trevor and Max tomorrow morning from 6 after the best of Steve Allen, and on Sunday evening from 9. Now, if you can't join me this weekend, and I'd feel a bit miffed, you know, I don't want a gap or anything like that, you can listen to the whole thing by downloading the LBC app or the Global Player app. And then you can, and I do urge you to do that. I do urge you to do that for the simple reason that for all those people who say, oh, it's going to be awful, Steve, I'm going away for the weekend and I can't hear LBC, and I go, you can if you download the app. So go to lbc.co.uk, and then it's so simple to do, I promise you. Chris in southwest London says, I bought a new £400 lazy spa and spent most of yesterday in it whilst thinking about you. Slightly scary. Do you have one? No, I wouldn't have a spa if you paid me. If it arrived as a gift, I wouldn't want it. Seriously, I'm not into things like that at all. What astonishes me about some gay people is both Rock Hudson and Dirk Bogarde largely built their film careers playing romantic leads. Oh, yes. I mean, well, Rock Hudson was the worst kept secret in Hollywood, and Dirk Bogarde had the same boyfriend for years and years. He wrote a series of books, you know, about, I think it was something to do with Harrods, Still on My Way to Harrods, whatever it was, and it never came up in any conversations, and yet he played in a very good film called Victim, which you must get because it was filmed around here. They filmed it. You could see them filming it, and you could see people looking, going, my God, it's Dirk Bogarde, and he played. What was he in it? I can't remember. He might have. Anyway, he was being blackmailed by somebody who ran a bookshop in a little alley around here, and it was very clever. That's right. He was a lawyer, you know, high court barrister, stuff like that, and he was outed as being gay. They wrote his name on a garage door. So and so was gay, and of course in those days it was like, oh my godfathers. And they had a friend called Boy, and lots of people knew Boy, and Boy had got himself into trouble, and the whole thing went. It's such a good film, though, British film. And you can still buy it, which is very good. So that's why. I've got a smart car convertible, says Angel, and I call her Blessings. She's special to me, because it's the only car I purchased alone without any financial help from anyone. I feel really proud of myself, but we'll have to sell her soon because she's getting on. Oh, well, thank you for being my constant every morning. Thank you, Angel, very much indeed. They always say the time to get rid of a car is when it starts costing you money. If you start taking it in and they go, oh, it needs this and it needs that, and then the next time it needs this and it needs 2 of those and then 3 of those, that's the time to get rid of it. I've had cars like that. You know, cars which are, I mean, although my cars seem fairly good, but you're right, having a car on finance was a nightmare. I embarked on finance many years ago. I bought a Fiat Tipo. I saw it in a garage. A friend of mine said, look, come and have a look at this. They're doing a really good deal. And I embarked on a 4-year finance. It was something like £220 a month, which at the time was okay. Then I landed another job. I was doing a bit of B-Sky B, and that covered it. And then after a year, they got bought out by Sky. So all of a sudden the work finished, but I still had this car to pay for ages. So I've decided that never again would I do hire purchase on a car. It's so easy to say, oh, yes, I'll put the car on finance, and then you go, no, it's only an extra £20 a month or something, and you say, yeah, OK, I'll do that. And then you suddenly realise. Viv says, my car has eyelashes, and the rear wiper is a dog's tail. Makes me happy and smile. Why not? Listen, do whatever you want to do. Goodness sakes, free world. Thank you. Global Players, fabulous, says Rich. I'm listening in Kenya today and tomorrow from Cape Town. The TV's never on. Good. That's what I like to hear. You don't need it. You know, if you're used to hearing something, then hear about it. My old Morris Traveller, says tanker driver Phil, was called Jessie. I think your car is Boris Bentley. No, it's definitely not going to have a name on it. I promise you, in a million years, I would never christen a car with a name. But I do think it's male, if I could actually put a gender on. My Suzuki Splash doesn't have a name, Steve. When are you coming down for a spin, says Donny. Oh, I don't know. I only vaguely remember, says Chris and Chelsea, the film Victim. Sylvia Sims, who played Dirk Bogart's wife in it. Yes. It was such a good film, but because it was filmed in and around London, but they didn't close everything off, so they were filming just normal. So people were standing by the side of the street. You could see them looking, going, "Oh, that's Dirk Bogarde there." And they did it do you remember when I talked to, who did I talk to? Can't remember. They were filming in, not with you, they were filming in Rome around the Vatican, or so, was it the Rome, Italy or something? And not Tom Hanks, it was the bloke filming it was in Happy Days with, no, not Henry, it was Ron Howard. And I said, how did you film in Rome? And he said, we just hid all the cameras in boxes so nobody knew. So you saw the people walking through with, I think, Tom Hanks, and you'd go, that's Tom Hanks. But of course nobody knew that it was Tom Hanks because they couldn't see the cameras. It's very clever. I love stuff like that. Jack says, I was right at the front to see the very nice Jason Isaacs and James Purefoy running the charity auction last night at the Royal Institute of British Architects during a dinner for the charity Cure EB, which is fragile skin disease. Great cause and such nice people. Yes, we like James Purefoy. He's been in on the programme. We haven't done Jason Isaacs, but we should. We've got some people in next week to have a chat to, and we've got a few people still in the can. I think we've still got people in the can, haven't we? Okay, so that's good news. Elton John could be doing a musical film on Tammy Faye Baker. Now, you're going to say to me, if you're a young person, I've never heard of Tammy Faye Baker. Tammy Faye Baker and her husband used to run a ministry. I think they call them ministries in America. It's basically huge auditoriums where the faithful come and they extract money from them. It's a big money-making concern. Tammy Faye Baker and her husband were not very pleasant people, and they got caught out. And the whole thing started to backfire, and he went on television and pleaded for money and, oh God, I've sinned, and all this kind of stuff. It was a sort of show where you could phone up and they'd say, okay, would you like to buy the hymn book? The hymn book is $25, or we can do prayers for a year for you for so-and-so, so-and-so. And that's how they made their money. People happily phoned up and donated money. And it was not good. Elton has been studying the family and has decided that they can make a film out of it. And let's face it, it's not missed so far, has he? Talking of cars, were you in the Fleet area on Sunday morning? No. Fleetwood and Hampshire? No, definitely not. Luke in Bexley says, I have a bright yellow Mini Cooper named Tommy. Great little motor. What was that song? Something about, hello, mate, got a new motor? There was a song, wasn't there? Something, got a new motor? Might have been. Could have been a Del Boy kind of thing. I used to have a VW Polo called Han Solo. Very sad when it went to the knackers yard, Steve. I know, they do go, don't they? And our Volvo Reg starts with E11. Why? So my son calls it Ellie. That's good. I love the way that people try and get a name out of letters and numbers. Some of them are just absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, and they cost an arm and a leg, but it doesn't matter, does it? Steve, I've had my Ford Fiesta for 22 years. I'd keep it till eternity if I could, as it's so reliable. It's sad. I'll have to get rid of it in 2 years with this Ules malarkey. Yes, I know. I don't have to pay it, but I'm sure there will come a time, in which case I shan't bother driving in town. I'm not going to be ripped off by the mayor. Mind you, we might have a different mayor by that time, which is... Breakfast this morning, 7 o'clock on LBC, after Theresa May was forced into telling Tory MPs that she'll reveal the date when she'll finally quit next month. Boris Johnson has very quickly confirmed that he wants her job. But do you like the idea of Boris as PM? Nick will also bring you up to date on the London Bridge terror attack inquest and the harrowing tale of the nurse who exchanged words with one of the attackers before he stabbed her. Plus, with tensions between the United States and Iran growing, American diplomats have been withdrawn from neighbouring Iraq. Should Britain be taking similar precautions? That and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning on LBC. Another one here, Steve. When I worked at LBC in the late 80s, a woman called Melanie Brown worked in publicity. I'm still in contact with her, and last weekend she and partner Graham became Mr. and Mrs. So I shall wish them both many years of happiness. I remember times when she and I went out during our time at LBC. Some dues you were there too. And keep up the great work. That's from Maddie. Morning, Maddie. Hope you're well. Can I recommend the Chaz and Dave documentary? Pablo says, I didn't realise they were so talented. They were lovely, actually. I mean, they really were lovely, Chaz and Dave. It was Alexi Sale who done... Hello, John. Got a new motor. About 1983-84. Thank you. Picture disc has him on a Cortina bonnet. Hello, John. Got a new motor. Alexi Sale. What's Alexi Sale doing now? What is he...
Hello, John. Got a new motor.
Thank you.
Hello, John. Got a new motor.
I knew it was something I wouldn't... It was quite something, wasn't it? Those were the days. He looked like he was sort of one of the boys who'd wandered out of madness by mistake, didn't he? So, thank you for that one, Kevin the Milkman. Yeah, you would know that. Picture discs. Do you remember picture discs? I used to tell a friend of mine they're worth loads of money. Steve, I don't know about Rome, but Bogard was superb in the film Death in Venice with a largely Italian cast from memory. Certainly don't recall any other big-name actors appearing, says Chris. My motorhome is called Hildegard. No idea why. Marie says my VW Polo is called Marco, as in, it doesn't matter. Marco Polo. Sue says Herbie. Yeah. 2 of SEP exams for cabin crew in my car named Herbie. Everybody had a car called Herbie, didn't they? I was always told that if you bought one of those VWs, that if ever you plunged into a river, it was so airtight that you could bob around for ages before any water seeped in, which I thought was quite clever. We just bought a new Range Rover, says Michael, which comes with an app for various things. I had to create a username to register, and the first name to pop into my head was Peanut. So now our car's called Peanut. Oh, right. Peanut. I've actually got... I mean, I managed to sync my phone with my car telephone, so I don't need to hold the car telephone. It just comes through the car system, which is good. Graham says, listening to you in Vietnam. 37 degrees. He said, you'd love it. Yeah, right. Like a hole in the head. 37 degrees, so 30, 60, 72. And, oh, no chance. Even thinking about it makes me feel fairly 98.6. Oh, and that's at this time. Oh, goodness me. Dreadful. Ian said, just got down to Ealing, all around the West End this morning. I might see. I shouldn't. You'd never I don't get recognised out on the streets of London. Well, not that often. My first car was a diesel Clio. Didn't even have power steering. She was called Mavis. Says Paula. Mavis. Well, I don't really know, Rita. I used to love things like that. Anything like that was just sort of amused me. Très amusement. Demi Lovato paid homage to her great-grandmother. Fancy having a great-grandmother. That's always a bit exciting, isn't it? And an army veteran who was living on the streets is now a chef at a top hotel. Good for him. This is Leon Parker, suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder when he left the forces. He had no job. He spent 13 weeks sleeping rough with only his dog Misty for company. But he got help when the British Legion heard of his plight and paid for the deposit on a flat. And then he landed a job at a 4-star hotel, the Levenshume Hotel in Port Sunlight in Merseyside. He was hoping for a porter role but was urged to train for chef instead. He said, since then I've had 2 promotions and I'm the 3rd highest paid person in the kitchen. Tomorrow he and an army comrade will walk from Merseyside to Wales to raise money for the Legion. Good for you. Good for you. I only want to raise £3,000. Not a lot in this day and age, is it? Good for you. How nice. How nice. When people do nice things, that's always good. The idea of Vinnie Jones singing on the Celebrity X Factor. What's wrong with that sentence? Vinnie Jones is lined up to appear on the celebrity version of the X Factor. Okay? The thing that's wrong with that is that he's not a celebrity. Vinnie Jones was never a celebrity. He's only famous for that famous photo with Paul Gascoigne, where he turned around and grabbed his Wotsits. They say the ex-football hard man and movie star. Movie star? Vinnie Jones. Are we talking about the right person? I think not. He wants to take part in Simon Cowell's latest brainchild. An insider said Vinnie looks all set to take part, which means he hasn't got anywhere. Talks are ongoing. Well, it's either they want you or they don't want you. The former Wimbledon midfielder released his debut album in 2002. That was followed up in 2010 by a release of Woolly Bully, done by Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs, I seem to remember. Sounds just a great name, doesn't it? Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs. And so he's done that with the Soul Survivors. Somebody said he'd obviously be a great addition to the lineup. No, he wouldn't. He'd be a boring old has-been, which is what he is. Goodness sake. Somebody says he's a great character and the public like him. They don't know who he is. He's an old man now, isn't he? How old is he? How old is Vinnie Jones? Can we find out? Earlier this year, Simon revealed he was planning a shake-up of the singing contest to keep the format fresh and exciting. Well, there's nothing fresh or exciting about Vinnie Jones. He's 54. They thought 2 shorter series of The X Factor will air this autumn. I love the way that, you know, a TV source says Vinnie would be a great addition to the lineup. They say the same thing, don't they? So-and-so. They'd be so grateful to get Zara Tindall in on Strictly Come Dancing. What for? What for? Nobody knows who she is. Vinnie Jones. He'd be a great signing. He's very popular with the public. What public? What public? John the Cabbie says, I just wanted to say morning to you and all the listeners. Thank you. Morning to you. Hope you have a busy day today. And one here says, Steve, I've gone green. Oh, dear. My new vehicle's a micro van and is 100% electric. Dallas says, sorry to say, but it's seriously naff and twee to give a car a name. If Thomas had a car, he'd have it named. Wouldn't you? If you had a car, you'd have it named. You would, so don't sit there shaking your head, looking all as if he puts his puppy face on. He sits there. Call it Florian. What for? Why Florian? It wouldn't annoy me at all. Nothing annoys me about you. It's not annoying, Chris. He's acting for you. He's acting for you. He's tolerating you at the moment. My camper van, says Jackie, is called Olive. Olive. And Chris says, at work I use an Iseki mini tractor ride-on mower. I've named Idris. Oh. Noreen says, we have a Vauxhall Meriva. We call it Merry. Number plates. I can remember boyfriend's number plates from 1965, but I've got no idea what Mary's number is. Have a nice weekend, Noreen and Brian. I'm sure you will. Steve, says Valerie. Listen to you every morning, living in Italy, mum and sister. Also listen to you. Would appreciate if you could say hello to them, to Rosanna and Ivana. Here's hoping. Just put the check in the post. Okay, and we will consider it a done deal. So what am I doing? Oh, yes, a vegan pasties on the way. That's all right, isn't it? Ginsters. The launch of the vegan Moroccan vegetable pasty comes after the success of the Greggs vegan sausage roll filled with Quorn. £1.60. It'll be seasoned with harissa and cumin, paprika and cayenne paste. A spokesman for the firm said this marks Ginster's first step into the vegan market. You know, it's taken them long enough, hasn't it? Not like we've only just decided, oh, let's go vegan, let's go vegetarian. No, let's not bother. Let's not bother. A young boy's life was saved by his rucksack after he was run over on the way to school. This is Milo Fryatt, 11, thrown into the air and landed on the car's windscreen. He suffered a fractured leg, suspected broken elbow, torn spleen and a suspected torn bladder. Doctors told his family he would have died had the bag not cushioned the impact when the car hit him in Braintree. Good for you. He was wearing headphones and didn't hear the car. His mother, Frances, says, I'm just grateful that he's alive. Yes, we are too. We are too. And a man who wrote no blacks on the front door of an African man's home has been jailed for a year. Vaughan Dowd carried out the attack after solicitor Jackson Yamba and his son 10 moved into the flats where he lived in Salford. Dowd had previously admitted racial aggravated criminal damage, and he's been jailed. The judge, Alan Conrad QC, says what you did was not welcome in any civilised society. Almost to the second. Matt says, don't be too hard on Vinny. My dad knew him and he was lovely and doted on his wife. Also, he's in the X-Men, Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels and extras. That was 20 years ago. 20 years ago. Kevin says he's done 99 films. 20 years ago. Years and years ago. Nothing. You know, I mean, the Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels, you can't keep throwing that back, can you? But like somebody who's in EastEnders, and you go, EastEnders? Sammy says, my Nissan is called Peanut, as the number plate has Kip in it. I'm not getting that one at all. Oh, KP, nut, oh, right, okay. James said, my new and first car, Steve, has a number plate that ends AXL, so I've called it Axel. You haven't really called a car Axel. I mean, nobody would call a car Axel, would they? And my Polo is called Wiley, as in Wiley Coyote, says little Julie. Wiley Coyote. I work for a large car dealership. Nearly all the cars we sell are on finance. I can't remember the last time I sold where the buyer paid for it in full, says Jack. It's odd, isn't it? I suppose it's because you see, I always saw finance as having something now that you'd have to wait years to get. It's have it. Why wait for it when you can have it now? And so that's what it was sold on. But when you look at the interest rates, I'm afraid it was just dreadful. Dave in Chelmsford, David says, who can forget John Gregson in the film Genevieve? Yes, I remember Genevieve very well, with the mouth organ that ran as the theme all the way through. It was a great film. Again, filmed, all out in the countryside, where there never seemed to be any cars at all. It was a happier time, I think. Dom in Bexhill says, my Seat Arona is called Arnie. You have to personalise cars. My previous VW Polo was called Patricia, and Vauxhall Corsa was called Cindy. I fully accept it's a bit strange, but it's good fun. It's absolutely strange. And Steve, why are Ant and Dec now the voice of the M&S checkout? What have we done to deserve that pain, says Amir. If only I knew Amir. I don't know what. They've got some strange thing, haven't they? You'd think, as shops are closing down left, right and centre, we'd stop. It's some deal for Britain's Got Talent, that's what it is. My first car was called Barry White, a white Vauxhall Carlton. Barry White. I always wanted to interview him. It just made me laugh, actually, because Barry White had the Love Unlimited Orchestra, and it may be winter outside, but in my heart it's spring, was one of the favourite tracks. Steve, I don't care, I'm having Barra Breath and butter for breakfast, and I don't care. What's Barra Breath? I don't know what that is. What is that? Is that some peculiar sausage or something? And I don't understand the next one. What was that one about? Oh, is that Vinnie Jones? You just don't like him because he's not gay. How do you know? How do you know? Oh, I found what Barra Breath is. Oh, I know, it's quite nice. It's speckled bread. It's fruit loaf. It's fruit loaf. And apparently it's a yeast bread either enriched with dried fruit or made with self-raising flour. No yeast. Traditionally flavoured with tea. Oh, right. It's from the Welsh language bara, meaning bread, and brith, translated as speckled. Speckled bread. Never heard of it before. It looks lovely. Looks very nice. So there you go. It originates from Welsh Wales, thank you. My car was called Bob, says Sandy. Bob? Bucket of bolts. And somebody says, I bought a clapped-out 1960 Ford Popular for 200 quid and didn't tell the seller that all I wanted was its number plate, 914 EDV, which is valued at 2,250 quid, says Ian. Most of those number plates with the short letters and the numbers on them came from mopeds. Mopeds. I've had a couple of sort of personalised plates on cars. Alex says, my Bentley's called Bernard. Oh, no, I'm sorry, you can't have a Bentley called Bernard. That's just ridiculous. My first car, says Dee in Twyford, was called George, after George Galloway. And Ed in Notting Hill says, my car is called a Land Rover Freelander. It just came to me. How lovely, Ed. A Land Rover Freelander. And I'm amazed how many of you seem to have cars which have got, names attached to them. Doesn't kind of work for me. Doesn't kind of work. But it's mainly ladies that do it, although we seem to have found quite a number of men. My mum's Jag is called Kiki D. Is there a K's and E's in the letters? It's very annoying, says Chantal. And from Rachel, my VW Polo is called Minty. Minty. I don't know why, it just is called Minty. Front page of the papers, as we head out into Friday and get a bit excited about the weekend, as we all do. The Del Boy finding a £750,000 Picasso at a boot sale. I hope it is. But either way, it's good, but they think it is. 750 grand. Chateau Neuf de Pape. Now Axe Love Island, reality TV crisis. Yes, Axe Love Island. Axe Love Island, and any of these other programs. Listen, we managed to get rid of Big Brother. That was exactly the same thing, bullying on a bigger scale. Loose women, that should have to go as well. Front page of the Daily Mirror, Rocket Man, they're over in Cannes, 2 years on. People talking about the Manchester bombings, 2 years on. Doesn't seem possible, does it? And the Prime Minister's final countdown, May ends in June. But it has opened the dreaded prospect of Boris Johnson becoming PM, they say. The Guardian, Iran tells militia to prepare for proxy war in the Middle East. And the countdown to the end of May's time as Prime Minister. University failed to save our girls, say parents. This is Natasha Abrahat. The student with severe social anxiety was found dead on the day she was due to take part in a terrifying oral test. You say, so now they say that the university failed to save her. How are people supposed to know? I don't understand how people are supposed to know these things. Some people can appear totally normal, totally ordinary, can't they? How are people supposed to find? So we're going to have schools saying, oh, you just failed somebody. You failed somebody and it didn't work. Never mind Barry White, says Mark. I reckon you should run your chat with Alexander O'Neill. We had a bit of a disaster with Alexander O'Neill. Fancy reminding me of that, Mark. How cruel, but how right. The Sun, Ulrika, I've had sex with hubby just once in 8 years. Obviously not very good, I'm guessing. Bunch of anchors, hero warship captain, axed for car misuse. Telegraph, Tory men in grey suits tell Tearful May the time is up. They all seem to go that way, don't they? They all seem to go that way. Get them out. May pleads for time, according to the Times, as Johnson targets number 10. Health chiefs say give measles jab to 250,000 teenagers. 2 British teachers imprisoned in Oman, accused of theft after allegedly intervening to rescue dogs from an abusive owner. Don't want to be going there, do you? The Eye, top tips, travelling, from Michael Palin's Simon Reeve and Kate Humble. And bringing the Hatton Garden robbers to life, an interview with Timothy Spall. Such a nice man. Such a nice man. Also, under 50s warning on bowel cancer. Young adults urged to improve their diet. The Express, Rocket Man Mania. Elton's movie magic at Cannes. He just seems to have a knack, doesn't he, of writing the right stuff. And the PM's plea to US medical giant locked in a fight with the NHS over the cystic fibrosis deal. Give children drugs to keep them alive. It's not complicated, is it? And finally, the Daily Mail. Through the keyhole of the world's most scandalous hotel. I can't tell you all about it, but apparently one particular celebrity couple made love in every single room in the hotel. Must be knackered going from floor to floor. Boris Johnson, I'm going for it. Party tells frustrated May, your time is up. And that, as they say, is it for this morning. The worst card I ever had, says Peter, was called the B word, but the actual word... It was called B word, but the actual word, because it never started. My Volkswagen T5 Transporter is called Dubby McDubface, because it's a V-dub, and I got it when the public named Boaty McBoatface, says Matt. I had a work colleague who had a Toyota K8 ADE. It's Kate AD, says Howard. And I named my blue Ford Focus Bobby Ewing. How lovely. The other day, I don't make them anymore. It's much cheaper to go and buy them from the farm at Chertsey, and then they get delivered. So I've got 6 of those up at the moment, which is quite good news. What else do we have this week? We caught a shoplifter the other day, Robert Dias, down in Richmond. I felt I was doing my bit. People like that push the prices up in shops. Electricians make the most money. I thought it would have been plumbers, but it's electrician. Bradley Walsh rakes in 18 million quid. That's not including Doctor Who or that new show that he's doing. And Mary Portas has split from her partner of 17 years. They have a 6-year-old son. Apparently they've been sort of trying to work this out over the year. And I'm here until 7 o'clock this morning with your texts and emails. Feeling in a very good mood today, and why not? Because it's actually going to be quite nice. And I don't mind the weather over the weekend. I'm never particularly bothered about the weather over the weekend. If it rains, it rains. If it doesn't rain, it doesn't rain. If it sort of, snows, I couldn't really care less. What have we got here? Oh, a bakery worker, thieving little so-and-so. 20 grand she stole from her bosses. She's been up on these charges before. Why they never found her, I've got no idea. She's got to pay back just £10. Because apparently she's spent all the other money. She's a right thievy little so-and-so. I'd watch her in prison. She'll be nicking left, right and centre. Snooker Race's dad sells false hope cancer cure. That's Ronnie O'Sullivan's old man. Also, Freddie Starr's funny persona was a mask covering a miserable dark man, says his cleaner. Plus, a fishmonger becomes the first woman to receive the industry's biggest honour, a master fisherman. I've never even heard of the expression before. A master fisherman, Stuart. There you go. That's what you're aspiring to, a master fisherman. Also, slouching could be good for your back. At the moment, I think Dave O'Brien's got a problem with his back because I thought he slouched. Slouching's okay, I suppose, because it gives you a bit of curvature to your back. I don't know how it really works at all. Hard-up workers call in sick because they can't afford petrol. And Michael Rice gears up to release his debut album after Eurovision, in which we came last. Which actually, I thought there were worse songs on there. It's just that we don't seem to... I mean, he just looked like he'd wandered in out of the Joy Club or something. Yeah, and he looked about 15. Another one here. Take That. Selling out all over the place. And we take your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Lisa says you're getting a purple Bentley. Oh, I couldn't drive a purple car. No, definitely not a But, I don't know, actually. I did see one the other day which had a purple interior, which looked even more bizarre, but, no, I'm really not, actually. Shane says, I really enjoyed the In Conversation with Trevor Eve. I haven't seen the TV series Shoestring. Do you recommend me buying the DVD? There's a box set. And he worked for a local radio station. He was the bloke who went out and solved all the problems. I thought it was a great series, and worthwhile getting, definitely. I don't know what the quality's like. Quality probably not as good as it can be. Plus. Oh yes, Steve, the man who committed suicide, allegedly on the back of the Jeremy Kyle show, left a note. And he didn't blame Kyle for the suicide. So does that mean they're now going to put Kyle back on again? Because there's another story in the paper today that says that ITV were trying to get rid of the Jeremy Kyle show for ages and ages, and a funny way of showing it. They've kept Love Island. They're hoping that all the muck raking that's going on over the Jeremy Kyle show won't hit Love Island, which is just a lot of people sitting around in their swimming costumes, and so people are sort of sitting around it. So unless you have the body beautiful, of which we don't, you're not going to appear on Love Island. Oh, we got the Netherlands' Duncan Lawrence wins Eurovision with the song Arcade. He'd been the bookmaker's favourite to win. He came through to the top of the leaderboard with 492 points after the public vote. Michael Rice from our country came bottom. He got 3 points from the public vote and a total of 16 for Bigger Than Us. And Lawrence said, here's to dreaming big. This is to music first. Always. Why do we like dirgy, chronically bad songs? Look at it. Oh, that was it, was it? That gives you a rough idea what goes on in the Netherlands. Nothing at all. It's all very slow. Catch you later, sing a song about leaves falling off a tree, and then somebody tramples on them, and then we go to bed. And we wake up in the morning and we go back to work again in the Netherlands. God, what a shame. Why can't we have somewhere a bit more upbeat? You know, I mean, bring back the Smurfs. Where all we are coming from, we're from Dartmoor on the run. And so they go on. So we'll take all your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Maybe you read the chart upside down, says Ron, because we came last. I don't like to think about it as last in the Eurovision Song Contest. What did you make of Madonna? I was watching it, and I have to be brutally honest with you. I didn't know it was Madonna I was watching. I thought it was just some weird East European act, of which we've had many over the years. We've had all sorts of people, from drag queens to male drag, and I sort of take it awed. And then on comes Madonna with all these small wonders. She had an entourage of God knows how many. The dancers were drilled to perfection, and then they all fell backwards off this sort of thing, which means they must have probably put some bouncy mattress the other end of it. I thought she was a bit weird, actually. I don't know if they paid her for it. I do hope so. Hope not. I hope they didn't pay for it, but you never know. Sometimes people do. Do you get as frustrated, says Matt, as me, as the delays and cancellations on South West trains, especially the line from Waterloo to Twickenham? No. I've had no trouble. There's so many trains you can get from Waterloo to Twickenham. You can get the Reading train, Windsor and Eton, Hounslow, Teddington. I mean, that's only 4 I can think of. There's loads of trains that go through. Guildford, 5 different trains go through. Never had any problem with them, miss one. And they're all on the same platforms. They're all between 16 and 22, all in one area. Don't have to wander up and down. Sometimes I get the Strawberry Hill train, which doesn't say Twickenham, but it does stop at Twickenham and Richmond. And that you get from platform 4. But no, I've never had any problem. I think the service from South West is brilliant. I just wish on the new trains there was a blooming toilet. Because so far we don't actually have toilets on board. You have to sort of sit there with your legs crossed, which is a little bit embarrassing, isn't it? But anyway, so the other day I decided, I was having a good day, actually. I bumped into little Julie in Twickenham, and I bumped into quite a number of people, actually, yesterday. I went to do some shopping, went to do some little bits and pieces. I came up upon that against the woman in Marks and Spencer's the other, the one who has attitude, chip on her shoulder. I'm not packing a bag. You bloody well are, dear, and that's what you're paid to do. So, there you go. And I just stand there. She piles it all up. The moment she started piling it, I thought, you're the one with the chip on her shoulder. And so, I said, well, I tell you what, I'll take these, because I bought some extra bags as well, because she looked a bit down on her luck. So I bought the bags, and then I said, while you're putting the food in that bag there. And so she did it grudgingly. Really, what an attitude. If I'd been the manager, she'd have been out the door so fast. And I thought, I'll go to Richmond. I might buy a saucepan. I was looking for a big saucepan because I bought some, what's that stuff the Italians eat, where it's all folded over and it's got fillings in it? No, it's Italian, you fool. It comes in packets of, like boxes of 3, and it's folded over dough. Is it tortellini or something? And it's got fillings. Tortellini. And you put it in hot water and you boil it, and then you drain the water off, and then you put a sauce over the top of it. Yeah. Gnocchi, no. This, yeah, it must have been tortellini. This had chicken and chorizo in it. It was very good, actually. You got 3 different boxes of it for £4.90, which I thought seemed okay. And but some people make it. I don't think I'd ever want to make it. I can't think of anything worse. But anyway, so I thought, anyway, I might go and buy a bigger saucepan, because I've got saucepans. They don't appear to be big enough, but it turned out they were. And so I go down to my favourite saucepan buying shop, Robert Dyas. Robert Dyas have everything. They've got things you're not even aware of, and you go, I think I'll buy that. And I was looking along all the things that can kill things in the garden, like plants and everything else. And I was sort of thinking, and then this woman comes in past me, and from the moment she appeared in the shop, I knew she was a wrong 'un. You know, when you can tell, she didn't look like she was going to be purchasing anything at all. Got a tattoo up her neck, short, badly cut hair, and dirty. She's got one bag over her shoulder, and she's holding another bag. And I thought, you're going to shoplift. I've just got a feeling, because when somebody's holding a bag and you're thinking, no, you don't look like you got threepence, you're going to shoplift. So she makes her way to the candles. And so I'm sort of trying, I'm really good. I'm like Miss Marple. And I'm sort of being all casual, looking the other way. But out the corner of my eye, I can see her. And she's looking left and right to see who's actually watching her. Because she discovered they weren't. She picked up one of these big candles. They're about 25 quid. And she looked at it. And then she was holding it, then she moved away, and then she just quickly slipped it into the bag on her shoulder. Okay, so I thought, oh, she is nicking. And then she walks over to have a look at something else, but there's no way she's going to get a television in the bag. So she goes back to the candles, and she picks up another one, and that goes straight in. She doesn't even bother looking around, and then she sort of does a little cursory glance. I thought, you are nicking. You are a thief. I know what you're doing. And so I went up to one of the blokes on the counter, because I'm a right sneak, and I said, thieving old bag there, stealing your stock. So she goes to go out of the shop, okay, and he goes, excuse me, madam, I just have a look in your bag. So she does the defensive thing. What for? What for? He says, I'm just looking. And of course, I'm standing next to her. I could see the candles there at the top of the bag on her shoulder. So what does she do? She's got all the answers under the sun. This is a professional shoplifter. You could tell she's a shoplifter. She's going, I have to put them in there. I'm epileptic. So the shop guy goes, he's got this and this and that. He's got far more illnesses than she's got. So why this involved putting stuff in the bag on her shoulder and walking out, we've got no idea. Anyway, she didn't get as far out of the shop as she probably could have done if she'd sort of got out there and run or skipped or something. And so she said, have I gone outside the shop? So she's well versed in shoplifting terms, but they've changed the law. You don't have to walk outside the shop to be accused of shoplifting. It's intent. It's intent. Going equipped, as they say. So I said, wait a minute, you've got them in your bag here. So we took them out. So she's holding them. She goes, I'm epileptic. I can't hold stuff. I always put stuff in my bag before I go and pay for it. I've got money. Got money. I thought, you haven't got 50 quid on you to pay for 2 candles, love. That's a fact. That's a fact, definitely not. So then she starts getting aggressive. And it became like, so you're embarrassing me in here, are you? You're in front of all these people. She said, no, you're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing yourself because you know what you're doing. You had no intention of paying for those. Yes, I did. But then she presented the coup de grace. She took hold of the candles and she went, do you know what? I'm not going to buy them now, and slam them down on the counter. Thieving little toe rag. She obviously is one of those people from Richard. We seem to have a proliferation at the moment of all these sort of people who are out begging and thieving part-time. Then they sell this stuff on. But that's what pushes the prices up, so you have to report them. You definitely. Another one here. I don't know. Oh, a lot of people talk about Eurovision. I didn't see all of it. I thought the marking went on forever. Ever and ever. Yes, thank you very much indeed, Neil. Thank you. Ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. Have you ever heard of anything so stupid in your entire life? But, yeah. So the weekend was very nice. Very, very nice. It was a pleasant... The weather was pleasant. The hanging baskets turned up on time. I hung them all up. And I thought, do you know, they look good. When I get back home today, I'm going to water them, because I'm going to be one of those people who waters the baskets properly. I've done it every other year, but one of them's limping. It's leaning a little bit. I'll have to look at it again, actually. I'm not too sure why it's leaning a little bit. But after why do we bother with Eurovision? Why do we bother with it? Why do you want to put somebody on there who nobody knows? Nobody knows who he is. He looks like he could be singing on a caravan site. You know, when you go to the caravan site and they go, oh, we've got entertainment tonight in Club Room. And they go, oh, who is it? And they go, it's this bloke here. He used to represent England for Eurovision. And when it actually came down to it, there were better songs out there. But did you realise how many people the BBC sent out? I tell you, what a waste of money. Terry Wogan just sat here. You don't even need to go there. You could just sit in a studio like Murray Walker used to do for the motor racing, sit there and watch it on the television and give the commentary. You don't need to fly people out there. But everybody is much prettier than our effort. We just don't seem to make it. So they've got reporters out there. They've got Graham Norton out there. I know, but reporters, what are they on, some sort of freebie or something? What a waste of time and money. Just watch it on the television. Watch it on the television and go, OK, and here comes, this is Belarus. And we'll go, you know, this is Australia. So excited about the whole thing. But you could save a fortune. You could absolutely save a fortune. Nobody gives a stuff about it anyway. We really don't. Especially when Australia in it. It's Eurovision. How did Australia creep in? I mean, I wouldn't mind, but the song was rubbish. Like most of them was. I mean, I didn't think ours was rubbish, but I just didn't think it was good enough because he didn't have any stage presence. He had nothing at all. Nothing at all. But of course, he's already signed to Psycho. He was signed to Psycho, Simon Cowell's record label, before he went out there. So he's now coming back and they're all talking about, because they'd already prepared the publicity, that he's going to bring out an album. And I thought, what are you bothering for? You only got 3 public votes. The public aren't interested. What a waste of an album. Unless it's going to be all cover versions. You know, we are sailing across the sea. And that's how it's going to be, really. That's how it's going to be. I think it's a great shame, Eurovision. It used to be so good years and years ago, and now it's not. And now it's not. And I wish it was. And Matt says, what was the shoplifter taking from Robert Dyers? 2 candles worth about £50-odd. Worth about £50-odd. Why would you bother taking anything? I think it's a fabulous... Are you serious? Have you been in there? Robert Dyers is brilliant. Where do you think all my little tiny phones came from? My little tiny telephones came from Robert Dyers. Some of my saucepans come from Robert Dyers. Oh, they've got everything. Robert Dyers have got everything. You know, it is the... and some of the bigger versions, wow. It's like Christmas. It's the bestest place ever. You can buy all the things. I mean, where did you think you were going to get a pot scourer from? Where do you think you were going to get a set of chopsticks from? Robert Dyers. Where are you going to get an electric kettle with a free egg poacher? Robert Dyers. Where do you think you're going to get stuff that you squirt into the toilet, there's a huge bang and your toilet vanishes? Robert Dyers. All this stuff, seriously, it's brilliant. Brilliant. It's the sort of hardware shop we used to have years and years ago. Oh, we got some Matthew Rice audio, have we? Oh, Lord. See, it's not too bad, is it? This is Bigger Than Us, isn't it? It's a bit overmodulated for me. Technical term. I mean, listen to that choir in the background. Where were they? It's not too bad, is it? But I like the one years ago. There was something about kids in school. Who did that one? What's the school today? Something. I thought that one was quite good. I like the Engelbert Humperdinck song. I'm the only one who likes these songs. I'm in a little class all by myself and people go, oh, right. Love City Groove. I don't even remember Love City Groove. Who were they? How long ago were they? Were they about 1990? Well, of course I can't remember last Tuesday. What's the point of asking me from 1995? But there have been some good ones. So, I wonder if one day that you'll say that you care. They were so much better in the early days. So much better. Bring back Cliff, that's what I say. You know, Michael, perfectly pleasant. It just didn't look right. Just didn't look right at all. Madonna sang out of tune. Well, of course she would have done. You know, you're dancing and you've got to sing. It's not possible. Very difficult. That's what Elton John said about her years ago. Do you remember they had a big public spat? And it was all a bit embarrassing. 5:20. Rylan, he had a little casting, little bit on there, the results of the British jury, so. He starts work on Supermarket Sweep. because they're going to resurrect Supermarket Sweep. And one of the papers, a bit unkindly, I thought, have sort of said, well, his career was on the downward spiral. He wasn't really doing very much after he lost the Big Brother thing, which frankly was probably the best thing ever, to get rid of that. And so he's going to be filming Supermarket Sweep. Where they're going to do it, they used to do them up in Nottingham. And I can't remember what... I mean, I know what Dale thought about a number of people in the business. I can't remember if Rylan had sort of hit or was sort of, just another camp presenter. When my 24-year-old son was 3 years old, we were climbing Huntley Castle battlements. I was holding him with his back to me so he could see clearly where we were going. He raised both legs up with all his might, pushed against the tiny narrow ledge with one long drop behind. As a reflex action, I smacked his thigh, telling him the action nearly resulted in us tumbling down the battlements. A reflex action on my part, the only time I smacked one of my four. And didn't mean to. It was a simple reflex act in the belief that he and I were about to die. We didn't, but I was scared. Yeah, I can well believe that. Well believe it. That's what... I mean, when I look at what we used to do as kids, swimming from trees, we'd get very near the edge of cliffs. You'd be like, come away from the edge. I'm all right. Wow. Vanish over the edge. Did you get the 2 chickens? I did, Julie. Agree, Madonna. Dreadful. I just didn't know what she was doing. I mean, I didn't quite get it. I don't know if she was on a role because she'd been paid for it or because she had such a big entourage that came with her. But, nobody should be bigger than Eurovision. Nobody should be bigger than any of the shows. So, another one here, Jackie in Cheshire. Oh, Paul says, watch Madonna singing out of tune. Well, I think until they kicked in the computer, I think you could be a bit right. Jackie in Watford says, I thought Madonna was a bit flat in the first song. It was all a bit ghoulish. It was all just a bit peculiar. It was, I couldn't quite work it out, actually. Do you really work 7/7, says Jackie. Well, here we are on Sunday and I'm still here. So I would think, yes. The only day I'm not here is Saturday. Oh, Love City Groove. This is what, 1995? Did we win? No, obviously not. No, we didn't, because I don't remember it. Love City Groove. Remember this? Oh, that's quite nice. Oh, I like that. Yeah, that's okay. I think I remember it now. Love City Groove. Give it to me, as they say. Lovely. That's one of your favourites, is it, Nick? Stands out, he said. There you go. I saw a young woman, says Ron, doing the nicking thing with bottles of vodka, and when confronted said to the security man to stop touching her, and then left the shop shouting, without the booze. Oh, they all do that thing. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. They're all know their rights because they've had an introduction to the police. That's why when this one yesterday kept saying, what, you CID? What, you CID? I felt like saying to her, yes. And we know you, don't we? Because you thieve permanently. Got to sort these people out. It's dreadful, honestly. I also experienced a shop assistant with a horrible attitude. And in House of Fraser Richmond, they don't do Creed. They don't do Creed there, Matthew. You can only get it in big stores. You're not going to do it in House of Fraser. It's a little piddly shop. They've only just got Brute in. Not going to be doing Creed. You have to wait for that. And Elaine says, what happened to the shoplifter? She walked out shouting obscenities. Well, because she'd been caught. I said to the guy, I said, she'll be back. He said, I know. He said, I'll be watching her as well. I said, you couldn't miss her. Tattoo up her neck. She's obviously a regular habitual thief. That's what people do. They go out and thieve. So she wasn't reported to the police. Could have been, but the police wouldn't be interested in something like that. So you just have to shame them. Anthony says, you're not quite accurate when you say Robert Dyer sell everything. I went in for £half a of sausages. They said they didn't sell them. Well, obviously went in the wrong branch then, didn't you? In the right branch, they've got about 16 different varieties of sausages. Now the Netherlands will have to stump up the huge bill for next year's Eurovision. I don't know what the budget is. Tel Aviv must have had an awful lot of money because the stage looked quite impressive, didn't it? And then, of course, there was all the Madonna stuff. But now you can do everything with projections. Somebody says, I'm proud to say I didn't know Eurovision was on. Oh, no, you missed it. It went for hours and hours and hours. I mean, I agree with you. It's a little bit too many hours. It was the fat gold lump Terminator who handed over the microphone award at the end of the ghastly Eurovision Song Contest. Jump by Van Halen would have woken the whole place up, says Dave. When one of them, they said, oh, this is called... I can't remember what they said it was. Oh, Spirit in the Sky. And I thought, oh, somebody's done a reworking. And it turned out not to be, so I was very disappointed. My daughter did always tell... that the last train from Liverpool Street is the best to get, full of the most friendly drunks. And Jackie says our sets are not very impressive in the Eurovision Song Contest, are they? I don't think we can afford to do it. We've got enough trouble with Brexit. We can't run Brexit at the moment. The very idea that, you can imagine if we'd won, would have been a nightmare. An absolute nightmare. With an awful lot of people saying, well, the song wasn't, I mean, compared to some of them, our song was not that bad. Not that bad. I mean, it's okay. But it wasn't as bad as some of them. And the one that won, I mean, perhaps I'd need to hear it about 300 times. Oh, dear. Oh, here we go. A team of economists have calculated how much money each of the last 4 host cities have spent on the singing competition and can now reveal they forked out a combined total of 129 million. The city of Baku in Azerbaijan, which hosted the concert in 2012, has been the biggest spender, with a total hosting costs of 48 million because they had to build the brand new Baku Crystal Hall specially for the event. And that was offset by tourism spending of just 7 million, but did lead to the creation of 529 full-time jobs. So that's the way it works. It's good though, isn't it, at the end of the day? But you don't have to watch it. Nobody makes us watch it, but we do watch it. We do watch these things because we think one day we'll win. One day we'll win. But I mean, people, it's either they don't like us or they've just decided that our songs are rubbish. And I don't know what it is, because if you remember, Ireland kept winning until in the end they had to put forward such a rubbish song because it was costing them a small fortune. People had to fund it. And then on the last one that they won, all the lorries had to drive down a little country lane, to try and get to this farm where this bloke is, have the land here, you can put it on there. And so because they all send these huge trucks over with all the equipment in and the lighting and the cameras and tenting and seating and these little tiny lanes in Ireland. It was quite sweet, really, but they didn't want to win it again. So they put Jedward up. Thank God they never won it. And then we had a glove puppet one year for representing Ireland. But anyway, at least it's finished for another year, isn't it, really? Somebody says Madonna was paid $1 million for her appearance by an Israeli billionaire, which actually was... she was paid $1 million for her appearance. Oh, I don't know, that's about right nowadays. Oh, yes, news. £1 million, good Lord. Oh, well, there you go. He's gargling with glass. But it was super. It was really good. So that was... But Lordi won for Finland. So we were always very happy about that. But this year, sadly, it was not to be. Why don't they just pick a current pop chart artist? But, the most of them, they don't want to do it. Because they go, could be bad for our career. But, of course, if you don't have a career like the one that we had this year, he's got nothing to lose. You might as well do it. They'll stick him in a nice sort of outfit. They'll do his hair properly, give him some makeup, and all he's got to do is sing as best he can. If it doesn't work, like it didn't. But I didn't think it was worth last. I really didn't. So, the Jeremy Kyle Show. Sorry to bring the Jeremy Kyle Show up yet again. But now they say that there's a second suicide. Hubby blames him for wife's overdose. It's amazing how things snowball very quickly. Sometimes somebody will start a thread, and before you know where you are, the entire world has jumped on it. It's gone viral. And you think to yourself, but wait a minute, I don't think that was exactly the case, was it? Now we've got the fiancé of the man who did commit suicide saying he wrote a note. He in no way blamed the show. Talking of blaming things, tourists have been trying to tempt the Loch Ness Monster out of hiding. Well, you can't because it doesn't exist. But it's very nice for you to make a contribution. With Haribos. Several Germans have been caught chucking the chewy jelly treats into the water. We now believe that the only picture of Nessie was a hoax. In fact, every picture has been a hoax. There is no Loch Ness Monster. It's never existed. It was never there. The Scottish people tell lies. OK? That's all I can tell you. They're trying to keep an industry going. There's been a poor little Japanese bloke living in a caravan on the shores of Loch Ness for the past 25 years, hoping to see Nessie. Well, when does this thing come up to breathe? Because obviously it's dead, because it never existed. Dead and buried. And do not believe the crumbling old liars who go, of course, there's a series of underground caves and that's where it hides. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, you lying old baggages. It never existed. Like the abominable snowman, Nessie is just confined to your lurid imagination after you've had a few bottles of Prosecco. Because it's just not... You could stand up there all year long, like this poor little Japanese man, and he was there, and he's got his cameras ready, and nothing. When does this thing come up to breathe? How old is it? Then they showed the film Godzilla on the television yesterday. Frightened out of my life. Did you see the size of that thing? Made Independence Day look a little bit like a teddy bear's picnic, and Godzilla. And this thing just destroyed office blocks, and I'm thinking, could you imagine if that was ever true? And then at the end, it just goes into the sea and it swims off. Like they all stood there with tears in their eyes going, bye. I thought you're waiting for Godzilla 2, aren't you, when the thing returns? And then they did show, what was the other one that they showed? Oh, Steel Magnolias. What? There is no connection apart from one film got one reaction out of me and Steel Magnolias got tears. Because I went to see the royal premiere of Steel Magnolias in a cinema. Where did we go to? It must have been, it was around here. So it was at the back of Leicester Square with Princess Diana. I mean, she wasn't actually in our row, but she was there with Daryl Hannah and Sally Field and all these other people. And it's a really sad film because the daughter dies. Whoops! Whoops! Should have told you, but it's been out ages. I mean, it's so old now. But it's just that the music is really, really beautiful. And it's filmed in, I think it's Louisiana, a part of Louisiana, one of these towns where it all looks a bit cozy, but under the surface, it's all going on. It's got Dolly Parton in, the fabulous Sally Field, and loads of other people. It's really got some really good actors in it. And it's so sad. It's so sad because it's all happy, and then unfortunately the daughter, who's diabetic, has a comedy, hilarious comedy. Daughter has a bit of a seizure having her hair done for her wedding. Because in those days you went to sort of the little local cabin on the corner, and Dolly Parton, of course, is the hairdresser. And so she does her hair, and halfway through she starts going under. So they're trying to force orange juice into her. And for some reason, best known to filmmakers, in the action of giving her orange juice, her hair gets messed up. And she's pulling her hair out. I'm like, leave your hair alone. Honestly, you don't spend ages getting somebody like Dolly Parton to do your hair for you to mess it up. Anyway, she has this thing, and then unfortunately when her husband Jackson is out, she has another seizure, and they rush her into hospital, and they can't do anything. She's gone below the standard, and so eventually they turn the machine off. But by God, it's a powerful film. It used to be on the stage, and what? I know it's not a bundle of laughs, but I like a weepy film. I'm good at weepy films. I must be the only person who sits there, and I deliberately make myself cry. Because I came in a little bit into the film where she'd been rushed to hospital, and she's unconscious. I know it's only a film, but I'm kind of caught up with this and all the rest of it. And the music's playing underneath, and then after they switch the machine off, and she sits there and waits, it goes beep like that, you know, because that's the happy bit. And then the mother goes, okay, go and get her pink outfit, call this funeral home because they're the best and all the rest of it. And then it cuts to and then you get comedy elements going back in again. That's what's so clever about it. And the film music, I had to go out and buy the CD of the film music to Steel Magnolias. I thought it was so good. Which is nice. That's the impact it's supposed to have. So I watched two bizarre films on the television, both having to, one scared me. I had to go make sure the front door was locked. I don't want the idea of Godzilla coming in. Although, actually, if Godzilla had come back, I don't think he'd have bothered about a front door. He'd have come straight through the patio doors, and that would have been it. Thank you very much indeed. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Remember Gina G? Was she just just a little bit That's right. Just a little bit more. I don't know where she is now. I don't know. You used to fancy her, did you? Oh dear. Well, I'm sure she'll be thrilled. She's Australian, so she's probably in Australia. Don't you think so, Kenny? I'm only guessing. She might be back there. But it's always nice when people sort of say, they actually fancied somebody. That's why I've got to pick up on something. Wait a minute, if I've got time to find this. This is in the Express today. This is really odd. This is the paper. They always ask people questions about themselves, and in this particular one, it's Paul Zerdin. Now, I've known Paul Zerdin since he were a young man. He's a very, very gifted ventriloquist. He does the Palladium pantomimes every year, makes a lot of money. And he won America's Got Talent. He got given the golden buzzer and everything else. But anyway, he started out children's TV. So they ask them questions. And here's where they got it wrong. Now, I don't know who actually got this wrong. What was your first TV crush, is the question. And he says Isla Sinclair on the Generation Game. She was a beautiful woman with a beautiful singing voice, and I felt sorry for her having to put up with Brucey's comments. What's wrong with that? Isla Sinclair never worked with Brucey. She worked with Larry Grayson She was Larry Grayson's Saturday girl. So, in fact, Brucey had a few. Anthea Redfern was one of them. I think he married Anthea. But Isla Sinclair. So somebody doing my TV life has got it wrong, really, because she only ever worked with Larry Grayson. The period she was on the programme was the period that he was on the programme as well. TV Bruno is shacked up with the wife of a £6 million fraudster. This is shamed Corrie star Bruno Langley. He's moved in with a married university student whose husband is in jail for fraud. There are two stories about him. One that, because he got a conviction a while ago, excuse me, for an assault, and he's now taking photographs in an agency. But at least he's making an effort. And female spies are furious after uncovering top-secret intelligence. They're paid almost 10% less than male colleagues. It's always been like that. I don't know why. I really don't. Why shouldn't... I mean, I think they are in a lot of companies trying to make sure that there is parity between the two people. Oh, I've got update, Kenny, for Gina G. She married in 2003 and lives in California with her 2 children, and she set up her own record label. Stunt Girl. It's lovely, isn't it, really? So there you go. Anyway. You see the FA Cup, says Jackie. I didn't. No, I was busy on that bit. There were so many listen, I couldn't do everything over the weekend. And Watford could have lost by a bit less, couldn't they? I don't know what the final score was. I'm assuming it was something horrendous. 6-0. No, was it? Oh dear. That's almost like not having a goalie at all, isn't it, really? You might as well just have it as an open thing and you get a coconut every time. Steve, there's no way they would let us win Eurovision, says Ron. I mean, you might be right, actually. You might be right. I just worry about the fact that, so many people put in loads of effort, but it's just turned into something that's not as good as it used to be years ago. You can see how much money they've spent on Eurovision. If that's what the budget is, 129 million over the past 4 years, that's not too bad in terms of television. Not too bad. But it's a case of we need to either find the right single or find a group that look right. But even if you put One Direction on there or Take That or anybody, I don't think it would make the slightest difference. And they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't want to do it. Didn't work for Blue or Engel, did it? What are Blue doing now? I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Back in Robert Dice again. Well, in fact, one of them was weeing over a catch point, wasn't he, down the road? Which you all remember very well indeed. Were you having a dinner in an Italian, says Kim? Near the train station? I don't think so. I don't do anything. Listen, how many times do I have to tell people? I don't do anything during the week. I mean, if I was having dinner, that would be late. I'm in bed at 5. Generally home by 7, but in bed at 5. And, always works. Such a gag, the old Bob Monkhouse one, I'm still having sex at 62. Unfortunately, I live at 33. And so that one goes on. No, I never do anything during the week. If I was going to go out any night, it would be a Friday. It would be a Friday. And even then, I don't go out all the Fridays. Sometimes I like to just put my feet up. And that's what I did this Friday, did I? What did I do this Friday? I can't remember. I mean, because sometimes, if I've got 3 or 4 events going on over a period of a week, I'm knackered by the time it gets to Friday. I quite welcome the idea of not going out. Cook myself a little something, throw something together in the kitchen, a little bit of flambé here, a little bit of flambé there. And then I put my feet up. And then if I fall asleep, I fall asleep. And that's it. That's the way I do it. You talk of Ronnie O'Sullivan. He's actually on Sunday Brunch today, and with regards to shoplifting, I'm told the police are only called if the value of goods is 50 quid or above. Well, I thought it was 200 in supermarkets. They won't come out for 200. They're not interested. You just have to sort of shame people. But the people who shoplift, like this woman the other day, she had no shame whatsoever. She couldn't have cared less. Yes, under 200 is minor theft. Why would they waste time to write something up and all the rest of it? Basically, I think you should better beat people up with a baseball bat. As if that's going to happen. But she had all the right answers. That was the thing. All of a sudden, she turned it round. Don't accuse me of shoplifting. I've got this illness and that. What's that got to do with it? You're shoplifting. She never had any intention of paying for anything. Never intention. What she was doing was nicking to sell again. And these people are scum of the earth. But the trouble is, they're not alone. You'll never stop it completely. Because when she walked out, I said to one of the guys, I think she had another candle in there. I said, I think she nicked 3. So I remember seeing that there were 2 pink ones or purple ones and a white one. The white one was the first one she picked up, and that's what I think she'd done first of all. But she was going, what are you looking in there for? You go, because you're thieving, that's why. And they try and make a big fuss about it, but everybody in the shop knew she was a shoplifter. And what they normally do in Twickenham, they phone other shops. If there's some shoplifters around, they will phone other shops to say there's other shoplifters around. Because we had somebody a short while ago, there was a little gang of men, got out of a car, went into Boots, took loads of stuff from there, went over the road, went into a cycle shop, managed to get away with 2 cycles. I mean, you know, I can't get a bus. You need a big jumper to get that one out there. They just ran in and picked things up. It's like, it's the element of surprise. My element would be, let's block the doors and pump gas in. You know, kind of thing that you want to do. In South Africa, they have these cars, because they get so many cars nicked, that they put in flamethrowers underneath the cars. And so you get to traffic lights, somebody tried, and you just go, hold on, push the button, and all of a sudden, somebody's extinguished. Very quick, isn't it? The ones I want, I like. Have you ever seen Bait Car? Have you seen Bait Car? That's they're so dumb, these people. And all of a sudden, they leave a flashy car by the side of the road with the keys in, but it's a bait car. It's been equipped, as you will discover in a moment. So the robbers get in it, and they shut the door. They can't believe it. They can't believe it. Oh, we've got music, and they'll find other bits in there. And so they're driving along the road, and they're going, oh, I can't believe this. We've got a car, look at this. We've got a 4x4, and it's fantastic. And the police are following, and they can then change things in the car. First of all, they lock the doors automatically, and then they turn the engine off. And that's when the people in the car go, it's a bait car. It's a bait car. And, of course, then the police surround them. Over here, they just go, would you like to get out of the car? Is that all right? Over in America, put your hands up. We're going to blow your brains out. OK, get out the car, down on the floor. And they go, oh, Matt, we were just helping the car out. We found the car. These people are compulsive liars. Seriously, they all end up in prison. It's ridiculous, isn't it? But it's worth watching. It's entertaining. But I'm just amazed at the audacity of people nowadays. They think... Somebody came behind me the other day at the station as I was going through the barrier. They would... I forget, there's a name for it, where somebody crowds in behind you and gets through. So what I do is I put my card in, I go through, and then I go slowly just till I hear the thing is going to close. Then I walk forward. You know, I'm not going to help anybody else, because that was sort of... You always feel like you've been doing it, you know, and you're sort of helping them out, which we shouldn't do at all, should we? 7 minutes to 6. I only mention that because it's Sunday. You don't need to get up to... What? What are you holding your hand? You went to ads. Oh, right, no, I don't... The trouble is, I don't do many time checks, because I think, listen, if you've been out last night, you don't want to know what time it is this morning. You want to lie there, you want to be comfy-wumphy, and you want to be all sort of snuggly-buggly under the dovet, and you lie there and you think, I'm not getting out of bed. I'm not getting out of bed. On pain of nothing, Steve, I'm not getting out of bed. So don't. Please don't. I do not want to be responsible for me ruining your day. Me ruining your day, which I don't do. So, oh yes, I did check. I got a thing from the National Lottery, dear Stevie Poos, because we're on those sort of terms. You've won a prize. And I thought, oh, that's nice. How much have I won? The other day, I won 2 lots of £3.30. Hardly going to break the bank at Monte Carlo, is it? So £6.60. No, last night, on one ticket, I won £90. Whee! So I'm going to reinvest that and hopefully win more money. It's nice, isn't it? I like winning money. I mean, I'm prone to losing. I had to go on one of their automatic slot machine type things on Camel. You do it online, and you sort of click in it. It makes lovely noises. Bing, shh, bing, shh, bing, shh. In the end, I'm pushing the button so fast, and then it goes, we'll now check your card. Bing, shh, like that. There's a lot of binging and a lot of shh, and then it sort of checks it, and I won 20 quid. So I stopped playing immediately. Somebody always said to me, once you win, stop. It's like playing a fruit machine. You put your 10p in, or whatever it costs nowadays, £1, and you win. Don't put more money in, hoping you're going to win again, because you won't. It'll take it back and then some. So you walk away. Once you win, walk away. The Steve Allen advice. My weekly lotto budget. There isn't one. There isn't one. Just until I win. I've already written to them to say, I will continue to keep buying tickets. You just give me the money now, and I'll carry on buying the tickets. But they don't seem to adhere to that. But I don't have a budget for it. If I have to get a message from the other side. Message from the other side goes, go on, buy a ticket. So I go, should I buy a ticket? They go, yeah, go on, buy a ticket. And so I then go online. I do it all online. And I buy 2 cards a week, probably two or three cards a week. So probably spend, I don't know, 50. a week, 250 a week, something like that. No. Some weeks it could be more. It depends if I've won. I mean, this £90 I won, I'm going to reinvest. So that's 90 quid in one hit, and I have to decide how I'm going to do it. I mean, it's not that I have a system. Somebody asked one of the lottery winners once, he said, so what's your system? They went, I had the winning numbers. That was it. Steve, another one here. And a lot of people ask me about, please don't ask me about football. I really know nothing about football. I wish. Jace Spiker from Belvedere says, I'm lying in bed trying to get motivated with a cup of tea and a rocket apple. Oh, aren't they the best? Aren't they the best? Little tiny apples only from Marks and Spencer's. I think bred or cultivated only by Marks and Spencer's, and they're lovely. And they're crunchy. Oh, they're crunchy. Boy, are they crunchy. Jay says, did you hear the great news? GC says she's never returning to the UK and is staying in America. Oh, no, it'll be lies. It'll be lies. Gemma Collins. Yeah. I mean, put it this way, nobody cares about her. You know, they have loads of fat people over in America who've lost weight, put on weight, you know, had liposuction. Apparently she wanted suction on her face. Well, she could have stayed here and I could have nipped round with my Vax. And we could have had roughly the same kind of effect, because apparently she's found a plastic surgeon who does something with the Kardashians. And then the other day, because they're filming, I think it's a Gemma Collins, My Dreary Life and Existence. And they were taking her around houses. They've got nothing to do with her. She can't do anything. She's not talented in any way, shape or form. So they said, oh, should we go and look at some really fabulous houses? Well, she can't afford to buy over there. She can barely afford to buy in Essex. So it's all a bit embarrassing, really. I like Puppet on a String. Yes, I'm a big fan of Puppet on a String. What was the group we had representing us dressed as aircrew? Well, the song was We're Flying the Flag. And I think they were... One of them was off one of those television programmes late at night. I'm pretty certain. Flying the Flag. Oh, what were they called? Wait, don't listen, but don't write in, because Boy Next Door will find it, won't you? Flying the Flag, Eurovision. What are they called? There were two boys and two girls, I seem to remember. They were called Scooch. They were called Scooch. That's right. They were all dressed... I don't know why they were dressed as aircrew. The rest of Europe must have thought we were mad as fruitcakes. Remember this one? It's a bit kind of... It was too camp, wasn't it? It was too camp. There was a little blonde boy, then there was a little boy who wasn't blonde, but they all sang Flying the Flag. Scooch, that was. So they didn't win with that one either, I'm afraid. Loved Lordy. Says, yeah, weren't they great? I love the woman doing the keyboards, who does the bit. I thought that was really brilliant. Richard says, having finished Dead last night, it's finally time for the UK to pull out of Eurovision. The amount the BBC spend on this is ridiculous, and clearly Europe doesn't like us anymore. As Sir Terry said some years ago, it's not really a singing contest anymore, it's a popularity competition. You're so right. So right. But you're right, what a waste of money. Love to know what the budget is for that one. Best Eurovision Song Contest winner was ABBA and Waterloo. Funny to think that they did that, wasn't it, years ago? Loved it. And, Steve, I'm having a day up in London today, but it's so blooming cold, I've changed it to a date in June, says Jane. It is. It's going to be a bit... I don't know what it's going to be for today. I'm looking out the window. It looks a bit murky, to say the least. It might improve. Did you see the Mind Readers on Britain's Got Talent? I've seen them on another show. They've been around for ages. That's the husband and wife team, isn't it? Very clever. Very clever. But it is an act. But they've done it abroad. I've seen them on numerous shows abroad where they're almost a professional act. Well, in fact, they are a professional act. They do. How do they do it? I can't tell you. How could I tell you that? It's just very clever. It's very clever. It takes ages to make it look as good as you can make it look. But I like lots of those sort of acts. You know, gone are the days of me producing a pack of cards and saying, think of one. The Loch Ness Monster, says Pablo, has huge lungs. It can go 20 years without coming up for a breath. Yeah, because it's dead. That's why. It took its last breath about 500,000 years ago. Still Magnolia, says Little Julie, so sad. Very powerful performances from all. Sally Field, brilliant as Shelby's... Brilliant. I just thought the whole film was lovely. But as I say, it reinforced itself on me because we went to see the royal premiere with Diana. We were sitting at the front. They had an orchestra in. The orchestra played all the incidental music in the film. It was stunning to see. We did a few of those, actually. Debbie said, do you remember Johnny Logan from Ireland, who won Eurovision twice? Yes. The first one was What's Another Year, and I can't remember what the other one was. But they just don't want to win it. It's too expensive. Little countries like Ireland, they can't afford stuff like that. Oh, this Hold Me Now. That was another one, was it? Oh, right. Yes, they went, and because the trouble with Johnny Logan was he looked fantastic, and he sang nicely, and he just sort of won everybody over. Bless his heart. 1987, is it? Good grief. I don't like to think about things that happened a long time ago. It makes me feel old. I don't like thinking about things like that. We were watching stuff on YouTube the other week. Anything that sort of involves old bits of music, I absolutely love. I absolutely love it. And then you watch it and you suddenly realise that most of these people are not even singing live. They're all miming. But at Eurovision, you have to sing live. I think it's part of the deal. So, but yet when I was listening to Madonna, that was enhanced. That was enhanced. I mean, there's no way you can make one voice sound like that. But she's been around in the business for a long time. Listen, if she made £1 million, she probably spent £1 million putting the thing on. I would think it's a very expensive thing to do, to go out and get dancers and to do all these other things on the programme. But I still like it. I just don't think that we ever are going to stand a cat in hell's chance of ever winning anything ever again. But we do our best. Listen, I'm proud to be here. Very proud to be here. Well, I'm proud to be here, you know, as they say. Loved your conversation with Max Beasley, says Stan. Just finished watching Bodies on the BBC One iPlayer, in which he's brilliant and very raunchy sex scenes. Shh, don't tell people that. Just a straightforward interview. But yes, what with him and Eddie Shoestring, it was fantastic. So that'll be 9 o'clock this evening. There is a repeat. Steve, we could enter New York, New York or Bohemian Rhapsody as Britain's Eurovision song. We'd still finish bottom, simply because nobody likes us. I don't like to think they don't like us. Do you know what I'm saying? I like to think that people like... Well, they must like us. They all come here for the benefits. Of course they like us. Why would they not want to like us? Come here, we give you money. Did you know we send out more than 100 million a year to children who don't even live here? To children. What sort of crazy system are we operating? You know, the answer is a very, very crazy system. Steve, Nessie does exist, says Billy. A leprechaun on a unicorn told me. I've only just got my head around this unicorn stuff. Mr. O'Brien talks about unicorns all the time. Madonna's performance at Eurovision brought a tear to my eye. I wonder if she deliberately sang out of tune to create publicity. Or like the production team, she'd also been gargling with vodka to get through the entire show. I didn't see all of it. I only saw about 5 minutes, which was quite long enough. Thank you. Thank you, 4am Curve fan. Also, Steve, Eurovision Song Contest, the movie. Just right for the Horror Channel. A passing thought, says Dave. I buy all the compilation albums of Eurovision winners. So I've got them going back years and years. And somebody says, talking about Eurovision, maybe next year we can send Cheryl Tweedy, because she can't sing, with Katie Price as her dancer. What do you think? Well, I think that's as good a guess as anybody else could have. Good a guess as anybody. I mean, she probably stands as much of a chance. This way, if they put Jedward and a glove puppet up for Ireland, I mean, there must be hope for poor old Cheryl. I thought that album was coming out very shortly. And didn't we talk about it on the programme? And somebody said, you do know that Cheryl's bringing out an album. And I said, what for? And somebody said, well, because she thinks she's got a pop career. And I said, no, she hasn't. Why would she have a pop career? She didn't have a pop career before. She's been a total failure. The only reason she managed to get herself back on the telly is because they were able to mention her single, on the X Factor, and then she went on and sang it. So she's got a big audience of a few million. That's the only time she got in the charts. The rest of the time she's having to fend for herself. And people just aren't interested, because I think people go, but what do you do, love? We don't see you doing interviews about your music and stuff like that, because it's all just, oh, what shall I do? Oh, I'll sing a song. Which isn't, it's not enough. You need more than that. You need to have people who are musicians. And because she's not a musician, because she can't play any instrument, all she does is just sort of sing other people's songs. When she does her own songs, they're so desperately boring, it means you just automatically switch off. And unfortunately, you can't do that. If you're going to... somebody said to me years ago, if you want to conquer America, you need to go and live in America. You can't just pop over there and go, oh, we're going to be really sensational and sell millions of albums because it's such a big place and you never stop touring and that. People tour constantly over in America. We've had people who've been over. Cliff Richard would be a classic example of somebody who's huge in this country, but yet isn't as big in America because he won't go and live there. He's too much. He wants to live here. And live in different places. And so I always thought if he wanted to be successful, he'd have to live in America for a few years. But it's not something that's going to happen. So that, and for Cheryl, it'd be that, mind you, she could disappear and nobody'd miss her at all, would they? Here in Sydney, youths rob mobile phone shops of the expensive phones and the shops have to employ security. Oh, God, we've had that for ages in this country. Ages. Ages and ages. There is one particular supermarket makes you check your bags in before you go round. Can't remember which one it is now. Whatever it is, they don't really want you going and nicking things. I think people should be taken out and shot for nicking. But it's an occupational hazard. People will nick to order. Do you remember there was a programme on the telly years ago, and it was somebody doing a car boot, and she was taking orders for Marks and Spencer's stuff. They'd go, oh, can you get me... They'd go through the catalogue, and they go, can you get me that one? She'd go, I'll have that on Tuesday for you, love. And she'd send her a little army of thieves out. They'd go and nick it, bring it back, and next thing, they're selling it in the market. Stuff that's been nicked. Dreadful. Sanj, we've already played Love City Groove. You're obviously late to the classroom this morning. So, note from your parents, please. Thank you. Ah, Scooch, says little Julie. Matt from Ely, travelling to Brancaster in North Norfolk to go paddleboarding on the North Sea. Paddleboarding? Oh, is that where you stand up in a wetsuit on a board? And you it's something like that, isn't it? I see you doing that, Nick. I don't know why. You look as though you've done paddleboarding before. I thought you might have done. I don't know why. I've just got this image of you in a wetsuit. I don't know why I've got this image of you in a wetsuit. I could just see you on this board, and you paddle it, don't you? Yes, you could do something with the paddle, and that would be the best thing, I would think. You know, only guessing. So, you talk of Madonna. I walked past the Dominion in Tottenham Court Road, says Matt, and saw she was performing there this autumn. Is she? There's 3 different shows going in to the Dominion, including White Christmas at Christmas is going in. There's something before that, and then there's a new show going in January, and I'll have to refresh my memory and try and remind myself of what the dickens the blooming thing's called. But it'll be something you want to see. As you know. I'm in Biggleswade, Steve. Well, somebody's got to be. For an antiques fair. Love an antiques fair. I wish I knew everything about antiques so that you could be like one of the experts on the television. So you go to an antiques fair and you pick it up and you go, they don't know it's a Rembrandt. I'll take this. A pound? Would a pound be all right? Guaranteed. It's a Rembrandt ashtray. Yeah. And it's still got some of his cigarettes in it as well. Yeah. Okay. Oh, well, I'd probably go 50p for that. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, look, a Picasso, which is what that bloke did the other week. He picked up this picture. It wasn't until they took the back off it that it had the name Picasso on it. And they think it could be worth 750,000. He said he'd be grateful for 5. He's not particularly bothered about how much things go for. He only paid 236 quid for it, so he might as well get some money back. But if he gets 750,000, that's like, woo, that's as good as me winning 90 quid on the lottery. So it's all very odd, says Regina. This Eurovision voting, very political. It has been for quite some time. So Matt from Ely is going paddleboarding on the North Sea. Isn't that particularly cold, the North Sea? Isn't there something about it? I remember when one of your fellow presenters always held a Eurovision party. I wonder if he still does. I don't think he can afford to, really. Can't remember his name either. No idea. Also, you only need to look up Archie Harrison profiles on Facebook to realise how 10 a penny the royal baby's names come across. In any other world, Archie Harrison could be a street corner hoodie or that dodgy scouse geezer flogging knock-off snouts behind your local pub, says Patrick. I still think Archie's a great name. I don't care what anybody says. I'm standing alone on that. Steve, what's the trick to go to sleep? Since you know. To go to sleep. Okay. Don't drink coffee before you go to bed. Don't drink alcohol before you go to bed. Don't eat food before you go to bed. Make sure that you've been out during the daytime and got air so that when you go to bed at night... I mean, I climb into bed, I'm literally... My head hardly touches the pillow. I'm floating above it. And crash, gone. Out for the count. I mean, it must be within about a minute. Some people can't go to sleep. You know, probably the smoking. If you're overweight, you'll find it difficult to go to sleep. So I just tire myself out. And then... I don't think there's any other tricks. Or you can get some sleeping tablets, in which case you're out for the count. I used to get them years ago. 35 years ago. Wouldn't touch them now. And they had a little groove down that you could break them in half. So I assumed 1 tablet, 8 hours. Half a little tablet, 4 hours. Didn't work like that. You still got the 8 hours. But it was lovely. I mean, But you mustn't rely on sleeping tablets to go to sleep. There's all sorts of things you can get which are herbal remedies, but a bit of fresh air in the room, and make sure that that the curtains are closed. Because if you're trying to sleep during the daytime, which I sometimes do, then I want to make sure I go to sleep. So even if I climb into bed at 5... I mean, the latest I've ever done is about 10 o'clock. I mean, 10 o'clock? What a stop out. What a stop... I don't care. I'm mad. Seriously, it makes no difference. So that's the only trick. I still fancy Alistair Appleton, says Alison, even though he's gay. Who do you fancy? Me. I don't know. There's nobody I fancy. There's people I like. I've got lots of nice friends that I like. And when I've had a few drinks, I like them a bit more. It's always the way, isn't it? Isn't that always the way? You know, you never tell people your true feelings until you're 3 sheets to the wind. And you go, I love you. And they go, HR. And I go, I'm only joking. No, I think you get beyond fancying people. You just like people. I like people. You know, people who are nice, I like. You know, and as I'm a nice person, then it kind of works in our favour. But I don't lust after people anymore. That you do when you're in your 20s. There you go, oh, fancy you, and you go, yeah, but you're a surfboarder, and that kind of thing. I don't know. I'm looking at the weather today. It looks a bit down by the White Cliffs of Dover. It's nice, isn't it? Is that Sky News we're watching here? I don't know what I'm watching. No, it probably isn't actually. It could be the BBC, where they own... I'm watching Eurovision. Am I? Oh, you're watching Eurovision. Good Lord, I'm watching a man on a weather map who's grown a very camp sort of beard thing. I don't know why. Is that BBC? It's so marvellous, isn't it? They only seem to send out the girl during the week, you know, Carol. Where can we send her to today? Let's send her to the White Cliffs of Dover. Let's send her to the Chelsea Flower Show. She'll be doing all sorts of... She's only reading the weather. She's only reading the weather. What a waste of money. That's my money that's being wasted there. Thank you very much indeed. And, oh, break. I've just remembered, actually. Steve. Archie. Yes, popular name. I like it. I do like it. I can't help it. Talking of creatures who took their last breath 500,000 years ago, Madonna's performance at Eurovision brought a tear to the eye. I wonder if she deliberately sang like a prayer out of tune to create publicity. Do you know, I don't know. I didn't get to that bit. I didn't at all. Michelle says, if anybody lives in the Teddington, Twickenham area, the fabulous Spring Art Fair is on at the... Oh, Lord above, Andrew Pearce is in the spot. Well, how is this possible? Who has released him from the cemetery this early? Who's got him out? Are you well? Good. Nice to see you. I only heard a short while ago that it was going to be Andrew Pearce this morning. I'm looking forward to some jolly good arguments. What's he say? What's he said? He's up all night thinking about it. Well, thinking about me, thinking about you. Don't worry, you don't have to be in this studio, Andrew. You could be in the posh one downstairs. He likes that. Bless him. He looks very well, doesn't he, this morning? Always very smart. I think he's dressed by Burton's or something like that. He always comes in. You never see him. He's like Angela Rippon. Well, I mean, he's not like Angela Rippon at all. He's got different hair. But they're always immaculately turned out. He's a sort of man who probably irons his pants. That's the sort of person Andrew Pearce will be. But he's going to be with you at 7 o'clock this morning for break. Well, it'll be nice. I better drive home listening to him. I always like those drive homes. When I listen to the people on the radio, and I always think, oh, I love an argument. I love it when people shout at Majid. I love it when he shouts back again. I love it. I can't get enough of those sort of things. Stupidly, at I know where the Landmark Arts Centre is in Teddington, Michelle. I know, it's lovely, isn't it? I've never been inside. I run the cafe with home-baked cakes and savouries. Stupidly, I was dumb enough to stay up to the bitter end to watch Eurotrash. I won't be running on all cylinders today. Still totally perplexed at Madonna's performance. Anyway, come along and support a fantastic local event. So the Spring Art Fair, that's at the Landmark Centre. It's very near, well, it's on a crossroads, actually, before you head into Kingston. So, don't know what time it starts, but it should be fine. Donny says, heading off to the fine city of Liverpool for the annual Royal College of Nursing Conference. Perhaps you could come along one of these days and address the delegates. I've probably got more nurses listening to this programme than anybody else. George says, perhaps you can ask your buddy Dave on LBC why we send 100 million to EU children who don't live here. I don't know. I don't know. I would if he was in. Song contest winner, Johnny Logan, Hold Me Now, sounds like Bonnie Tyler's Total Eclipse of the Heart, says Dave. Another Dave. Do you think so? Oh. If you Google little boy who fell in love with the violin, you'll see the most adorable person. Thank you. All these things I have to sort of put to the back of my mind and get round to it. Tony says the Brexit Party are bringing in 100,000 a day in donations. Really? I think we shall ask Andrew Pearce about that. And what a surprise, we came bottom last night, says Ebbs. Unfortunately, we sang last. Madonna was on a par with most of the contestants. She sang flat. It's become a performance spectacular rather than a song contest. Best singers of the evening, with the artistes in the interval act, culminating with Hallelujah. If you just listen to the show and then watch it, you'll see it's a completely different show. Probably like a lot of things nowadays. A lot of things. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Patrick says, for the many, not the few, surely Corbyn's having a laugh, Steve. His support for Maduro should read, for the despot, screw the country. I don't know, we always argue about politics. I think we're very good with our politics in this country, most of the time. Keir says, don't put down paddleboarding. I'm getting one tomorrow and they cost a fortune. Off for my morning sea swim shortly with my bestie, West Bay Alan. There you go. I'm not putting it down, it's just that I can see people there in their swimming costume kind of thing. They wear something different on when they're doing paddleboarding, don't they? It's like an all-in-one outfit. Not as exciting as it could be. Up and about in Spalding, says Ian, on the way to navigate a 1962 Mini Cooper, older than me, on a rally near Braintree. Hope I can keep my breakfast down. Oh, don't even think about it. You see, as long as you're driving, you should be absolutely fine. Don't forget to add, do not take a mobile or tablet to bed either, and earplugs. Earplugs. You see, I don't use an iPad or a mobile for at least an hour and sleep in an unheated bedroom. See, all these different things. Steve, my main celebrity crush. Oh, right. What, I'm the celebrity crush. My main celebrity crush is either Amanda Holden or Louise Redknapp, says Matt. Well, Amanda Holden's in this building 5 days a week. Actually, I've got somebody just... Who was asked me the other day? Somebody said, oh, can you get me her autograph? I said, oh, all right. I have to go up there and get it done. So I have to find a picture or something. I have to print a picture off the internet and then nip up there and go, oh, Amanda, because she knows me, can you sign this for us? They'll be going, what are you doing up here? They always say that to me. What are you doing up here, Steve? There's a video celebrating the top 3 acts by the year 56 2018. You can see how much it's changed, says Ebbs. Oh, I have no doubt in my life that the thing has changed beyond belief. That's like the Jeremy Kyle show. That's changed, I think, from when it first... I can't stand him doing the film reviews. I don't know why. I sat in a thing once, I said, this is a guy called Mark Commode, who's one of about 1,500 people who seem to review films for the BBC. Why they can't just have one person and then put it out as a sort of a podcast? It would make an awful lot of difference. But he was at a screening that I went to, and it broke down a few minutes in, and he was the most vocal. Oh, goodness. And I thought, oh, shh. Don't be so vocal about things. But it's just, you know, either a film's good or it's bad. And that's all. Because you'll all go and see it anyway. You're not going to be put off, are you? Going to see a film because somebody goes, oh, don't go and see it, it's not very good. You're always going to go and see it. You judge for yourself. Why would you be told, like a sheep, what to go and see? Oh, you must go and see Rocket Man. You must go and see, you know, this film about so-and-so, or this film about that, and this film about this. You must just sort of get out there and go and see a film. You don't want to take any notice of what... It's like if somebody says to you, oh, shouldn't fly tomorrow, and you go, well, I've booked a holiday. Oh, shouldn't fly. Something disastrous will happen. What are you going to do, cancel it? Surely not. Definitely not. So, Michael Rice gearing up to release his debut album. Coming up at 7 o'clock this morning, Weekend Breakfast with Andrew Pearce. Up for discussion today... The Brexit withdrawal agreement bill should include the public vote, says Keir Starmer. The new campaign to ban mobile phones in school. What a brilliant idea. Perhaps we could ban them on buses as well. There was a woman on the bus the other day. We're all sitting there and she, yeah, I know. And I bumped into her. She was at the same school. And the woman next to her turned and looked at her as if to say, why don't you save this phone call for when you're off the bus? Go and sit somewhere quiet. Tessa Jowell, Boulevard, unveiled in the Olympic Park. Apart from they'll never ban mobile phones in schools. Have you seen the size of these little tiddly tiny ones? Terribly small. They wouldn't even see them. All that and more on the Weekend Breakfast with Andrew Pearce this morning from 7 on LBC. Did you watch Britain's Got Talent? I didn't. Leanne Meyer, a Grenfell Tower survivor, was amazing and the audition very emotional. Well, that's it. They've started going back to how can we sort of draw this out a little bit more. Oh, so did you used to live in Grenfell? Apparently she says she did. I don't know anything like that. I'm not good with those sort of things. Please say hello to my 2-year-old Thomas and 5-year-old Emily on our drive home from Whitby back to Bushy after a nice weekend with the grandparents. Whitby. How lovely. Do you remember the Romanian entry, says Mike, from 2017, featuring a professional yodeler? I love yodeling. They taught me to yodel, 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 dee. Oh, I love yodeling. I can't do it, but I think it's absolutely brilliant. Very clever. And Richard says, if I wanted to listen to an old lady singing, this was with reference to Madonna, he said I'd choose Vera Lynn. Yeah, probably had more hits, I should imagine. Pete in Wimbledon, he says, yes. Oh, no, it's Mike. It's not Peter. Oh, Peter in Wimbledon. How much of a fee would Madonna have received for her performance on Eurovision? Apparently, we are told $1 million. We're told, I mean, whether that's true, I've got no idea. And 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. I like making decisions. It's always very entertaining. Still to come, the front page of one of the papers, which says, we've got a brilliant diet plan for a happier, healthier you. Who's ever happy on a diet? Nobody. Snooker star Ronnie O'Sullivan's former jailbird father is flogging a miracle mushroom drink which claims to kill cancer cells. Please don't buy it. Please don't go anywhere near it at all. It's ridiculous. The father's been in prison for God knows how long. The family business was pornography, I seem to remember, the O'Sullivans. And a picture of all the royal family. It's another wedding. This is the third royal wedding in a year. And the Queen and Prince Philip went out and had a nice time, which is good. And Harry was larking around, but not with Meghan. He took an actress. And, do you know, it's a year after they got married. Does it seem possible? A year? That's amazing, isn't it? But they were all there. Prince Andrew, Prince and Princess Michael of Kent. Harry arrived with Peep Show star Sophie Winkleman, 38. Meghan had to stay at home to look after Archie. A feeble excuse. Well, can't you take the baby out, dear? Taking it out for photos. Why can't you take it out for a wedding? Oh, I can't be bothered to do that. So, do you want to take somebody else, Harry? That's how it starts. Bella says, I can't imagine anybody putting a bet on us coming last in Eurovision this year. They could be smiling. I bet the odds were 1 to 10 on. I've got no idea what that means. But you're right. I wonder if you could have a bet on us coming last. I think you'd have to put down what you think the score would be. That's what I think it would be. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Morning, Mr. S, says JT. Says, loving Eurovision song review of yesteryear. Afro-Caribbean Leukemia Trust is holding its fun run today. 10 a.m. in Brockwell Park. All are welcome. Do you know, I wish I had the strength to do it. But unfortunately, JT, I cannot run for toffee. I really can't. I probably could have done years ago. In fact, I used to enter all sorts of things. But, I mean, not now, I don't think. Sadly, no news of the 15-year-old border terrier snatched in Chessington. Thief is on CCTV, so fingers crossed he'll be caught and the dog returned to its owner. Why would somebody ever want to do that? I seriously, I can't get my head around stuff like that. You know me and animals. I'm crackers for it. Campaigned for ages to stop these puppy farms. Thank God we've sorted that one out. Well, I hope we've sorted that one out. Donald says, have you heard the rumour that Nigel Farage's Brexit party has a policy? Oh, I don't. Listen, do I sound as though I'm following anything like that at all? But he said at least the UK made it to the final, so wasn't in fact last. Looked like last to me. I know it wasn't if you were sort of being a bit finicky about it. Victoria Beckham was seen with a bowl of oranges on the Concorde Road at Room to JFK Airport. I wonder if she was drawing little faces on them saying, is that you, David? I don't know. They don't spend much time together, do they? But when they do, by God, their publicity machine goes into overtime. Here they are as a wonderful family together. I don't think she's there half the year. I really don't think she's there half the year. Paul in Hornchurch, flying home to the UK from Cyprus. He says, thanks for putting the thought in my head, Ree shouldn't fly. But I mean, you wouldn't take any notice of that, would you? So why would you take any notice of somebody telling you what film's good and what film isn't good? Who cares? It's only their opinion. It's not everybody's opinion. When you get one of these film people, they go, oh, I saw this film and I didn't think it was this and that. And you think, well, that's your opinion. We've all got our own. I know some people who've seen films that have completely gone against what the critics have said. Yeah, the critics will say, oh, didn't like this film at all. And everybody's going, we loved it. This was my favourite film. It's got a lovely picture here. It's a Lowry. You know, the man who painted Matchstick, Cats and Dogs. Anyway, this painting, when it was last sold in 1996, went for £282,000. It's children playing cricket. It could fetch, they say this time, up to 1.2 million. Lowry died in 76, aged 88, famously painted industrial scenes with matchstalk men and matchstick cats and dogs. I haven't got... You can buy them. Some of them are sort of relatively inexpensive. When I say relatively, that's out of most of our sort of playing space. Another one here, Rita Ora, getting very friendly with Liam Payne. He looks a good-looking boy. Good-looking boy. People seem to like him. He seems to be fairly popular with the ladies, which can only be good news. Elton John's new movie, widely praised when it opened in Cannes, but it left a bitter taste in the mouth of the star's first producer, who's blasted the portrayal of music boss Dick James. And in the film, Dick, who was Elton's first manager, is portrayed as an East End geezer by the actor Stephen Graham, 45, and he uses language like effing poofter and things like that. I don't think he would have done that. Dick James was nothing, they said, like the way he's been depicted. Also, Eva Longoria is told how she used to steal bananas from sets when she started out because she was so skint. God, they all come up with this rubbish. Oh, I couldn't afford to buy a banana. Of course you couldn't, dear, you lying old baggage. What do you mean, bananas, like 20 pence? Didn't have any money. My first job, I had to steal bananas. People do that. A friend of mine went to Sharm el-Sheikh some years ago and didn't realise that it's so expensive for food and things like that. And wine. Wine starts at like 50 quid a bottle, full of fat Russians. And they're over there, because they don't mind paying this sort of money. It was like 10 quid for an ice cream. And she said she used to eat as much as she could at breakfast and take the rolls and take everything that was available. She said, so it kept her going throughout the daytime. Terrible, really, isn't it? Fraser says, do you know if Carol Kirkwood is an act? It's not her real name. I don't know what her real name is. Carol Kirkwood? I think she has a real name. As opposed to... What do you mean a real name? What, you mean she has another name? Good Lord. What, you mean she's acting? A bit like Lorraine Kelly, who says that's not her. The person on the television is acting Lorraine Kelly, which we thought was quite clever, really. At one point in the Eurovision, there appeared to be a BDSM group on stage, including a man wearing a thong being led around on a dog's lead. Well, the morbidly obese woman who rides on the stage at some point would certainly need a bigger collar. Just saying. Bromley 4am Spikers. Thank you very much indeed. I must have missed loads of these bits, but it doesn't matter to me. I don't really mind. What sort of odds do you think I get on predicting the Daily Mail headline with the new Royal Sprog's first day at nursery school? Educating Archie, says Dallas. No, do you see, you've told them already. You should have kept that quiet till the day before. And also, says Dean, maybe after only just 2 weeks, Meghan just didn't feel up to going to the wedding. Why not? Why not? All you've got to do is just, I mean, you know, somebody gets the frock out, somebody will iron it, they'll put it there, this is the frock you're going to be wearing. Okay, thank you. And, you know, and then you could have left baby Archie in the company of the nanny. It's only going to be a couple of hours, isn't it? Nothing major is going to happen. Yeah, from the same estate. Oh, right, yeah, exactly. It was all... they were only down the road. Not the council estate, no. They were only down the road, weren't they? And this was taking place at Windsor Castle, which I love. It's lovely. They've just moved out. Who have they just moved out? The lifeguards. I think. Is it Prince Harry's regiment or something? They've moved them out. They're moving in the Welsh regiment. 200 years this regiment's been at Windsor Castle. And after 200 years, they're moving them out. They'll be a bit disappointed. I was a bit gutted. Very gutted by that. But it's the Welsh Guards who are moving in. I can't remember. Is it Coldstream Guards are moving out? Somebody's moving out. So I read it the other day thinking, that's interesting. It's the Household Cavalry. They're moving out, and the Welsh Guards are moving in. I don't know what 200 years they've been there. Why would you want to move them after 200 years? Bit odd, isn't it, really? It's nice to go down there. It is nice. And just remember, you can actually go, I think, inside the castle without paying. If you want to go inside the castle, as in not just inside the grounds, but inside the actual castle, you have to buy a ticket for that. We have to pay for the fire that the royal family could have avoided because they didn't bother putting in smoke alarms. So Neil says, I never understood why paintings are worth so much. What's the point? Well, it isn't the case of they're worth so much. It's a case of, all right, I've got a lot of money, you've got a lot of money, And here comes a painting that we both want. It's, we're looking for a Lowry. And so they go, right, we start bidding, and then we sort of let it go in a little bit. And then we both sort of start jumping in. And so how far do you push it? That's why they're worth so much. If two people want the picture, the money's going to go high. The reform of the British Army. So the Windsor-based Household Cavalry relocated. They've been based at Cumbermere Barracks in St Leonard's Road, just as you're coming in, actually, since the 1800s. They're going to be moved to Bulford Camp and Salisbury Plain. But they're thrilled. The regiment will be replaced by the Welsh Guards. Changes were announced by Michael Fallon on Tuesday, December 15th, and come into force in 2019. Can you imagine, 200 years you've been there, in Windsor Castle with the horses and all the rest, and now, I'm sorry, out you go. Out you go. That's not nice, is it? I wanted to see them there for ages. But obviously not to be. Not to be. What's that? Newspaper there. Wait a minute. Barely find. There's so much in the newspapers today. Not. In fact, it's so desperate that even the Daily Star couldn't come up with a front page story. So they've come up with hottest summer ever. Highs of 30 degrees centigrade next month with record-breaking temperatures to follow, which is lovely. Kendall Ray Knight. She's a sunshine girl, early for the Love... Oh, she's from Love Island. We don't bother, then, with anybody who's been on Love Island. I think we know what they are. And another one here. Cupid Arafat. Oh, a lot of problems with used tyres. Used tyres costing a lot of money and not being fit for purpose. Nikki Chapman has revealed she underwent surgery for a brain tumour the size of a golf ball. I think she's going to be doing the Chelsea Flower Show tonight. I love the Chelsea Flower Show. I love Hampton Court better. But I still like Chelsea Flower Show, just like where it is and what they do. The scandal of 83 sex attackers out on licence. Nick Ferrari telling it's like it is. And they're talking about the £56 billion railway drain. And what was the other one? The worst kept secret. Boris Johnson would like to be Prime Minister. Great. Plus. Who's this? Michael Rice gearing up to release his debut album. I don't think it's going to work. I don't want to be rude about it, but I just don't think it's going to work. If we couldn't score with Eurovision, we're not going to score with an album, are we? But he has performed across Europe. He thinks that his appearance on Eurovision will give him the chance to become a chart star. I don't want to burst the bubble. I don't want to be the person to say, oh, I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work. I'm not too sure. The Yorkshire Ripper's deadly rampage is being made into a Netflix show. Practically on his last legs, isn't he, I believe, at the moment. And Britain's most infamous prisoner, Charles Bronson, wants to teach art to children when he gets out of prison. When would this be? When would this be, getting out of prison? He keeps messing about inside, and so they don't seem to want to let him out. So he could be staying there forever and ever. Plus Game of Thrones. Don't ask me about Game of Thrones, really. Gary Bushell says, I never enjoyed seeing Jeremy Kyle feasting on other people's misery, but is he the only one who should really go? There have been 3 reality TV-related suicides on ITV. Controller Kevin Lygo's watch. Isn't it time the boss bit the bullet? Let's swap Kyle for something less confrontational. Maybe bare-knuckle boxing or duelling. Wow. Bradley Walsh's late-night guest list went out at 9:15. If that's late to Brad, what time does he get up? Maybe he's got a paper round as well as his other jobs. They're actually saying he's got about 18 million that he's banked for doing The Chase, because he's been doing it for quite a number of years. Andrea Desperado McLean has said she would be willing to risk the Strictly curse and dance with Kevin Clifton. She's wed her 3rd husband. She's getting to the stage of desperation now. And she said she'd love to take part in the BBC One contest. She's ticking off a bucket list. She said, I would do Strictly in a heartbeat. Of course you would, dear. Of course you would, because you were just the weather girl. Just the weather girl. We spend far too much time fiddling about with weathers. Trump wants to build a wall to keep border terriers out his country, says Angus. Yes, I never. Somebody else says we didn't make it to the finals of Eurovision. We pay for it so automatically to qualify, and love all things Dutch at the moment, like Ding a Dong by Teachin and watching What Today. What time do you call this? Ridiculous. Teachin and Van der Velk with Amsterdam Canals. We know all about canals in Amsterdam, don't we? It's called what Andrew Pearce is doing on his programme today, because he's covering for Andrew Castle. You don't think we're just sitting down here having a chat, do you? Goodness sake, honestly. Steve, so have we done that one, haven't we? People loving everything Dutch, says Jem. I like everything Dutch. I went there once. Dale and I went on a holiday to Rotterdam. And then we had a night out in Amsterdam. We just drove from Rotterdam to Amsterdam. My God, that was an eye-opener. Shan't be going there again in a hurry. Britain's youngest and most glamorous greyhound trainer is covered in tattoos here. And what is it about people who think that tattoos look really glamorous? They don't. Whichever way, you look at them. Plus, oh dear. Actually, I like the idea. I like this one, actually. This is Alicia Dixon, the latest big name to sign up to read a book on the CBeebies bedtime stories. Nobody reads bedtime stories anymore. Why don't they do bedtime stories? When I was little, my mummy used to read me a bedtime story. Most of the time, though, you were asleep before she'd got down the first 2 pages. And you just go to sleep. But I quite like it. Nobody does it now. Did I have a favourite? No, not really. I can't remember back that far when you're supposed to remember what your parents read to you. So it could have been anything. It could have been Winnie the Pooh or something. I don't know. Whatever it was, I can't remember it. And it sent me to sleep. Bears in the Night. Oh, right. I've never even heard about that. Is it about bears visiting in the night? See, I would find that quite frightening. Oh, bears sneaking out. Well, that's even... Oh, is it a whole family? Is it Mummy Bear, Daddy Bear? Oh, Mummy and... Oh, they live in a tree. Oh. And the kids sneak out. Spook Hill. Spook Hill? How lovely. Oh, it sounds quite good, doesn't it? I quite like that story. That sort of appeals to me in a sort of strange, bizarre way. Good idea. Jan says that to the texter who said, at least we made it to the final. We're a major funder of Eurovision. We're in the final every year. I don't know why we bother, actually. I think they just go, oh, Britain are here. Okay, see you. Lovely. Peasants. And that's all we get. Somebody else saying, we did make it to the final. Well, we did, yes, but then we do because we're such a big donator. If you request your Windsor Castle entrance ticket to be treated as a donation, it's valid for free admission for a year, says Patrick. Is it? Didn't know they were doing things like that. It's a good idea, isn't it, I suppose? Also, Esther McVeigh launches pub tour to woo blue-collar Tories. And the Tower is looking for beefeaters. They're needed. Recruitment has been stymied by applicants needing to have served in the armed forces for at least 22 years. I think that's great. You earn about $30,000 a year for a 36-hour working week, and you will ensure that all the visitors receive a royal welcome. You take part in all the... That's not bad. You get accommodation there too, so you can live inside the Tower of London. Isn't that great? They used to carry out executions there. Not just executions, the beheadings inside the tower, next to the chapel, St. Peter Advincula. But over the road they used to carry out the public beheadings, but they also used to shoot people in there. They would shoot them. Not in the days when they were beheading people. Honestly, we were very gruesome, weren't we? Why would it make any difference whether Meghan is wearing dresses by UK designers or not? Because now they've said just a quarter of her dresses are by UK designers. The rest of them come from all over the world. Most of them American, 35%, the French, 23%, Australian, Canadian, Swedish, and other. We don't know what other is. I was reading something quite funny today. Guess who's having some clothes designed for them for Primark? Some bloke who was in a Love Island thing. I think he's an Essex hairdresser. Slightly dodgy to start with. Anger over Amazon's £10 gadgets for stalkers. Does everybody have an Alexis now? Are we all up to speed with Alexis? I do hope so. They're great fun. We enjoy them. And can electric shocks to your brain give you the memory of a 20-year-old? Oh, I don't know if we want to remember stuff back that far. You want to imagine trying to go? Because sometimes I sit there with friends, I say, what was the name of so-and-so? I do it on this programme all the time. What was the name of so-and-so, so-and-so? And they go, I don't know. But luckily, because we have the gift of the computer, you can find out stuff very, very quickly. Very quickly. It's holiday time. Everybody's booking holidays except me and Nick Abbott, by the sound of it, because we don't do holidays. We're not really interested. Claire from Brentwood says, I read at least 3 bedtime stories every night. She's 3.5. Three bedtime stories every night. Are they little stories? Little stories, they might be. And Gabby in Rickmansworth says, we read bedtime stories to our 2-year-old. His favourite book is All the Things I Wish for You, a personalised book his nana bought him. Big fan of bedtime stories, reminds me of when I was little. God, we can all remember that. Well, not we all remember when you were little, but it's just that we all get to that age and you think, oh, I remember those. Do you remember the books you had in the bath? And they were cut, they had serrated edges all the way around it, and they were waterproof, so you could, if you read it in the bath and it fell in, which it did most of the time, you just sort of took it out the bath and shook it out, and then all the water drained away. No, just me again. And did you have a Clockwork Submarine? Yeah, I had a whale as well. A whale and a submarine and a tugboat. And you'd wind them up and then they'd whiz round the bath and bang into your bits, which was always good fun. Baking soda. Yeah, no, we didn't do that. But we did do the skydiver. You threw up in the air and he came down on his own little parachute. We liked that. And we had the one in the bottle where you put him in there. He was a deep sea diver and you turned the cap on and he would sink to the bottom slowly and then come up to the top again. I don't remember that. I love those. Anything that was free in a packet of cornflakes, we were there. I'd say to my mother, can we buy this one? And she'd go, no. I go, why? She'd go, because you're paying for the free gift. I want the free gift. And then you'd spend ages. You'd go home and sort of, I'd eventually persuade her. So we'd have cornflakes or shreddies or whatever it happened to be. And you open the top of the box, you go, oh, I've got to find that present. And there it would be nestling in the bottom. And you take it out and it was like it was the best thing that you'd ever seen. Came in a little plastic thing and you go, oh, I can't believe it. He's got his own parachute. And you take it outside and you throw him into the air and it would get stuck in the tree. And it would remain there for the entire year. Nobody ever got it back down again. But those were nice things. But I don't even know if they still do that. Do you remember the free... Andrew Pearce is going downstairs. Bit late for hair and makeup, but there you go. At least he's trying, I suppose. And we used to get the other thing that we got in a comic one. What the dick... Oh, that's right. It was a piece of cardboard and you wound it up. It had an elastic band and you put it in a book and then somebody would open the book and it would go like that and shoot out in front of them. Hopefully they'd wet themselves. And that was entertaining. We don't see those anymore. Or a free jewellery, a free ring or something like that. You don't see any of those sort of things. I feel quite disappointed, actually. Front page of the Mail today. Kate embraces a new trend for forest bathing. Please don't ask me to explain it to you. Plus the party grandee issue is a furious denial as communist files claim he betrayed Britain's secrets. Daily Star, hottest summer ever. They couldn't come up with anything at all today, I'm afraid. My Steve's final note did not blame Kyle for his suicide. This is the Sunday Mirror today. And this is the suicide victim, Steve Diamond's fiancée, who wants the show back on air. It might happen. Stranger things have happened, haven't they? Stranger things have happened. Sun on Sunday, blind Mel in dash to hospital. She's really, this is scary Spike. She's not really fit for purpose, is she? She's the one who needs the money out of everybody. And Jeremy Kyle faces a second suicide scandal over a distraught mum who killed herself 6 days after appearing on the show. Whether it had anything to do with the show, I don't know. We weren't there. I've got no idea. Sunday Express, Happy Harry gives royal wedding guests the giggles. Well, I think the Queen's laughing, the Duke of Edinburgh's laughing, and we are as well, because we kind of warm to things like that. Who's that a picture of? Here we go. More people are switching jobs in midlife and thriving. Oh, sorry, I banged a thing. This is the Sunday Telegraph today, and how to join the hot tub club. See, I'm not a fan of things like that at all. And motoring. Anybody fancy a ride on my motorised sofa? It's that bloke who puts cars together. He's very good, very good. The Observer. Labour MPs fear Brexit lines will hand votes to the Lib Dems. And the Sunday Times. Populist surge sinks Tories and squeezes Labour.